Chapter 176. More than that, I think you look a little different from when you left. John Doe. A sensation of coolness was flowing down his spine, sharply picking his lungs. It was a tension he hasn't felt in a long time. Roger answered slowly. Yes, I thought I needed a little change. Did he get caught? If Zero came, it wouldn't be strange to know who John Doe really is. Well, that's not bad either. Before that, you were so ordinary that I had the impression that you would be buried everywhere. I didn't get caught. It was fortunate for him now that John Doe ability was specialized in disguise, but he may also be trying to sound him out. Let's be calm. I closed my eyes and accelerated my thinking. Is the man behind me really Zero Order? That's probably right, because the voice of the man I saw in Esmeralda's memory is similar. The next question is why Zero Order came to Theon, without letting me, who is a First Order, know. I heard that Zero Order would come once in a while after talking to Esmeralda that day. But that's now. At least he could have informed me of his coming, but he didn't. There are two possible situations. One is that Zero Order came to Theon for personal confirmation without informing other executives. However, I could not hastily conclude from a position where I did not know what was going on. And the other one, or is he suspicious that I am a fake? The circumstances of being suspected and the Zero Order that came all of a sudden are not good, and Roger had no choice but to struggle. But things are bad. There is too little information about the Zero Order. What power he has, what power he uses, how strong he is, what were his weaknesses, what kind of power was useful against him, or his fighting habits. There's not a single piece of data. Even in perfect circumstances, it may be difficult, but what if he was in a situation where he ran out of strength like now? If you try to fight now, I might lose. The only way is to borrow the power of God, but that's too risky. There are too many people nearby, and using God's power will affect them all. But why aren't you talking? Zero Order was silent. At that moment's grace, I thought of another possibility. What if Zero Order doesn't completely doubt me yet? Should I turn around and check his face? No. If I suddenly look back, he is bound to be suspicious. He had to choose his words calmly so that he wouldn't provoke the other person. I'm sorry, Sir Zero Order. I naturally moved my mouth, keeping my gaze straight ahead. Because of the situation, I couldn't say hello properly. I ask for your understanding. Of course, I'm the one who came without contacting you, so you don't have to be too careful, John Doe. I came to see you without any contact. Does that mean that Zero Order had something else to do in Theon, to the point of keeping it a secret from a First Order? No, nothing has been confirmed yet. I don't even know if I am still under suspicion. Zero Order confirmed the disappearance of Quasimodo. Was he watching all the magic I used? No, if he was watching it, he wouldn't have asked me what happened. Maybe there's some way to check the energy of Quasimodo, and he confirmed that he was gone. He didn't know the process, but only the results, so he was just going to ask me who was here. Should I tell the truth or a lie? Of course, even if it's the truth, it will not be 100% pure truth, but some truths mixed with lies. Pure lies are easy to spot, but lies mixed with the truth are more plausible than anything else. I continued, taking a deep breath inside. First Order Esmeralda or Quasimodo is extinct. Did you know? I didn't know until now, but I just found out. I didn't think the fire giant was the main body. I am sorry to keep it a secret from you guys. Because Quasimodo is a bit different from other First Orders, he couldn't easily reveal himself. I understand. More than that, why did Quasimodo disappear? He wasn't that easy to beat. Quasimodo is a flame cryptid with the power of the highest level spirit of fire. A monster that uses the human soul as fuel and continues to revive if the contractor does not die, because it has acquired the characteristics of a spirit. Since such a fellow disappeared on Theon Festival Day, it may be questionable for Zero Order. I squeezed out an answer on the spot. It was Esmeralda. Esmeralda. Zero Order knew the relationship between Quasimodo and Esmeralda. This man was the first person to notice and recruit them into the Black Dawn Society, so there is no way he wouldn't know. That's strange. Esmeralda was obviously being manipulated by Quasimodo. She couldn't even rebel against Quasimodo with her power. At the same time, his gaze flies even stronger and falls on me. Unless someone helps. The suspicion of the Zero Order towards me grew. This is also a situation within my assumption, so I had an answer prepared already. Crollo Fabius did it. Crollo Fabius. Is that true? Indeed, Zero Order asked me again, as this was unexpected, so I continued my explanation as not to miss this opportunity. Not long ago, Quasimodo attacked the banquet hall where new teachers were celebrated. Yes, I heard the report. At that time, Crollo Fabius was present at the banquet hall, and he realized that someone was trying to kill him. That's right. There's no way that the man who was the next head of the family would not know how the people of the Fabius family have died so far. The problem is that Quasimodo couldn't kill Crollo Fabius in the banquet hall that day. This is all true, but I also mixed it with lies. Crollo Fabius, who survived, agonized thinking that he might die at this rate, so he made a plan. A cornered mouse bit the cat. Yes, but Crollo Fabius didn't tell Theon about it. He probably thought it was hard to get help from them and that there might be traitors inside. I would have thought of something similar to that. If you think there is an assassin who came to kill you among the teachers, how can you trust Theon? So he individually asked for help from outside forces. It was the last straw that no one expected. I added a little exaggeration so as not to lose interest in Zero Order. Of course, my way of speaking remains calm. I don't think hell be a match for Quasimodo with any outside forces. Fabius was once the most famous magical family in the kingdom of Derman. The people he called were not ordinary people. I also don't know whether he had made any deals while he was in the Exilian Empire. They weren't ordinary people. It looked like well-trained elites, but they were also hard to identify. I vaguely released the information that they were great guys. If you mention an organization here and Zero Order already knows about them, all my alibis will get twisted. A well-trained elite who moves secretly. If it's related to the Exilian Empire, it's the Black Ops. Zero Order came to a conclusion on its own. How can he be so sure of the existence of Black Ops, which is difficult to know unless you are even a general? Zero Order. Was he reaching out to the military? It's not strange if I think about it. Before I got the name Roger Chelisai, John Doe was active in the military under this name. Zero Order knows, because he actually served as a military officer. It was not just a fabricated status. So Crollo Fabius fought against Quasimodo, and Esmeralda escaped from his control while Quasimodo's strength was weakened. And Esmeralda, who escaped, could not be controlled as easily as before. Then what happened to Crow Fabius? Crollo Fabius died fighting to the end. He fought until the end. It's surprising that he had that much spirit and ability. People who are about to die always show unexpected possibilities. I watched the situation and tried to intervene, but I was late. Quasimodo spread flames all over the place, and I was also caught up in it and burned. Then there were strong people around me who heard the news, so for now, only Selina escaped from the inside. This is the whole story of the case. I am here in the name of saving Selina, so I won't get suspected. Did Quasimodo and Esmeralda really disappear from Selina? Yes, I checked with my own eyes. Is that so? Zero Order's reaction was quite dull. Was there anything I forgot to say? How about that teacher named Selina? What do you mean? I know Esmeralda and Selina are separate entities. But will Selina remember what happened with Esmeralda and Quasimodo? Zero Order is saying to get rid of her just in case, so I spoke in a hurry. I checked, but she didn't seem to know why she was in that warehouse. She didn't know. Yes, she thinks it's a dream. John Doe, that alone is not safe. If you've come to your senses in such a burning warehouse, you'll definitely feel uncomfortable. The slightest possibility could turn against the Black Dawn Society. Clearly, Zero Order is right. There are too many issues to ignore Selina's existence. Then what should I do? I tried to stay calm and asked Zero Order. It's not right to step up right now. First, I have to read the other person's mind. But no matter how much I thought about it, all I could think of was Zero Order telling me to kill Selina. If Zero Order asks me to kill Selina, I can't resist. In order not to arouse his suspicion, I must kill teacher Selina. If Zero Order orders me to kill, then I clenched my fist. I'd rather fight him now. Well, let it go. But Zero Order's answer was as simple as my concern. If you tell me to leave it. You said Selina, didn't you? We don't need it anymore. We've used enough of that power anyway, so it's no longer worth caring about. Is that so? Yeah. Did you want to kill her? John Doe, I know you're loyal, but there are times when you have to step down. Did it seem that way because I asked to reconfirm? And this also confirmed information that John Doe is loyal and radical. I feel ashamed. In the current situation, touching a Theon's teacher is a significant risk. You're the only one who's going to take care of the job, and you can't avoid suspicion. I don't mind. There's nothing more stupid than investing time and passion in meaningless things, even more so if it's pushing subordinates to the brink. Unexpectedly, he tends to care about his subordinates. Besides, it's safe to say that Selina's safety is guaranteed. Have I put out an urgent fire? But the situation is not over yet because Zero Order asked me another question. So, are you doing well with what I asked you to do? What did he ask him to do? Of course, the first thing that came to mind was an order that has been decrypted and verified. Infiltrate Theon and win their favor. But is that really all? Actually, what if Zero Order personally left John Doe with another job? Unlike other First Orders, the First Order called John Doe performs special missions for Zero Order. What if there's another mission I don't know? I am working on it step by step. I had no choice but to give a vague answer. That's a relief. It wouldn't have been easy to proceed while avoiding Theon's suspicion. Was that all? It's almost time. A troublesome person is coming. I don't want to face it, so I have to go. It was rather fortunate for me. If he stayed longer, there would have been a hole in my stomach. John Doe, there will be an orders meeting soon. Esmeralda's seat is empty, so other First Orders should know that. An orders meeting, I vaguely thought there would be such a thing, but I didn't think I'd hear about it myself. But it was an opportunity for me to find out what the other First Orders are like. So how do I attend this meeting? Is he telling me to come on my own because the meeting is taking place? This is dangerous. I don't know where the meeting is. Zero Order, who was about to leave then, said, "You have what I gave you back then. It can't be done without it." He suddenly asked, and given the context of the conversation, it was clearly the key to the executive meeting. Zero Order. First of all, I'll say I'm sorry. What? As you know, I was caught in a train attack on my way to Theon that day. Train attack? Oh, you mean that. The Liberation Army did it. It was something we didn't expect either. Yes, and part of the luggage was lost because of the train attack. I'm ashamed. Zero Order stared at me silently. The gaze on the back of my head stings as I swallow my saliva quietly. To be honest, this is a risky, unexpected act, however. It was also an inevitable gamble. If that's the case, there was nothing you could have done. Take it. After saying so, the Zero Order placed a ring next to me. I rolled my eyes and checked the hand of the Zero Order. I felt it in his voice, but I was sure when I saw his hand. Surprisingly, Zero Order is a young man, however. His hands were not noticeable. So, is he a wizard or something else? I'll see you at the meeting. Zero Order left the words and disappeared with the wind. I looked at the ring next to me without saying a word, took it and put it in my arms. The presence of Zero Order has completely disappeared. I didn't get caught. I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. No wonder Zero Order appeared in Theon at this very moment. He's not a man I'll get to see easily. He even noticed the disappearance of Quasimodo. I was really nervous, just in case I got caught. I took out a tiny red jewel in my arms without saying a word. The energy of the hot fire was wriggling in the jewel. I thought he'd get caught with this. Quasimodo's energy of fire that I got after the fight. Chapter 177, Quasimodo eventually died, but as the tigers that leave behind their skin when they die, so did he. He left a red jewel when he died, and I packed it right away before anyone else noticed. I didn't check it properly, but I had a feeling that it was the nucleus of Quasimodo and the source of its power. It was a stone similar to a spirit stone that is created by the power of the spirits. In the case of Quasimodo, it can be called cryptid core, not spirit stone. I rolled the jewel over my finger and opened it gently. Heat swirled inside the red jewel, a flame that continues to burn and regenerate endlessly. This familiar feeling was the fire of Quasimodo, and it was a very interesting subject for me. I don't know how to use it, but it won't hurt to have it. It was fortunate that Zero Order didn't find out about this. Maybe that's even the reason he came. I was trying to breathe a sigh of relief, but a familiar person was approaching me from afar. A dazzling grey hair that is clearly visible even in the dark night, and at the same time, the inside of the hair was pink. It was a strange two-tone hair. I immediately changed my facial expression and hid the jewel. "You are here, President." The President, who always had a smile that was hard to understand, was uncharacteristically serious. "Mr. Roger, what the hell happened?" That resolute voice was full of will to hear the truth from me no matter what. I waited knowing this would happen and explained in detail what I had seen and experienced to the president. Naturally, it was a different truth from what the Zero Order had been told, with another lie added to it. This is what happened. Is that so? After hearing the story, the president covered his mouth with her hand. I kept an eye on the scene and was thinking of taking the questions in moderation. My head was dizzy, and my vision was spinning like a whirlpool swirling inside my skull. Is it because of the aftermath of excessive fighting and extreme tension? My body slowly leaned to the side. Mr. Roger. The last thing I saw was the bewildered look of the president, who looked at me and shouted in amazement. It was the first time I realized that she could show that expression. The magic festival of Theon ended successfully. There was no accident that I was worried about, and people were all satisfied and went back to their daily lives. The unsettled atmosphere has been completely reversed by one festival. But people won't know that, on the last day of the festival, a fire broke out while fireworks were in full swing. Some people were distracted by the flashy fireworks, but there were people who tried desperately behind the stage to prevent the fire from spreading. Still, it didn't cause any major damage, though. While reading the report of the warehouse fire in her office, Alyssa slipped the papers to one side of her desk and yawned gracefully. The fire at the logistics warehouse was almost finished because she, the president, stepped up herself, but she still thought at the words Roger had told her the day before. The culprit behind the logistics warehouse fire is Crollo Fabius. Alyssa, who crossed her arms, tapped her arms with her fingers. He was an honorary teacher who was staying in Theon thanks to the former president, probably. She didn't care about Crollo Fabius. Although he came from a family famous in the Derman kingdom, it was all in the past. The Fabius family fell under a curse, and the reason why such a person entered Theon was probably because he made some kind of deal with the former president. Alyssa didn't care if such a person was in Theon anyway, so she bothered with him. To take a teacher hostage in collusion with the Black Dawn Society. Alyssa reflected on what Roger said to her the previous day. The Black Dawn Society and Crollo Fabius joined hands. From the fire in the warehouse to the previous attack in the banquet hall, it was all by Crollo Fabius. Is that true? What happened to him? I killed him. The voice sounded so indifferent that it sounded as if he was saying that he had cleaned up the trash on the side of the road. He was practically impossible to subdue because he used the monster of fire that previously attacked the banquet hall. So you killed him. I was also in danger, so there was nothing I could do about it. If I left it alone, I could not guarantee the safety of teacher Selina either. I'm not trying to blame Mr. Roger. Rather, it's a relief that there were no deaths. It's just I was a little surprised. What she heard from Roger was quite shocking. Crollo Fabius joined hands with the Black Dawn Society to rebuild his family, and on the last day of the festival, taking advantage of the crowds, he must have been planning to launch a terrorist attack as he did in the banquet hall. However, thanks to Roger's performance, their plans ended up falling apart, and she even heard the shocking truth that Crollo Fabius was the culprit who caused the Roteng fire in the past. If the suppression of the incident was even a little late, the festival held after a long time might have been ruined at the end. The Black Dawn Society. When she checked, the external forces hiding in Theon were called the Black Dawn Society. The suspicious movements that had been caught inside Theon for a while were also them. Those who have been moving before must have also been them. Alyssa knew about the existence of the Black Dawn Society, but she didn't expect them to hide so deep in Theon. I've been ignoring them because there's been no direct contact so far. But after this festival, she has no choice but to change her attitude. I'm glad they were caught before an incident happened. On the last day of the festival, about 20 members of the Black Dawn Society were captured alive. Half of them by Aidan and the other freshmen, and half by Roger Chelisai. 2 people were killed, Crollo Fabius and Joanna Lovett. It would be fortunate if there were no fatalities. However, there were parts that were not clear. First of all, it's good that the situation ended safely thanks to Roger's actions. However, all of this was too neatly done. There are criminals and there are witnesses. I'm glad there were no victims. Not bad. It's a good thing. Things worked out strangely well. All the remnants of the Black Dawn Society hidden in Theon were captured alive, of which Crollo Fabius and Joanna Lovett, who led the Black Dawn Society, died. Except for the deaths of the 2 key members, miraculously, there were no victims, and all that happened was that teachers Selina and Roger were injured. Maybe. That's what Alyssa had in mind. What if Crollo Fabius wasn't the real killer? What if there's another killer and he blamed everything on Crollo Fabius? Alyssa soon shook her head. What am I thinking? Roger and Selina couldn't have been the culprits in the first place. Selina is a spirit user, but the spirits she has contracts with are intermediate-level spirits of water, wind, and earth. It was practically impossible to also have a highest-level fire spirit along with those three. It's impossible unless you have two souls in one body. Then what about Roger? Even more impossible. Just looking at the magic that Roger has shown so far is enough to already have an impact on academia. Besides, what about coordinate designation magic that has not been officially revealed yet? All of them were related to the manifestation system. Such a Roger also had a highest-level spirit of fire. Why would a talented person like that come to work as a teacher at Theon? In addition, Roger even burned his arm while saving Selina from the fire. If he had a contract with a spirit of fire, that injury didn't make sense. In the end, thinking rationally, the culprit was Crollo Fabius. Alyssa rubbed her cheeks with her hands. Yes, it's not good for my skin. She felt sorry for Roger, too. He saved Theon from a crisis while she was not present. Originally, that was her job as president. I'll have to give Mr. Roger a personal thank you later. Looking at the duel that day, it seemed like he lacked a little bit of mana, so should I bring him some healthy medicine? Knock, knock. While thinking like that, someone knocked on the door of the president's office. Alyssa's expression, which had been loosened, changed completely. Come on in. As soon as the permission was given, the door of the president's office opened, and a woman entered. She had beautifully colored hair that seems to have brought the blue color of the vast sky. Even the smell of water appeared as soon as she entered. Alyssa smiled at her. Nice to meet you, Miss Casey Selmore. Casey Selmore, a color wizard. She stared at Alyssa, and their eyes were tangled in the air. Theon hospital room, which would normally have been quiet, was unusually crowded. Teacher Selina, make sure you get well soon. Here's a hospital visit gift. I'll put the flowers here. Thank you all. The next day after the festival, students came to visit Selina after hearing that she was injured in an accident during the festival. I heard you got hurt while managing the firecracker warehouse. Are you all right? You must get well. Yes, I will. First of all, Selina is in the hospital room because of an accident caused by poor management of magic powder at the end of the festival. What happened in the logistics warehouse was kept secret, so the students all believed Selina had an accident. Maybe it's because she's usually popular, but Selina's hospital room was filled with bouquets of flowers for her recovery. Thank you all so much. Selina thanked the students who visited her one by one, even though she might be tired of too many visits. Some boys blushed and even stuttered at the bright smile. Who's making so much noise? At the same time, the blinds next to Selina were lifted. Oh, Mr. Roger, you have a lot of nerve to scream in a space where the patient has to rest. Would it be okay to call it a challenge to me? Sin, I am sorry. When Roger frowned, the students who had gathered rushed out. Roger shook his head at the sight. Teacher Selina, you don't have to force yourself to accept all the students' stubbornness. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have bothered you, Mr. Roger. The noisy students were at fault. It's not your responsibility. But you hurt yourself trying to save me, didn't you? In terms of the cause, Mr. Roger is in the hospital room because of me. I am the one who made the choice, and it's a wound that will heal soon. I just need to rest for half a day. That's why the two were assigned the same hospital room. Oh, you didn't you? At Roger's words, Selina wriggled her fingers. Well, I wanted you to stay longer should I say that I'm sad. I think it's a good opportunity. What did you just say? Oh, no, nothing. Selina, realizing that she was thinking out loud, waved her hand with a red face. Roger looked carefully at Selina and asked, Are you sick? Yes, yes, yes. Your face is red. Well, that's I mean. Selina closed her eyes tightly. I've never had any evil thoughts or thoughts that it would be nice to be with you. I really didn't. Yes. Oh, yes. Roger was bewildered by Selina's behavior, and he hoped she wasn't sick. No way am I being watched. It was probably because she shared the same room with a man, right? Even though it was only for half a day, it seems that she certainly lacked consideration. Selina, on the other hand, blamed herself for saying that. I am a fool. I didn't have to talk this much. It was an opportunity to be alone with Roger for a long time, but she couldn't talk properly. But it's hard to bear. Just looking at his face makes my heart explode. Selina placed her hand on her chest. which was still beating like crazy. This feeling, it's the first time. So she has no idea what to do next or how to deal with Roger. Should I ask Miss Merrilda later? When I was thinking about that, Roger closed the blinds again. Ah, Selina had no choice but to suck her fingers in regret. Lying on the bed, Roger had a ring in his pocket. Zero Order said that there will be a meeting of executives and handed it over. Does that mean that there is some kind of device in this ring? Roger looked around at the ring. What about this? There was a gleam in his eyes. Chapter 178, Cone 178. Wolves and Crows. 1. Casey Selmore and Alyssa Willow were staring at each other in silence. A strange tension hung between the two in the seemingly serene and peaceful sight. However, the two were busy trying to gauge the other person inwardly. Casey Selmore was a genius detective and a wizard with the title color. Such a person witnessed the fire that day and hasn't said anything yet. What the hell is she up to? Just as Alyssa was wary of Casey, Casey was wary of Alyssa. Alyssa Willow, Theon's youngest president and a sixth-rank wizard. Her every action was calculated, and Casey couldn't read her at all. Moreover, a strange glow emanated from her distinctive golden eyes. I don't know exactly what kind of power it is, but I can't let my guard down. Casey was able to guess the job and characteristics of the other person only by their small habits, but nothing could be read from Alyssa. She was simply an ironclad woman. She called me to talk about the fire yesterday. Casey decided to stop fighting and ask the other person. She doesn't have to be hostile anyway. When she looked around the fire scene the day before, Casey thought she was responsible in her own way. Shall we stop measuring each other and talk about what happened yesterday? When Casey came out honestly, Alyssa also nodded her head. Oh my, I'd love to. That's why I called you. The two women who signed the peace agreement sat facing each other. I heard that Miss Selmore witnessed the incident yesterday. Can you tell me more about it? Casey is enough. I don't really like using the family name. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. Anyway, to continue with the story, I'll have to explain how I found the scene in the first place. Casey explained how she met Roger and handed him her business card, and even how Roger used her business card when he captured the Black Dawn Society members in the middle of the night. I never thought he'd use the business card I personally handed over in such a place. Casey still felt it was ridiculous even now. On the contrary, Elisha, who was listening with interest, thought that that's how Roger would act. Did Detective Casey saw the criminal herself? Unfortunately, I couldn't. When I arrived at the warehouse, the fire in the warehouse was already about to spread around. I was busy trying to stop it. Really, but I'm sure something unusual happened inside. Although she was blocking the fire in a place a little away from the warehouse, she couldn't help but remember the strong wavelength that burst from the inside. She still remembered the powerful mana that made her skin numb. The man named Roger Chelisai. What the hell is he? Casey asked impatiently. The magic felt in the warehouse was definitely more than the fifth rank, close to the sixth rank. Even if he was a Theon's teacher, it shouldn't be possible for him to use such magic. Did the president in front of me disguise herself at that time? No, there's no way I wouldn't recognize her. And the magic of the water that followed. In the end, Casey could only come up with one guess. The man named Roger Chelisai is Theon's secret weapon that the president brought in. On the other hand, Alyssa did not understand the purpose of the question for a moment. Who is Mr. Roger? He's not an unusual person, but is she that wary of him? Alyssa, who did not see Roger's magic, had no choice but to wonder why Casey was asking that. She wants information about him. Alyssa had to make clear what kind of person Roger is. He's just one of our great teachers. Is that so? Casey narrowed her eyes at the vague answer. She's fooling around. Alyssa was blatantly refusing to hand over Roger's information to her. Yeah, she won't give me that much information about her person. Does the president know that Roger is at least a fifth-rank wizard? Maybe she intentionally planted her own person in Theon. Casey was well aware of the division of aristocratic and commoner factions within Theon. She sneaked in a knife to gain an edge in internal factional politics. There's nothing strange about it. Alyssa was likely to know that Roger's skills were greater than originally known. Then there is no need to say here that Roger has used at least 5 great spells. Anyway, as the president has already heard it, there was a fight inside after Mr. Roger went into the warehouse, and after that, he came out with the saved hostage. That's all. I heard you checked the inside of the warehouse after the incident ended. Did you find anything there? A discovery? I do not know. Alyssa narrowed her eyes at Casey's vague answer. Is she hiding something? Contrary to Alyssa's suspicion, Casey had nothing to hide because there were no traces left inside the warehouse. It was not an ordinary flame, so even the bodies were burned and disappeared. The only trace that can be recognized is the scar caused by a terrifying magic collision. No matter how good of a detective Casey was, she couldn't find a clue in the burned-out warehouse. The only thing that bothers me is the rat's footprints on the floor. Burnt ashes on the ground with traces of rats on it. But there's no way there are no rats in such a warehouse. Most of all, Casey didn't think much about it because she hated mice. There was no trace since everything was burned down. I didn't see a body. I see. After all, the only thing I can rely on is Mr. Rogers' testimony. I guess so, but I don't think what he said was wrong. He fought and got hurt. He must have hoped that the festival would end safely. Alyssa also nodded her head. Teacher Roger is a person like that. There was a brief silence between the two, and the ostentatious conversation ended here. The real issue started now. So, you said you wanted something from me. When she first called Casey to her office, Casey made a request to Alyssa. You want to conduct the interrogation of the captured Black Dawn members yourself? Yes. If it's not rude, may I ask why? Alyssa's eyes, which were smiling all the time, changed sharply, but Casey replied proudly, not avoiding her gaze. There's someone I really want to catch. What is it? I was analyzing the ring and suddenly got a chill. Is it because I lack mana? I thought it'd be fine now because I'm almost recovered, but maybe it's the aftermath of excessive use of my strength while fighting with Quasimodo. By the way, this ring. I didn't think it was normal at the time Zero Order gave it, but when I checked, it was more than that. There is a magic imprint on the inside of the ring. There were engravings along the inside of the ring that were difficult even for masters to craft. The skill of the craftsman is good, but the engraved magic engraving is not easy. The moment you wear this and use magic, it's supposed to work naturally. Does the effect make the user fall asleep? It's different from normal sleep. Rather, it makes it seem like you are falling asleep and is more like moving your consciousness elsewhere. Division of consciousness, and then the specific impossible coordinates. I immediately realized what this ring was for. The ring is the key, and where I can get through that key in a dream. The magic engraved on the ring was dream magic. Dream walk, it is a magic that makes you enter or dream of the other person's dream. It is a special type of magic, not a conventional type of magic, and it is closer to the spiritual side than the physical one. However, among the special types of magic, which are difficult to learn and are mostly passed down by one person, dream magic was surprisingly easy to learn. It was small, but there was a separate school for dream magic. Even so, there must be a limited number of students. Does one of the dream walkers belongs to the Black Dawn Society? Dream School, which can use dream magic, is a famous place where freaks gather. I know this fact because I have an acquaintance there. The magic itself is not dangerous. In other words, it leads users to the dream world and brings them together. The executives' meeting will be in a dream. That's pretty good. In this way, there is no need to be worried that others will track you. However, it was not without risk. Dream magic wanders around the unconscious, so if you do it wrong, you can fall into the deep world of the unconscious. This unconscious world is called Dreamland. The name alone sounds like a place full of hope, like an amusement park, but the reality is the opposite. Dreamland is a mindless pit created by countless overlapping human dreams, unconsciousness, and in-depth consciousness. It wouldn't matter as long as you only wander around the surface consciousness, but people can't handle what's deeper than that. One scholar argued that another world unfolds in the depths of Dreamland, and that it is an unknown world where something spiritual exists, just like the spirit world. But nothing has actually been revealed yet. It won't be a big problem if we meet in the surface world. Zero Order said he would hold a meeting of executives soon. Since he didn't specify the time, does he want to contact me separately? An executive meeting. There are a total of 7 First Orders in the Black Dawn Society. One of them, Esmeralda or Quasimodo, has disappeared, so there are 6 left. Not even 6. Since the real John Doe died, there would be 5. But I couldn't let my guard down just because there were only 5 people left. In other words, there are 5 more strong beings who are about the same as Quasimodo. And even their pinnacle, Zero Order. People might think that Quasimodo is a slightly unusual case, but that's a very hopeful observation. Among the 5 first orders left, the one I know is Victor Dreadful. Known as the Doctor, he was closely related to the Shamsa school during the werewolf incident. He's a crazy scientist, and he has a specialty in research, transforming humans into werewolves. Excluding him, there are 4 first orders left. It was necessary to know the personal information of the 4. As he set his goals, the front door of the hospital room became noisy again. As soon as he chased the students away, new people came again. I was looking at the scenery outside the window through the blinds because I was too lazy to open them. With the sound of footsteps approaching this way, the blinds suddenly opened. I thought he was a student who came to see Selina, but she had something to do with me. What is it? Looking back at who it was, I saw a familiar figure. Flora Lumos and her best friend, Cheryl Wagner. Flora asked me with a look of nervousness. I heard you were hurt. Well, as you can see, I showed my right arm with a moderate bandage. Does it hurt a lot? It's not that bad of a wound. I'm better, but I'm just taking a rest for stability. So when I was about to ask why I came, something popped out in front of my eyes. It was a fruit basket. When I stared at Flora with a look of what this was, she blushed and avoided my gaze. I didn't bring it because I was worried about you. It's embarrassing to come empty-handed, so Cheryl kept asking me to buy this. Flora winked at Cheryl. What are you doing? You're not going to answer. My arm hurts. I'll take it. I received Flora's fruit basket and put it next to me. Even if she pretended not to, it was obvious that she came to visit the hospital because she was worried about me. I didn't think anyone would come to see me except for Selina. Still, I didn't spend my time as a teacher in vain. Thinking like that, the door to the hospital room opened again and new people came in. Mr. Roger, are you all right? Aiden, you're noisy. Please keep quiet in the hospital room. Aiden, Leo, as well as Tracy Fried and Iona O'Valley. I didn't expect these guys to come. The hospital room became noisy again with the appearance of the 4. Of course, it was Aiden who usually asked me where I was sick and if I was feeling well. I'm sure all the people who will come are here now. Was that a complacent idea? Is Mr. Roger there? The door to the hospital room opened carefully and another visitor came in. Oh, isn't that Renee? There was a small basket in Ren's arms, which timidly entered the hospital room. It wasn't just Renee who came in. There was also Erendia, the 3rd princess, with her. Renee opened her eyes wide as she looked at the students in the hospital room. The students in the hospital room also opened their eyes wide when they saw Erendia with Renee, and even the person behind them. Oh, there was one more person behind Renee and Erendia. Freuden Ulberg. Why is he here? After seeing Freuden, Leo's expression became cold, but Freuden was staring at me as if he didn't mind such a gaze. I also looked at him and wondered why someone who has no contact with me came to this place. He was staring blankly at me, and soon Freud opened his mouth. It's been a while. Everyone present widened their eyes. Only I kept staring at Freuden with an expressionless face. This guy, chapter 179, cone 179. Wolves and crows. 2. Everyone's eyes widened at the words, "It's been a long time," and they looked at Roger and Freuden in turn. They were asking with their eyes if they knew each other, and it was the same with Renee who brought Freuden. Ha! Did they know each other? Originally, Renee was going to visit the hospital alone, but Erendia said he would go with her, and on top of that, Freuden, who did not fit in with others, said he would also go. Looking at Freuden's attitude of talking to Roger, it didn't seem like they had met for the first time. She thought they've known each other for a long time. At that time, Roger said in a clueless tone, "I don't understand what you're saying. This is the first time we've met. I see. I must have misunderstood something." Freuden responded gently to Rogers, who clearly drew a line. If a stranger saw it, it was a reaction that seemed to be mistaken because he really saw the wrong person. Then Erendia stepped up and said, "I came to see Mr. Roger and Miss Selina because they said you were hurt. Here's your present." Erendia said so and pushed Renee back. Renee, who suddenly stepped forward, blushed with embarrassment. "Mr. Roger, here you are." "Oh, yes, thank you." Roger, who received the basket, left it next to the fruit basket Flora gave him. Flora, who was watching the scene, was annoyed for no reason. "What? You just said you'd take it and didn't say thank you." Was he discriminating against people? But beyond that, the presence of Freudian and Erendia further distracted her. Erendia, 3rd princess, likes to meddle so she can appear here. That Freuden guy. What the hell is he thinking by coming here? Basically, Freuden is a man who never moves unless he has a clear goal. The steps of the grand nobility should be heavy enough to match its weight. Flora agrees with that, but the place now is not where Freuden would come by any stretch of the imagination. There must be something I don't know. When Flora thought about it, the students gathered in the hospital room greeted each other lightly. "Oh, nice to meet you. I've seen you in class, but it's your first time we're talking, right? My name is Erendir. Yes, my name is Aiden. Nice to meet you, senior. Erendir's expression quickly loosened, as she didn't know she would be called senior by anyone other than Renee. Erendir and Aiden's party became so easily acquainted. To be exact, Erendir's attitude of approaching them in a friendly manner was a problem because she was wary of the word senior. What is this? I don't feel any dignity. Is she pretending to be close on purpose? Leo, who belonged to the Liberation Army, was initially wary of Erendir, but based on her loose attitude, he decided that it was unnecessary. In fact, it is safe to say that the third princess doesn't have any power because it's all held by her sister, the first princess. Even so, Erendir had the blood of the imperial family. She looks like a person who can't make friends. It was a surprisingly accurate decision, but Leo dismissed his idea, thinking, is that possible? More than that, I can't believe that the imperial princess and the children of two of the three great dukes are gathered in one of these hospital rooms. Leo's eyes naturally turned toward Aiden, and the unique user of anti-magic. Next was Iona, the daughter of a great lineage of the Suins. Well, Tracy's just a talented kid. She would have been angry if she had heard the overly brief evaluation herself. And even me, an agent of the Liberation Army who hid his identity. What a strange combination, Leo thought. Still, in terms of his status alone, the third princess is the highest. Oh my, you can call me Nunar more comfortably instead of senior. Hold on a second, don't get too close to Aiden. Seeing Tracy was trying to stop Erendir from approaching the knave Aiden, Leo felt like an idiot for being nervous. The short but noisy visit ended, and Selina, who sent the students away, smiled as if she had enjoyed it. It's been a noisy day. Thanks to you, for that matter, Mr. Rudger didn't really kick the students out, did he? There were even children who came to see Mr. Rudger this time. That's Teacher Rudger is also popular with students. Popular? Rudger didn't think he was that much. The popular one should be Selina since her bed was full of get-well gifts. But I think it's all over now. I came to see you. The door rattled open and Merylda came in. Rudger, who tried to speak, had no choice but to sigh at Merylda. What is it? Sighing at people. No, it's just that I suddenly feel tired. Are you not fully rested yet? You can rest more. That's all right. I'm going to get some fresh air. When Rudger left the hospital room, Merylda, who was left alone, looked back at Selina with sparkling eyes. So Selina, yes, how was it? Talk to me. You two were together. Well, that's I. Selina broke out in a cold sweat at Merylda's gaze, like a predator trying to eat her prey. Rudger left the building and walked moderately nearby. In addition, Selina and Merylda seemed to have something to talk about, so he left them alone. In addition, Rudger also had an appointment. While walking with that thought, he found someone blocking his way and stopped. Rudger's eyes shone sharply as he recognized his opponent, Freuden Ulberg. Freuden, who had his name called, did not give any answer and just stared at Rudger with an expressionless face. Were you waiting for me to come out? I have something to do personally. I'm sorry, but I have nothing to say to you. Go back. Despite the order, Freuden did not budge and Rudger frowned. What are you trying to do? Do you really not know me? I don't know what you're talking about. Even if you're talking nonsense, you should consider the other person. Rudger passed by Freuden's side as if he didn't have to listen anymore. If they couldn't communicate, he would just leave, but Freuden spoke. You hid your identity and became a teacher to appear in front of her again. Rudger stopped walking while Freuden turned to look at Rudger and stared at him with a stern look. What on earth were you thinking by coming here? Sigh. A sigh that came out of Rudger's mouth, and Freudian eyebrows wriggled at the action. Rudger turned his head and looked at Freuden with half-opened eyes. I thought you were a kid who didn't know anything. Did you remember? Then he raised his lips and made a sneer at Freuden. Ulberg puppy. So what happened? At Merylda's persistent question, Selina couldn't win in the end and had no choice but to confess everything. That she fainted in the flames, and that Rudger jumped directly into the fire to save her. Oh my God, it's so romantic. She liked this kind of story, so Merylda didn't hide her interest. Merelda, you're not worried about my injury, are you? No way. Of course I was worried. But looking at the current situation, I didn't need to ask. Really? Of course. I was more curious than that. What are you so curious about? What happened with Mr. Roger? Selina was flustered and stuttered at the unexpected question, while Merelda smiled playfully at the sight. There was, right. You can't say it because you're flustered. It's not like that. What do you mean? There was something. You just have to be honest with me. Not yet. Selina, who shouted in anger, finally realized her mistake and covered her mouth with her hands, but it was too late. Really, not yet. Teacher Merelda is so clever. Selina is too naive. That's not true. I'm not naive. A person who is not really naive doesn't even talk like that. Selina had nothing to refute, so she just patted the bed with her fist. So what happened? I don't know. What's wrong with you? Of course I am asking you how far you've gone with Mr. Roger. It's not like that. You can't fool my eyes. When Mr. Roger left just a while ago, you looked at him with a disappointed gaze. Selina's face turned red like autumn leaves at Merelda's sharp point, and Merelda laughed, while thinking she is still naive. Of course, if she said it out loud, Selina would be mad and wouldn't speak for a while. Selina, it's a long-awaited opportunity for the two of you, so try your best. Honestly, I don't know. I've never done this before. Selina, whose cheeks flushed red, said hesitantly, as if she had the warmth of a warm spring. Teacher Roger is an amazing person. Smart, cool, strong, and very popular with students, but I can only handle spirits, and I always act like a fool. It was the anxiety in Selina's heart. She said that she doesn't fit with someone like Roger. Instead, she was closer to looking up to him. He's such a great person that he wouldn't even notice someone like her. I don't deserve him. What qualifications? Merelda lightly dismissed Selina's concerns. Selina, you're too insecure. I'm sure there's a long line of guys who like you. What? That can't be true. Ah, have you ever seen such an innocent girl? This is how it feels to put a child on the water. I'm not a child. And who are you with? What qualifications do you need? It's weird and wrong to argue about that. That's anyway, there's only one piece of advice I can give you. Just bump into each other naturally, just like usual. Wouldn't that work? What do you mean, I am usually? For Selina, Merelda's advice was not well received. Esmeralda, who used to be her real self, was gone. And if you're really struggling, why don't you ask for advice? Advice-o. Selina grabbed Merelda's hands as if she had an idea. Then, Merelda, help me. What? Merelda was embarrassed because she didn't know Selina would suddenly be so active. Merelda must know how to win a man's heart. Mimi, why do you think so? Teacher Merelda is the master of dating. The master of dating. Me. According to what I heard, you are the queen of society. Merelda was speechless at her words. No, but it's like I'm showing off at first. She didn't want to look cheap, so she pretended to be a little strong. But that behavior came back like a boomerang. In the first place, I don't know a man's heart. Although she was now showing off her gorgeous, mature appearance in the past, Merelda had a typical image of an outsider, wearing large glasses that covered her entire face and her bangs. She has never held a man's hand properly, and the number of people she has dated is 0. The reason why she specialized in her curse magic is because she cursed while watching couples playing together. How much effort did she put into making a love potion that didn't even exist for the person she had a crush on secretly? She still sometimes thinks that she wanted to die when she remembers the memory of that day. Can I really give dating advice? She wanted to decline Selina's request. But how can I refuse if she looks at me with such expectations? Selina's eager gaze with glistening eyes was something hard to refuse, and in the end, Merelda was forced to raise the white flag. Yes, I see. Let me help you. Wow, really? That is very thoughtful of you, teacher Merelda. What do you mean by that? Merelda, who saw Selina's true love, broke out in a cold sweat inside. There was no turning back now. There was a chilly air between Roger and Freuden. I don't know how long it's been. Has it been about 10 years? It was almost 12 years ago in terms of the number of years. Was it 12 years ago? You were a total kid at that time. At that time, you were much younger than now, too. But now you look like an aristocrat. You've grown up pretty well. Stop talking nonsense. Freuden snarled Roger. More than that, you didn't answer the question I just asked. Why are you here? Is there any reason why I shouldn't come here? A man like you have a reason to come here. And in the first place, your name wasn't Roger Chelisai. You're talking as if you know me well. The wind swept through between the two, and Freuden clenched his fist. How did you approach her? I don't know what you're talking about. You thought I didn't know you handed her a magic book and helped her. Do you want to atone for it now? The word atonement weighed heavily on Roger's chest, but Freuden continued. The enemy who killed her mother with his hands. Chapter 180, Cone 180. Wolves and Crows 3. At Freuden's angry words, Roger closed his eyes quietly. Are you going to pretend you don't know now? Give me an excuse. Roger, who closed his eyes, thought of Renee. Yes, I was certainly surprised when I first met her in Theon. I didn't know we'd meet in a place like this. But that's all. Since they didn't know each other anymore anyway, he didn't make it obvious and didn't pretend to know. To be exact, he was close to a position where he shouldn't pretend to know. But is this what fate is all about? While on patrol for the first time, he intervened in the Renee quarrel with an aristocratic student and solved it. After that, he saved her when she was almost attacked by a werewolf. When she realized her non-attribute magic, he handed her a book that he had had for a long time. He also saved her from the attack of Quasimodo at the banquet hall. At some point, their meeting increased, and when I came to my senses, we became close just like in the old days. The kite of the past did not stop at Renee. Another party closely related to the events of the day was present in Theon. Is this also because of that decision? Roger recalled Wren's eyes and the power she hadn't yet discovered. From that day 12 years ago to now, it was highly likely that the relationship of that day, which had been skipped for a long time, would be faced again here in Theon due to the power of fate. In a world where gods and magic, different races and mysteries exist, it was not strange for fate to exist too. It is impossible to argue about what has already happened now. Now, Freuden Ulberg was staring at him. The cheeky and arrogant little boy from 12 years ago had grown up without forgetting what happened that day. That's why I had no choice but to go wild. What do you want me to do? What? After all, it's a thing of the past. What is your intention for revealing it and saying that to me? You, Freuden's eyes were disgusted with Roger. I thought you kept that day in mind because of regret and guilt. That's why you came to Theon to help her. Don't be mistaken. Roger laughed off Freuden's words. I came here with what happened 12 years ago. You should stop saying funny things. Then why are you here? That's why did he come to Theon? Roger, who recalled the reason, was speechless. You don't have to know that. As expected, did he read something from his expression? Freuden had rather strong doubts. At least in Freudian memory, Roger was a hidden wanderer. Then he suddenly became a teacher of Theon under the name of a fallen aristocrat. Even in the year when she entered school as a freshman, it cannot be a coincidence. You try to deny it, but I know what purpose you came here for. What a load of crap. Even if you act so brazenly, the sin you committed that day will not disappear. Even if you're nice to her due to your guilty conscience, do you think she wants it? So what are you going to do? Are you going to go to Renee and tell her everything? When Roger asked, Freuden closed his mouth. Yeah, you can't tell her because you also knew that she had lost her memory, otherwise you would have said it until now. I am not like you. You and I both know what happened that day, but you're ignoring it. If you thought it was wrong, shouldn't you just say everything? What do you know to say that? You don't even know how I feel. Ha, should I know that? Freuden stared at Roger with bloodshot eyes. His fists trembled, but he did nothing more. You can do that if you want to do it. I don't care. At Roger's provocation, Freuden bit his lip. He stared strongly at Roger for the last time and soon turned his back and left. If he continued to face Roger like this, he would be unable to control himself. You little thing. Roger sighed a little as he looked at the back of Freuden, who was moving away. There's nothing in the world that's not tiring. I've already heard of the name Freuden Ulberg. However, I thought he forgot everything because it happened a long time ago. He was an aristocrat at the time, and Renee was the daughter of an unknown commoner woman. But in retrospect, it was also funny to think that he would easily forget what happened that day. Just as Freuden didn't forget what happened that day, Roger also hasn't forgotten what happened that day. Now that he's gone, you can come out. Hans. Oh my God. When Roger said, Hans, who was hiding, appeared from behind a tree. Sorry, brother, I didn't mean to listen. I know. We were going to meet each other, but it's because he intervened. Are you better than that? Looks like you've been caught. Isn't it only a matter of time before you get caught if you keep going like this? Hans recalled the reaction Freuden had shown Roger a while ago. Based on the reaction alone, it was highly likely that Freuden knew that Roger used a false identity. You don't have to worry about that. What? Did you prepare something in advance? There's no need to be prepared, Roger said, paying attention to the place where Freuden disappeared. He can't say it anyway. I am the same person as him. What Roger said still lingered in his mind, and anger boiled cold in Freuden's heart. Rather, you should have said sorry as soon as you saw me and her from the beginning. But what was his reaction? He brazenly entered Theon and remained ignorant until the end. Rather, he even approached René naturally. It was Freuden's honest feelings that he wanted to reveal everything Roger had done in the past. But there was a catch at the same time. Roger is already a teacher who has gained fame in Theon. Now that he is a student, if he says that Roger's identity is all false and that he has done wrong in the past, who will believe it? In the first place is that there's no real evidence left. There is no evidence and no justification to bring down Roger. On the contrary, it may hurt the reputation of the Ulberg family. Did he make his reputation like an iron fortress in case this happened? And there was one more reason why he didn't want to tell the truth. His pride did not allow it. Spreading rumors with his weaknesses was tantamount to admitting that he could not win face to face. Even though he knew it's not rational, he couldn't accept it. Even so, René needs to know this. René is a victim of Roger's crime. It was not enough to go through that terrible incident that day. Hey, memory was also changed. Senior Freuden, are you done with your business? Just in time, he ran into René, who was passing by. Erendia went somewhere else. Now that she was alone, it was his chance, so Freuden approached René. René, Senior, did something happen? You don't look good. I have something to tell you. He had to tell her about what happened that day and the missing piece of her life. Freuden spoke with that in mind. But strangely, his voice didn't come out, as if it was blocked by something. Senior. Freuden was suddenly scared at the sight of René, asking back innocently, if he tells the whole truth, will René be happy? That can't be true. He was sure René will be sad if she finds out the truth. The teacher she trusted and relied on, in fact, was the one who erased her memory and killed her mother. What tragedy was this? Was it right to make her recall memories that can hurt under the name of truth? It was this point that made Freuden hesitate. Can René handle this truth? Maybe I'm trying to do something that will hurt her again. Obviously, even if a person is hurt and sad, he or she can overcome it and move on, but that's just idealism. There are far more people in the world who cannot overcome their wounds because not everyone is a Superman. The average person cries and collapses at the slightest failure. What is more irresponsible than advising people to just overcome their sadness? Does she really deserve that? He wished he didn't know from the beginning and suddenly remembered what Roger said a while ago. You and I are the same. It was Freuden himself who was angry at the words. However, at this moment of hesitation, Freuden secretly admitted that he was right. No, I'm not like him. He had to prove that he was different from someone who lies and deceives people, so he shouldn't be silent here. Senior. Ren's pure eyes were looking at him with worry. The moment he saw the starlight of the night sky in them, Freuden felt his whole body relax. Are you all right? Yes, it's all right. What do you want to talk about? No, it's nothing. In the end, Freuden did not say anything. He couldn't. I'm sorry, I wasted your time. What? No, no, absolutely not. Go ahead. I'll be going too. Freuden turned his back and slowly walked away from René. I couldn't tell you. In the end, he also deceived René. He also knew that he was the same as Roger and hated himself for it. Nevertheless, he couldn't say. I didn't want to hurt you. He didn't want to see her cry. He didn't want to see her sad. Even if he falls like the man he hates the most, he could only protect her innocence now. René, you probably don't remember that day's meeting. He was sure she won't be able to remember it in the future, but it was okay. Cause ill remember. At the same time, Roger, a man with everything fake, came to mind. The behavior of the man who did not stop him, but rather provoked him as if to show off. He knew from the start that I would never be able to speak. Freuden clenched his fist. He didn't feel good to be played by Roger. Yes, I admit it. Now I don't have the power to bite you. I have to put up with it now, but if I get a change, Ulberg wolves never miss a chance to bite their prey. It's okay to ignore Freuden Ulberg for now. He's not a proper wolf yet. I don't know later, but I don't have to worry about him right now. What? Oh, yes, if that's what brother says. Hans replied indifferently, but Roger said so much, so he didn't take it seriously. For now, I collected information in my own way while organizing it while brother was away. Fortunately, yesterday's warehouse fire was judged as an accident caused by insufficient management of firecrackers. The president will end it like that. Little is known about this case, so everyone seems to be thinking so except for a few. It's good that the case won't escalate. Since there are some captured people, I think more than that will be a waste of time and manpower. What happened to the remnants of the Black Dawn Society? For now, they are detained inside Theon, but the subtle thing about this is, Hans said, scratching his cheek. Surprisingly, the blue-haired lady seems to be interrogating them. You mean Casey Selmore? I checked that she entered the president's office, but I don't know after that. However, it is certain that there was some kind of transaction there. That's what I wanted. Is it because of the bait from that day? I know you did it on purpose. Hans asked in a slightly worried tone. Will you be all right? She seemed to have a strong temper. It's not that it's hard, but it's actually a bit of a bummer. If such a girl finds out that she has been taken advantage of, aren't you going to be a little tired? That's true. Roger was also convinced of what Hans was worried about. Of course, he can comfortably say that he can keep it a secret without being caught for the rest of his life. But is there no guarantee that Casey Selmore will not catch him in the future? Maybe she will notice something strange when she reaches a certain step. What then? What can I do? I will deal with it then. Isn't that too irresponsible? Irresponsible would be right. Who knew that she would follow what happened 3 years ago until now? Then you're in trouble. What? 3 years ago, you used her then, too. In the Kingdom of Delica, 3 years ago, Roger actively used Casey Selmore as James Moriarty there. She acted on his behalf to dig in a case that involved the nation. If you get caught later, aren't you going to pay for the 3-year one at once? I heard that she came to this city right away, too. If Casey Selmore finds out that she has been used twice by the same person, well, brother, I hope I won't get caught, what? But you just said that the detective lady will definitely notice one day. I did. Then what are you going to do then? In fact, it was a part that he didn't think too much about. He had other things to care about, not other than Casey Selmore, but if that really happens, he'll have to run away again. Oh my. Hans sighed as if he knew it. Hans, that's not the point now. Then what is it? Hans, who was trying to ask back, saw Roger's expression and a thought came into his mind. Brother expression doesn't look good when Roger, who never changed his expression, made that face. It meant that he was nervous. Come on, what the hell's going on? Roger closed his eyes and sighed. Because of this, my teacher may have noticed that I am here. Chapter 181, Cone 181. Silver Sun. 1. It, who was asleep, woke up much earlier than usual. In the darkness, where nothing was seen, as if the ink had been poured on it, only red eyes like red jade shone magically. It slowly rose to its feet. Normally, it would have killed time here blankly, but this time it didn't because it felt something familiar ing from afar. The smell of blood. This is my blood. The light slowly returned to the slightly blurred eyes. Soon, when the fog in its head completely cleared up, it smiled as if it was funny. You bloody disciple. When you ran away, you secretly drew my blood and then ended up using it. The emotion in the voice was more intense than irritation and anger. But I thought the blood he took wouldn't be used because I taught and raised him hard. As long as the student was not a fool, he knew that it could sense his location as soon as he used the blood. That means that he was forced to use it. It's fun. He's a bad disciple, but he's still a great guy. Nevertheless, to use it blood means that he was caught in something interesting. I got interested. It is an existence far from the world. Surrounded by boredom, it turned its back on the world and lived a quiet life alone, paying no attention to anything outside. But when it smelled its blood from far away, the boredom disappeared. Its blood boiled when it found out that its disciple was going through something interesting somewhere. It's been a long time. Why am I moving like this? It needed to take a look at the outside world and see how much it changed. What will the world look like after a long time? The sin that caused this master to move its heavy steps. You will have to pensate me with ample pleasure. Roger trembled unknowingly. Are you okay? No, it's not okay. This is definitely not okay. Is it because of your teacher? Yes. Hans, who didn't know about Roger's teacher, didn't understand why he was so scared. Still, from what he heard from him vaguely, his teacher is a great wizard and a wanderer. Even taking that into account, is there any need for a person of Roger's caliber to fear such a person? Aren't you exaggerating too much? When you talk about your master, brother's reaction is like someone who saw death before he died. Actually, master is like a death guard. Haha, brother, your jokes have improved a lot. Hands, where do you think I learned these magic and skills in the first place? Well, I thought you just learned it on your own because you're such a genius. At Hans's words, Roger shook his head. I'm not a genius, as I said many times. Most of the technology I use was pioneered by others, and I just copied it. No. Usually, even if there is a pioneer, no one can copy it all. Why can't I do it? Hans gave up because Roger's standard is so high that it is too much to underestimate himself. He won't listen to him if he talks. Hans, think about it. Why don't I reveal it to others even if it seems like I've accomplished something great? Isn't it because your standard is too high? No, I have my own pride. The pride of letting others know what was not in the world and what others didn't know. There was. But why are you being timid? Why? Because I didn't like my teacher. Even Roger's magic source code, that people are drooling after, was dismissed by his teacher. Rather, he was criticized for showing off with just that. Roger didn't think it was a disgraceful feeling of jealousy. In the first place, it was Roger who came up with the basic gist of the source code, but it was his teacher who played the biggest role in creating it. At the same time, it never claimed his ownership. That was how his teacher was like. Roger has been growing up looking at such a teacher's back since he was young. It was for that reason that his standard of seeing something was inevitably different from others. No, if your brother says so, how great is that teacher? It is a monster. I risked dying several times because of Master. Hans was stunned by Roger's confident words. Monster. It's still his teacher. Can he use that word? However, he said it so seriously that Hans had no choice but to nod with a puzzled face. What a son of a gun. Don't curse, right? Or I'm sorry. To be honest, swearing is unfortable. Hans became embarrassed for no reason. Well, if you say so. Yes, let's call it a day. First of all, it would be nice to say that the incident in Theon has not spread anywhere else and has been concluded internally. And brother removed a first order of the Black Dawn Society himself. This is a great feat. Roger shook his head. It's safe to say that the most likely risk has been reduced, but I can't relax yet. I won't give up on the Black Dawn Society. He still felt chilly when he remembered that Zero Order came to Theon. They'll step back now, but you never know when they'll act again. So before that, we have to start from here. Hans had no choice but to nod. What happened now to finding their hideout, which I ordered at that time? Peluma extract, a material derived from the ingredients of the reagent that was conducting the werewolf experiment. The other day, Roger ordered Hans to search the Boltonung city where Peluma grows. Of course, he didn't think the information would be found immediately. I was about to speak about that. But Hans was more petant than he thought. It's easy to find it right away if the location is specified. As brother said the other day, I discovered movements of suspicious people in Boltonung city. What's the possibility it's them? More than 90%. He was almost certain. They're in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Boltonung and are holding hands with a nearby gang to maintain their power. Didn't they notice something and try to run away? They didn't. It seems they didn't think we caught their tail. The laboratory where the Shamsa school was working was completely gone, but they must have been convinced that even if investigators gathered all the data there, they would not discover them. There's one more place I need to visit soon. I'll be ready. Hans, who was quick-witted, immediately understood Roger's meaning and answered. Roger nodded satisfactorily. As a result, it was safe to say that most of the things to be sorted out were over. Of course, there are things that haven't been pleated yet. For example, Devian Bertag, who fought in the final of the magic duels. As Roger's seal control technique was released, he saw the appearance of a guard that existed beyond. Roger was glad that he stopped in the middle. If he was a little late, Devian would have been an idiot. But what will Devian Bertag say when he eased to his senses? Well, even if he talks about what he saw, no one will believe him, and he will be treated as a lunatic. At least it was obvious that teachers from noble factions would be wary of him and closely watch him. The same is true of being involved with the Lumos family at the outdoor banquet hall. He didn't think a man like Caden Lumos would go through with it, but it's better to go on like this. Now that he was famous, Roger had to pay attention to public reputation and politics. In the future, many people will up to him and try to cling to him or obtain something from him. The nobles are insidious. and will stab him in the back if he lets his guard down, so he needed to show them how dangerous it is to touch me carelessly. If he simply stays calm, they will look down on him in the end, so he had to show them that even if his opponent is a duke, he wouldn't back down. That was a sort of territory declaration, and he also got points from the president for the incident. It was his calculation that, in the grand scheme of things, there was nothing to lose. Hans, is there anything you want to say? Hans, who was supposed to leave, hesitated and was looking at Roger. Well, that's don't look around and just say it. Brother, I told you that time, right? If the projects we are carrying out be stable, we will go to Boltonung to check the secret branch of the Black Dawn Society. I did. Did something happen to the business we're working on? No, the business itself is progressing step by step. Then what is it? It's a problem because we're too successful. Roger, who had patted his chin for a while, noticed why. You haven't been disturbed since that day, have you? That's right. The Merchant Association, which had been interfering with our work by filing a petition to Leathervelk City Councillor, suddenly calmed down. Did you find out anything? I haven't figured out anything yet, but there are some guys who have been acting suspiciously lately. They're showing suspicious movements. Brother must have heard about them too. A criminal organization out in the sun. Roger had one thing that came to mind when he heard it was a crime syndicate out in the sun. It was the criminal that dominated the back streets of Leathervelk before the Red Society. Silver Sun. It was a luxurious room with leather sofas, expensive furniture, and even the finest carpets. However, even though it was in the daytime, the room was dark because the light was not in well due to the blinds covering the windows. Only a scarlet flame burning in the fireplace was illuminating the room, and a man sitting on the sofa in the center said as if bored, I mean, his languid gaze directed at the people in front of him. Beggars who haven't even learned to eat are climbing up without even knowing what to do, so you would like me to step on them. The man waved the document in his hand. The 5 people who came as representatives of the merchant cooperative could not say anything with their heads bowed. Was our Silver Sun that funny? Whenever the man's blue eyes scanned their bodies, they trembled as if they had epilepsy. Silver Sun. Commonly called SS, they were once gangsters who were vicious in the dark, but they came out to the sun and became a corporation due to their growing size and power. Whether it's legal or illegal when it is to money, it's their job to intervene in the union and collect money. But there were quite a few areas where they reached out, extorting money from street vendors in the name of protection money, distributing food ingredients and wine exclusively, swept away enormous wealth, and lined up with city councillors. The chairman of Silver Sun, who achieved it, was the man who is now sitting on the sofa and laughing as if he was having fun. His name was Carlon. The snake-like eyes of the man, who fed the political and business circles money, and even the police, looked at the merchants. You're going to borrow my hand because you can't handle beggars. Carlon threw the data handed over by the merchants into the stove. The paper quickly burned, and the fire spread out of the stove, while the sound of burning firewood made their ears sting. Carlon took a sip of the wine beside him, while merchants were forced to watch the scene, swallowing their saliva. Soon after, Carlon, who took his mouth off the wine glass, said, Temorin, for how many years have I known you? 10 years, sir. Temorin, a middle-aged man in his mid-50s, replied in a trembling voice. Okay, 10 years. If so, you should know enough about who I am. Oh no, I can explain, exclaimed Temorin. If he hesitated here, Carlon will surely try to kill him even if they've known each other for 10 years. In fact, the biggest problem is not the beggars. It's a man called the owner behind them. Only then did Carlon begin to be interested, and Temorin spoke urgently so he would not miss this opportunity. Originally, the Red Society ruled the back world on its own. Yes, they did. They were the ones I left to do that. Not long ago, a man appeared and wiped out the Ren Society. That's the one who's now called owner by the lower classes. So what's his name? Most of the time, they only call him owner, so I don't know about it either. But it's clear that he's the culprit behind all this. Carlon frowned. You didn't bring the most important information. I know. At that time, one of the young merchants who was listening quietly opened his mouth. Carlon chinned him with an interesting gaze. I overheard them heading somewhere in the middle of the night before the Wren Society was completely dissolved. That's when they said one person's name. What did you say? The young merchant answered in a trembling voice. James Moriarty. Ha! Carlon couldn't hold back his laughter as soon as he heard the name. Suddenly, the young merchant who spoke his name broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of Carlon laughing like crazy. Soon after, Carlon stopped laughing. Well done. With that said, he took out his gun and shot Temorin. The sight of Temorin falling down turned the other four merchants' faces white. Carlon blew the smoke from the muzzle through his mouth. Congratulations, young merchant friend. Now you've succeeded, Temorin. What did you say your name was? My name is Caleton. Yes, Caleton. I'll start dealing with the slums soon. The price to move us will be great, and of course, I'll get more money. If you give something, you need to receive something. Do you have any objections? Oh no, the merchants nodded their heads. Okay. Then you can go now. Take the body. The merchants carried Temorin's body and left as if they were fleeing. Soon after, Carlon, who was left alone, couldn't hold back and laughed. Stupid people. You really think I don't know? Carlo knew the whole series of events that the merchants told him about. He was the first to receive information that a man named James Moriarty appeared in the back alley of Leathervelk and swept away the Red Society. It was also him who spent a lot of money to hire Kalsapa assassins using the remnants of the Red Society. However, the assassination failed, and I decided that there was something about the other person, so I watched for a while. At that moment, he didn't expect the merchants to and ask him for help. In the first place, Carlon was thinking of taking over the back alley sooner or later. Then, the Merchant Association asked for help, so could he be luckier than this? He was going to take this opportunity to extort money from them. James Moriarty. That's funny. It's just a fake name anyway because he died in the Kingdom of Delica. Of course, he admitted that he was capable. The ability to sweep away the Red Society and quickly start the slums was enough to impress Carlon, but the Silver Sun was different from the Red Society. In the first place, Red Society was just a pawn of Silver Sun. They were a tool used to clean up the back alleys periodically. It's a pity that the tool has disappeared, but it doesn't matter. It's enough if I make it again. Rather, it was enough to gulp down the projects currently being carried out in the slums. As long as I get it in my hand, I can go higher. Carlon was already convinced that everything had into his hands. Hey, yes, a subordinate hiding in the dark appeared. I'm going to do what I've been preparing for. The cleaning of the slums. You know, right? I see. Just give them a light warning for now since we still need some people to carry out the business. Let's do it as usual. I'll be ready at once. Soon the subordinate hid himself in the dark again while Carlon hummed joyfully. The wine was especially sweet today. Chapter 182 Cone 182 Silver Sun 2. After the festival was over, Theon returned to its original routine. The students talked about the past festival and expressed regrets and promises for the next year. As a result, there were many students who were cluttered because they couldn't forget the heat of the festival. In many classes, there were various students that couldn't concentrate, but not in Roger class. I think I still see people living in the festival. Standing on the platform, he opened his eyes and the students straightened their backs. It was a moment when the students, who had been a little relaxed, tightened their tension. If you catch my eye, I'll keep an eye on how the results of the upping third test will turn out. The stern warning forced all the students to behave. Above all, Roger was even injured in an accident during this festival. If they think of the festival here, and they were sure it'll add fuel to his anger. The students were not so tactless that they quietly shut up, and the class that took place in such a quiet atmosphere ended without much trouble. Clean up. Yes, yes. What about you, sir? There's a place I have to go for a while. Roger had Sedna, his assistant, bring the material to the teacher's office and came out of Theon. Since he had no appointments and a lot of free time, he went to check how far the progress of the business in Leathervelk has gone. It's been a while since I've to Leathervelk. Leathervelk remained unchanged. The atmosphere has been unsettled since the Kunst auction house incident, but as time went by, even that has completely cooled down. Carriages and cars moving around the streets, smoky chimneys, and even the hard-working workers. However, unlike usual, people in priest clothes were often seen. Are they from the holy land of Bretis? Perhaps because of the emergence of the beast of Givaudan, which shook the foundation of a country, the withering lumencism has again spread its shoulders. How they step up remains to be seen. Of course, that was not the only change in Leathervelk. Is it here? The place where he arrived now was the place that had recently undergone the most changes in the city of Leathervelk. It's gotten a lot cleaner. Even when he visited once in the middle, construction was still underway. Now that it was all over, the appearance of the dark slum, which was once full of filth and odor, had completely changed. Aside from the clean exterior, the number of people walking around was higher than before, but the biggest change was the vitality of the streets. The most powerful positive energy emitted by those who tasted hope. The people who are influenced and attracted by the atmosphere are invigorated. Catch me? Hey, there. Children with small mechanical toys passed by Roger. Originally, they were children who had to drink smoke in the factory area and do forced labor, or were children who had no choice but to steal things or pickpocket. But now those children were laughing and playing happily. Roger glanced at the back of the children who passed by and stepped back. In time, he arrived at the busiest clothing store on the street. Ring. Before Roger entered the store, the door opened and two customers came out. They were rich-looking middle-aged women in their mid-40s. The two women, dressed in what appeared to have just been bought, looked very satisfied. I didn't know there would be such a good store in the world. Oh, I told you. It's a place that became famous recently, and the magazines were full of introductions about this place. I'll have to tell the others later. Roger went into the store after seeing the two people leaving each other laughing. The waitress, who heard the door open, approached Roger. Wheel. What are you looking for? Is there a manager here? What? Miss Violetta is working upstairs right now. Call her. Well, who should I say is looking for the manager? The waiter asked in a slightly wary voice. Doesn't she know me? Roger considered for a moment and opened his mouth. You just have to tell her that the owner is here. The waitress trembled as if she had thought of something. It hasn't been long since she started working, but she knew how great the owner's presence was on this street. In particular, even Violetta, the manager of this place, treated the owner with great care and respect. I'll be right back. Shortly after the employee disappeared, a thump came from above, and Violetta appeared upstairs with an urgent face. You didn't have to in such a hurry. How can I not show my face when the owner visits me himself? Roger shrugged his shoulders as he watched Violetta speak calmly as she began to manage her expression. Violetta said with a slightly sly look, You should have contacted me if you were going to in advance. I would have prepared. There is no need to bother to do so. It's a distraction for working people, too. Looking at you saying that, I guess you finished watching on your way here. When asked by Violetta, Roger nodded. It's completely changed. People are full of energy. It's all thanks to the owner. I just invested. It's your ability. If the owner says so, I'll go with that. Violetta readily accepted his words. The man, who provided not only the funding but also the idea of the business, took up most of the shares of the Change Street, but he didn't care about praises or bragged about it. He was this kind of man. So what exactly is your reason for ing? A simple outing. I came because I had some time left, but I heard that there are a lot of intruders recently. That's ridiculous. How tiring it is to rush here, and they're late, because people who usually don't pay attention start looking at you. Still, the obstruction done by merchants could be prevented without any problems. The real problem was next. The fact that the owner came all the way here. Did you hear the news? Yes. You know, Silver Sun was the one who dominated this world before the Red Society. They're out in the sun now, but they're much more brutal than the Reds. Those guys are even bigger now. The Silver Sun was like a typhoon blocking the road in the current situation where they were moving forward like a ship on a fair wind. It was a disaster that cannot be avoided by a single boat, so Violetta's face was bound to be filled with water. You know, they're different from the Red Society. That's why it's dangerous. I suppose so. They are not ones to look down on as a criminal organization. There are wizards and knights inside the Silver Sun. Like those who are pressed for money, or if they are active knights, but waste money because of gambling. It was known to immerse oneself in a dark world, half of one's own will and half of others. The same was true for wizards because of money. It was like that in the past, but now the world is more and more driven by the power of capital. Although the knights and wizards who are still in charge of some of the fighting power in the world are great, they were also helpless in the face of the power of capital after all. Silver Sun tied such people strongly with money and used them as their own hands. When she heard that Silver Sun was aiming for them, she couldn't sleep well. They want forward right away, but I think we need to prepare. Yes, that's why I came here. First, I'd like to talk to the person in charge. As soon as the two were talking, the door of the store rattled open. There's trouble, Violetta. What's going on? It's an assault. Some bastards came and set fire to the printing plant. What? Violetta's expression became serious, but Roger moved before Violetta could say anything. I'll go first. Roger, who ran out of the store, climbed to the roof of the building through a wire launcher. When he looked around from the rooftop, he saw smoke ing up from not far away. Roger ran in the direction of the fire without delay. People wearing white hoods around their mouths suddenly attacked the printing plant without saying anything. Sweep it all, flip it all over. The employees who worked there were overwhelmed by the sudden attack. Members of the Silver Sun broke the printing machine with pipes and mercilessly beat anyone who disturbed it. Screams of pain were everywhere. Gasoline was sprayed on magazines piled up on one side of the factory, and they were set on fire. In an instant, the paper burned and the flames spread wildly. Done. Let's go. They got out as quickly as they did when they rushed in. It was only after that Roger arrived at the scene that was in a mess. From the inside of the chaotic factory to the urgent appearance of people bringing water to extinguish the fire. At this rate, the fire would have engulfed the entire factory. Magic it was when Roger tried to magically extinguish the fire that something in his inner pocket moved. It was a red, burning gemstone. The stone that Quasimodo left behind when he died. As it got closer to the hot fire, the tremor of the cryptid stone became stronger. At this moment, Roger realized how to use this gemstone. Get out of the way. After breaking through the people, Roger lifted the cryptid stone and pushed it forward, and the burning fire began to move. The fire, is it getting sucked in? The fire, which was about to burn the factory, was sucked into Roger's cryptid stone. It was a little bit, but it seemed like the cryptid stone became brighter. The fire is out. Hurry up and move the wounded. Roger, who was watching the busy people, peeked at the cryptid stone and put it back in his pocket. Suddenly, he realized that he couldn't see the ones he needed to see. What about Diane and Marcella? Originally, the business related to job printing was the role of Old Kids, one of the slum organizations of the past. It was Diane, an old man, and Marcella, a doll-like girl who ran the Old Kids, but they were not here now. No way. Roger headed to the adjacent wooden building where Diane and Marcella stayed with a heavy face and opened the door roughly. The scene inside was harrowing. The bloody building was filled with bodies. Most of them were members of the Silver Sun, wearing white hoods, but in the center of the misery were Diane and Marcella. Grandpa, open your eyes. Diane, lying on the floor, was covered in blood. He was missing one arm and his body was full of stab wounds. On the contrary, Marcella was not hurt at all. Blood splattered, but it wasn't her blood. Marcella was shaking Diane with a messy face. This is Marcella felt Rogers and looked back at him. Ona, are you here? I'm sorry. We're going to I should've gone to greet you. Marcella. Oh, it's weird. I can't stop crying. I can't do this. Marcella's face was a mess with tears and a runny nose. Roger realized how this happened. Some members of the Silver Sun set fire to the printing plant and some aimed at Marcella and Diane. And Diane fought to protect Marcella. Why the hell are you doing this to us? Marcella, who usually acts mature, couldn't resist and shouted. She finally got her hopes up that she could succeed. She expected that she would not have to live in pain like she used to. We just wanted to live like people. Abandoned children huddled together to support each other in the cold of winter. There were children who were beaten for not making money and who starved for not being able to eat a piece of bread. When they asked for help, people said, "Dirty people like you are a sin just by being born." It was wrong to live like a human being, but she has not lost hope in such a world. She tried hard not to lose it, and yet the world was trying to take something precious away from her. Please help me. If there is a God, please listen to our story. The moment Marcella tried to speak in a tearful voice, Roger covered her eyes with his hand. It's all right. The gentle voice scared Marcella. It was a soft voice that she didn't think came from the usual owner. It's all right. Roger consoled Marcella and kept his eyes on Diane. There was nothing strange about Diane, whose eyes were not properly focused, when his breath stopped. Even so, Diane desperately stared at Roger until the end. I am asking you to take care of the child. That's what his eyes were saying. If he ran away, he could have survived. Nevertheless, Diane chose to fight back instead of running away. I'll do that. A wounded child is crying, and an adult died for a child. The future set at the end was eventually marked with sadness. If so, release the seal control. Chapter 183, Cone 183. Silver Sun. 3. Diane's condition was so serious that it was not unusual to die at any time because he lost too much blood. Such serious wounds are impossible to recover even with the magic I use. Roger's recovery magic is the sixth sephira of the Sephiroth tree, Tiferet. This magic, containing the power of Archangel Raphael, called Divine Healing, can heal quite a few wounds. It was this magical power that erased the scar on Violetta's face, but it wouldn't work on Dion. He bled too much. Even if the wound is regenerated, the blood he shed would not return. Blood is the weight of life. The absence of blood in a complete body is like an empty shell from which the soul has escaped, so he had to choose another way. Release the seal. Mana drained out of his body. The moment he hesitates, Dion will die. Marcella, whose eyes were covered by Roger, trembled unknowingly. It's cold. It felt as if the temperature around them had dropped several degrees in an instant. Then she heard something like bugs crawling. Roger's voice came to Marcella's ear, who was trying to raise her head without realizing it. Stay still. The words made Marcella pause. You shouldn't look at that, so cover your ears with your hands. She didn't understand why he told her to cover her ears. Nevertheless, Marcella covered her ears tightly with her hands, as Roger ordered. It was because her instincts were shouting to follow what she was told. Roger, who saw Marcella covering her ears with both hands, raised his head. A black hole was floating above his head, and looking at it, Roger said, I need help. A reaction came from the black hole. It was a strange, creepy noise, like something twisting and interlocking, but Roger said without batting an eye, I want you to fix this person. A response came from the darkness. It was as if it was asking why it had to help such a human being. It wasn't because it looked down on Dion, but rather it was more like a complaint about Roger kicking it out by forcibly closing the door the other day. If you don't like it, I don't care. I can call someone else besides you. The presence beyond the door reacted as if it were angry at the words. What are you going to do? If you're going to drag it out, fold it. I am busy. In the end, it was the existence beyond the door that raised the white flag first. In the first place, it was not a situation where they could trade equally with each other. For this being, Roger is the only human being who it coveted. Of course, I won't just ask you to do it. I'll give you a little reward. At the word reward, God replied that it would help. With this, the deal was concluded. Countless bundles of tentacles flowed down through the open hole. They moved slowly and wrapped around Dion's body. Marcella trembled as if she felt something, and Roger, who was watching the scene, covered her eyes more strongly without a word. Soon after, the bundle of tentacles disappeared back into the hole, and what remained in the place was the appearance of an intact Dion, whose wounds completely disappeared. His breath, which had been panting, was also stabilized. Well done. The black hole was closed with the words to keep the promise. Roger recouped the scattered mana and formed a ceiling control technique again. He didn't use it for that long, but his head was dizzy. That's enough. He let go of the hand that covered Marcella's eyes. There was a moment of relief that the strange sensation was over. Marcella was speechless at the sight in front of her. Grandpa Dion, who had been dying a while ago, was alive and well. The severed arm, the bleeding, all kinds of wounds, it was as if nothing had happened from the beginning. Oh, how could this wound? Marcella. Dion, who had his eyes closed, came to his senses. He was also surprised that he was alive, so he alternately looked at the appearance of his intact body and Marcella, and beyond that at Roger. Ona, take a good rest, Dion. You haven't recovered from the mental shock yet. Thank you. At Dion's words, Marcella belatedly realized her mistake and bowed to Roger. Sorry, I'm sorry. Ona, I made an ugly face in front of the owner. Marcella. Yes, Ona, you don't always have to act like an adult. What? Marcella raised her bowed head. Her expression was bewildered because she didn't understand what Roger was saying. Roger spoke softly to Marcella. Sometimes you can just be normal like a child. Ah. The moment Marcella heard that, she was filled with emotion and started shedding tears without wiping them. Thank you for saving Grandpa Dion. Yes, that's enough. Just in time, the door opened and people rushed in. Hey, are you okay? After hearing the news of the attack, Hans led the slum people to appear. However, Hans was puzzled to see the situation that was already over. What? The situation is already over, Hans. Roger rose from his seat and came out of the building. As the rest of them cleaned up inside, Hans followed Roger. Brother, are you going to go? What's wrong? No, nothing. Hans sighed and said, I'll tell the other members in advance to prepare. Never mind. I alone am enough. Roger moved away, and Hans looked at the back without saying a word. Then Violetta, who was late, approached Hans. Mr. Hans, what's the situation? What happened? Thanks to brother, it ended without much damage. Where is he going now? Don't tell me. Hans dissuaded Violetta from following Roger. Stop. You better not follow him. What? But Hans shook his head. From Violetta's point of view, he may be saying that because he is worried about Roger, but Hans, who has known Roger for a long time, knew that he did not have to. No matter what you say to brother now, it will be useless. Why? It's been a long time since I've seen him so angry. Angry. Violetta saw Roger moving away. His face was as expressionless as usual, and his emotion was not revealed. If she had to compare it, the atmosphere itself was heavier than usual. Hans said, as if he understood her reaction, "Be aware. When my brother is really angry, he rather shows nothing on his face. Owner is angry, of course. Brother is also a person, so he is both happy and angry. And especially remember that brother is more sensitive than anyone else when it comes to children." What about children? It happened in the past, and maybe even before that. Brother had a similar trauma. Trauma. Violetta was surprised that Roger had a trauma, because he was like a superman who wouldn't be hurt no matter what. In the end, Roger was also a person like her. Even though he had extraordinary abilities, he would be angry and sad like others. So you don't have to worry. No one can stop brother in that state. It was a good thing for them, because they didn't need to worry about another attack in the future. On the contrary, you should pray for the rest of the world. It wasn't enough that they touched the wrong person, but they touched the person that shouldn't be touched the most. Leathervelk is wide. Not all districts are equal, and naturally there are places that people's eyes don't reach. Most of them were slums or factory areas. However, in a different sense, there was a place where people's eyes did not reach. In the heat of the fire, and where greed and despair wriggle, was the underground fighting ground, the hidden underworld of Leathervelk. Carlone, sitting at the top of the place, was watching the fight over a glass of wine. Two men were fighting fiercely in a steel fence. The iron fence was full of people, all holding paper in their hands and shouting their throats. "What are you doing? Take him down. Kill him. Kill him. I bet all my money on you." Each of them cursing, cheering, or praying for victory, and Carlone couldn't help laughing at them. Look at that. It's like you're leaning your life on someone else. The subordinate who had been quietly pouring wine by the side agreed. "That's right, boss. They're stupid." The same goes for the two guys fighting over there. I can't believe those guys who could have made their name known as knights are fighting barehanded in this dirty place because of their gambling debts. Both men fighting inside the fence were knights and were waving their fists at their opponents, covered in blood and sweat. Even if you have a body that transcends humans, you can't even be a dog because you're tied to money. What a ridiculous world it is. This is the power of money. Even the noble knights had to fight because they were in debt, but Carlone didn't care. He shined because he had such humans. Thanks to this, his recent underground arena business was booming. The group of people down there was either in despair or was rejoicing in gambling. On the contrary, those who have a lot of money watch the scene from a specially prepared upper seat over the window. It was not just a place to watch people fighting in iron fences, but also the scenes of despair, frustration, and tears at the outcome of the fight. The sight of the ruined falling into the abyss after falling into a swamp of gambling was also part of the show. Just in time, the door of Carlone's VIP room opened and someone came in. "Boss, I've finished what you asked me to do." "Oh, really? What happened?" "I broke the printing press and set the factory on fire. I also took care of a few guys as examples." "Good. The warning must be clear." Carlo nodded with delight. "And what else is there?" "No, nothing. The subordinate who tried to deliver the message tried to say that more than 10 of the sent men were dead, but stopped. His boss is quite moody, and if the boss feels bad after hearing the news, he will be the one to blame. The dead ones were like meat shields, so there was nothing to lose even if some of them died. They must have been very scared. Will you send the delegation as it is? You must have informed the members of the organization in advance, right, so that you can move right away whenever I tell me to." "Yes, they're always ready." "Yes, yes. Now it will depend on how it comes out over there. Of course, blood will flow even if they come in with their heads down." Carlone's eyes shone horrifically. The subordinate who was watching from the side felt goosebumps on his skin for no reason. He is the boss he serves, but there are times when he is so cruel that he wonders if he is really human. Well, I've seen good things and heard good news. I am getting hungry, so I am going back to the mansion. Just in time, the fight was decided in the stadium below. A man with a crushed face raised his hand and posed for victory, but sight divided people. Some of them were cheering, and the rest were frustrated. As expected, it's fun. Carlone emptied his wine glass and left the underground fighting area. It was already dark outside, and Carlone returned home in a black car. His mansion was on a huge lot far away from the city. The place illuminated by the streetlights was the mansion where Carlone was staying. As the black vehicle approached, the men guarding the front gate of the mansion opened it. Soon the gate closed, and the Silver Line members returned to their places. Mark was a member of the Silver Sun. His role is to protect the main entrance of the mansion in case of an unexpected attack. Who dares to touch our Silver Sun in the first place? Even if someone came, it would be an assassin, but would it come to the front door because unless it was crazy? As a result, protecting the entrance was actually a boring task with only a variety of options. There were 2 hours until the next shift, but something was caught in his sight, which was full of thoughts. What's going on? What is it, Mark? What? No, look over there. When Mark pointed, Lupton, who guarded the main gate with him, reacted. Their eyes turned to the entrance of the mansion. Something stood under the light of the street lamp. At first, they thought it was just a wild beast. The mansion was a little far from the center of the city, so sometimes wild animals appeared, but it wasn't a beast. Isn't that a person? The moment Mark says that darkness fell before them. What? Mark was taken aback because the street lamps were turned off at once. Hey, Lupton, it's like. Mark's face turned pale as he turned around, calling his colleague. It was because Lupton's head, which had been standing intact until a while ago, was rolling on the floor. What? At the moment when he was about to shout something, Mark swallowed his breath when he saw the black shadow that suddenly rose in front of him. The presence in a black shadow was staring at him with a red glow. Who are you? The shape of the shadow swayed once as if hit by a wave and then said, Jack. The shadow engulfed Mark's body. Mark couldn't even resist. He didn't even think about it because he was stiff with fear. Soon there was silence at the entrance. The shadow stared at the mansion beyond the huge iron gate, and eventually it melted away. Darkness settled over the mansion. Chapter 184, Cone 184, Jack the Ripper, 1. It was more than 7 years ago that Roger first used an alias. It was when he had just escaped from his teacher and entered the outside world in earnest. His first destination was the Exilian Empire's largest city, and the place where he would most likely find fragments of his relic. In Lindabanu, the capital of the Empire, the name that was unintentionally used in connection with the military coup was Jack the Ripper. Roger, holding a knife in one hand and a karambit dagger in the other hand, headed to the mansion where Carlone stayed. This is Carlone's mansion, but at the same time it was home to the Silver Sun Mafia. All the employees working here were members of the Silver Sun. This fact only suggests one thing to Roger, that he didn't have to let anyone in this mansion go. All the lights in Carlone's mansion went out. The darkness that the light could not drive out invaded the interior of the mansion, and soon the mansion became black and was filled with heavy silence. What's going on? Somebody go check the power. If it doesn't work, turn on the emergency generator. The members who were resting inside hurried to move, embarrassed by the sudden power outage. Accidents caused by insufficient management of the mansion are unforgivable, and knowing how eccentric the boss personality was, the members hurried to the breaker. Upon arriving at the breaker with a portable light, the members found a figure of a person standing in front of him. Was it a colleague who came first? Hey, what happened? What about the breaker? Why aren't you answering me? What happened to the circuit breaker? The members of the organization flashed the light in annoyance and saw the corpse of a colleague that died. What? The members of the group who saw the scene were startled. As the dead body soon fell forward, the existence that was hiding behind it was revealed. It was a shadow that covered the whole body with something black, and only red lights flowed where both eyes were supposed to be. What? Who is it? Who is it? How dare you do that? The shadow did not speak. The red eyes seemed to explode strongly once, and the shadow stretched silently. At least that's what it looked like in their eyes. Soon after, as the shadow passed by, the members of the group collapsed, spraying blood one by one. Enemy attack! Kill him! Members of the Silver Line also fought back without running away. They, who have lived in offensive violence for a long time, did not avoid the fight, but this time they picked the wrong opponent. The shadow was fast and too strong. No matter how much they swung their axes or sticks, they never touched the shadow. Rather, only the members who wielded weapons died. Bring me the gun. They thought they couldn't go on like this, so they brought guns right away, but it was dark and they couldn't see anything. What are you doing? Get out of my way. My legs won't move. What? The screams of the dying members drew nearer, and the gunman showed hesitation, but the captain yelled from the side. What are you doing? Just shoot. But my colleague's in front of me. If you don't shoot, we'll all die. Eventually, the gunmen clenched their teeth and pulled the trigger. However, even after the trigger was pulled, the bullet did not go out. What are you doing? The gun is broken. What? There is no way that the gun, which had been in good shape, suddenly broke because it was constantly checked every day. The captain knew this better than anything else. Silence of fire. Is the attacker a wizard? The captain thought it was ridiculous because his subordinates died when the intruder passed by them. How could a wizard do such a thing? The captain gritted his teeth. Get out of my way, I am going. In the end, he had no choice but to step up. Although he retired due to injury, he was once a knight. If the opponent is a wizard, he can fight him. With that thought, the captain pulled out the sword from his waist and rushed toward the shadow. You punk. His sword fell vertically while he shouted, but at that moment, the opponent lifted the daggers in both hands to block the sword. Block. If so, ill pressed down with force. In a power struggle, the one with superior physical ability has a much better advantage. The forearm of the captain swelled and nearly doubled in size, as he intended to cut the intruder in half, but the sword he wielded did not go any further. What? At that moment, something flashed before his eyes, and the captain instinctively turned his head back. Thanks to the instinct he had developed while living as a knight, he wasn't decapitated. The captain hurriedly stepped back, but he lost his sword. His eyes, which had adapted a little in the dark, judged the outline of the other person roughly. 4 arms. It was an exceptionally large arm that blocked the sword he wielded. There were also 2 arms made of shadows that flowed like coats down his shoulders. An ordinary wizard cannot have such parts. It's a spell. The experienced captain grasped the identity of that shadow at once. He understood the magical power of a wizard, and that ridiculous fighting power, because wizards can summon magic beasts. He swung a sword using the magic beast, and the magician himself swung another sword, aiming at the gap created by the magic beast. Wasn't he almost killed by that method? Who are you? Why is a man of your caliber ing into the silver sun and doing this? Isn't it a waste of your life? Did you touch me because you didn't want to waste your life? The shadow spoke for the first time, and the captain frowned as he replied, We touched you. It doesn't matter. It's enough to just give back as much as you suffered. Aren't you like that too? Among mafia members, there exists a strong precept called omert. Among them, there is only one principle, and those who touch it will never be tolerated by the organization. Vendetta, revenge of blood, and punishment that must be achieved without ever tolerating the other person. The captain, who understood the words, twisted his face. Revenge. How dare you take revenge on Silver Sun? The captain pulled out an extra sword. A little while ago, he was surprised by the unexpected attack and stepped down, but now it was different. I'll cut off your neck and take it to the boss. However, the captain's words did not continue until the end because white frost tied his legs. Magic. When? It was a secret magic that deceived one's senses. That's nothing. As soon as he broke the frost with his legs, the shadow rushed at him. The daggers held by the shadows of both shoulders disturbed his eyes, and the captain had no choice but to concentrate on defense. Each sword wielded by the shadow arms was powerful enough to shake his muscles. I used to be a knight, but I am going to lose against a wizard. Reality was brutal, and the sword in the captain's hands bounced high in the air. The captain looked at the scene in vain and shouted urgently, No, wait. But the opponent ignored him as his red eyes, shining in the dark, looked down at him. If you've acted like that until now, you should have been prepared to suffer. And the sword was swung. The noise inside of the mansion subsided quietly as the sound of footsteps jolting along the quiet hallway echoed softly. Soon the door of the office where Carlone, the boss of the Silver Sun, was opened. Wheel, I've been waiting for you. There, Carlone welled Roger with a smile. He didn't run away. Rather, he was sitting in front of the table and drinking wine as if he was showing off his posure. There was a chair opposite. Carlone and Roger went into the room without a word and sat down on the chair. Along the path through which he passed, a blue mist settled gently on the floor. Roger put what he had in his hand on the desk. It was the bloody sword used by the captain who had just died. It's a shame. He was still useful. Carlone was not surprised by his subordinate's death, shrugged his shoulders. Roger revealed his face by half-releasing ether nocturnus. Oh my, you're a nobler than I thought. You didn't escape. Roger spoke to Carlone in a provocative tone, and Carlone smirked at the unkind provocation. Did you think I'd run away? You should have a secret passage in a place like this just in case. No way. Even though he said so, Carlone secretly adjusted his assessment of Roger. He was a sharp fellow, and at the same time knew the way this industry worked. So you're the one that the beggars call owner. At least by those people, I am called owner. By those people. Interesting. It sounds like you have a different name. You're right. Roger leaned his back against the back of the chair. His slightly arrogant chin was full of the feeling of looking down at Carlone. Sometimes Jack the Ripper. Those eyes. Sometimes James Moriarty. Looked inhuman. Sometimes Abraham Van Helsing. Carlone was unconsciously intimidated, and Machiavelli until recently. Ha! Carlone sneered to show that he was not pushed back. Above all, he believed that bluffing is real when people do it moderately. Aren't you too young for that? And it was surprising that you thought of ing into a place like this alone. It wasn't a big deal. I've heard of Silver Sun's notoriety, but to be honest, I am disappointed. Is that so? When this is over, I'll have to change all the guys below. There is no need to do that. I've taken care of everything. Do you think you'll have a next time? You're a very cruel man, but do you really think you have an advantage right now? Do you think you're holding my lifeline now, trying to deny reality? Hey, we're not like the Red Society, we're Silver Sun. Did you forget? You seem like you've used all your strength, so you should have straightened your shoulders while sitting down. Carlone snapped finger. Upon receiving the signal, the hidden doors of the room's study and walls opened, and people hiding inside appeared. They were all members of the gang dressed in black suits. All 20 of them are night-level powers, and there's even a wizard among them. Carlone couldn't hold back the laughter that was about to escape from his lips. Showing his hidden cards in front of an opponent who thought it had the upper hand and putting him into the abyss of despair was a pleasure for Carlone. I'll tell you one more thing. Now that you're here, haven't you thought about what will happen to those beggars? I don't know what you're talking about all of a sudden. I sent my men, much more than I sent this afternoon. Don't tell me the people there thought that was all Silver Sun had. They should have arrived by now, and they'll be happily sweeping up the slums while you'll die struggling without doing anything. Everyone is powerless in the face of violence. Carlone took a sip of wine. From the beginning, I was above you in strength and resources. That's funny. When the expected response did not out, Carlone narrowed his eyes. It's no use pretending to be calm on purpose. It's funny that you're bragging about using something so primitive as violence. What? You need to correct your attitude. First, I knew from the beginning that your men were hiding in secret spaces, and secondly, I am grateful to you for this. Grateful? Violence. Roger's eyes curled like a crescent moon. It's the field that we are most confident in. A dark street at night. Even streetlights were not installed, so hundreds of people who walked there had to depend on the moonlight alone. All of them were ferocious and had weapons in their hands. A lot of them are ing. Alex took off his back from the wall of the building he was leaning against. You're saying we can beat them all up, right? It's simple. The members of UN. Owen stood around Alex one by one. The squad members who received the order frowned at those who stood in their way. There was a woman, a kid, and a strong man. What should we do? Didn't you hear the boss order? Sweep them all. Anyway, only a few people were there, but they had over 200 people. The members of the squad exchanged glances with each other, grabbed their weapons, and strode forward. Alex, watching the scene, stuck out his tongue. Oh my, you're trying to kill us without asking me who we are. I like it because it's neat. Panto said, loosening his shoulders. Upper also smiled as if he was looking forward to the upping fight. Well, let's fight, Alex said with a mask on his face. It was the moment when the executives of UN Owen stepped up. Then, can I say that this is all the remaining power of Silver Sun? Roger glanced lightly at the batons staring at him. all of great power and talent, but they are born evil and kill for money, so he didn't have to go easy on them. Is this guy funny? Among them, an old-looking wizard laughed at Roger. I don't think you understand the situation. Don't you know it's you who's under siege now? Or do you still not understand what will happen to you because you're not smart? I don't know what will happen to me. Roger stared softly at the wizard who spoke to him. But I know what's going to happen to you. The wizard wanted to argue to his senses, and furthermore his instincts suddenly warned him. What is it? It was the same for the other elites. The strange feeling of anxiety didn't go away from their minds. Wait, this blue energy on the floor, what is it? If this was pure mana that this man has been spilling since he came in here, then he would have no more mana left to use magic. But what is this anxiety? His whole body was screaming that it wanted to run away from here right away. What have you done? Carlone also stared at Roger, perhaps because he felt a certain sense of crisis. I didn't do anything. Roger replied with a blank face. Immediately after that, something black came down slowly from the ceiling. Chapter 185, Cone 185. Jack the Ripper, 2. What is this? What have you done? A black tentacle crept down through the ceiling. It's not just one, but dozens. Carlone's elite escorts trembled with goosebumps running down their spines. They don't know what that black thing was, why it suddenly appeared through the ceiling, or when it started. But if there's one thing they were sure of, it was that they should never touch it. You punk. A knight-turned guard who was quick to judge the situation swung a knife at Roger. His intuition was saying that if Roger died, this strange phenomenon would be over. As expected of a knight, that movement was made in a split second, but before his sword touched Roger, the black tentacles from the ceiling touched his shoulder quickly. What? It was the last word uttered by a knight who tried to wield his sword. His body, which was touched by the tentacles, twisted like a vortex and began to be sucked into the tentacles. The terrible sight of ignoring the laws of physics froze the guards who were preparing to provide support in case the attack failed. Carlone, who had been relaxed all the time, was starting to get tense. What is this? The person twisted like a breadstick and disappeared. What the hell is that? Carlone has killed many people so far, and he didn't blink an eye to the extent that a person died and blood splattered because it was his routine. Carlone prided himself on being closer to violence and death than anyone else, and it was the same with his men here. Nevertheless, Carlone could not accept the present reality. The scene that unfolded now was far from his moan sense. What the hell have you done? Didn't I tell you? I didn't do anything. Don't make me laugh. At Roger's words, Carlone exclaimed in fits. Meanwhile, a tentacle reached another escort and soon sucked him in like a vortex. The once promising knight couldn't even resist. Do you believe in God? What do you mean all of a sudden? Carlone was dumbfounded when Roger suddenly asked if he believed in God. How much do you know about the existence of God? The existence of God. Are you telling me to repent now? To God? No way. I just let you know. This black tentacle you're looking at is the one you call God. What? At Roger's words, Carlone became as absent-minded as a person who was hit in the back with a hammer. His trembling eyes now represented his feelings. This awful tentacle is God. Yes. She is also a goddess who loves humans very much. Dog, don't talk nonsense. This can't be a god. It's just your personal judgment. Roger raised his hand lightly. A tentacle, which was fluttering from the ceiling, approached Roger and rubbed itself against the back of his hand. Roger's arm, which touched the tentacles, twisted and was sucked in, but Roger didn't mind. Carlone trembled. How can you? The owner of this tentacle is a goddess who lost her name due to someone's betrayal a long time ago. Humans no longer remember her. Roger opened his mouth, ignoring Carlone's reaction. Rather, she was criticized as an evil spirit and lost her symbolism, but she loved humans so much. How much did she love them? To the point where all of her body was made up of human beings. Screams rang out everywhere. A knight, who was frightened by something difficult to perceive and tried to run away, was touched by tentacles and disappeared. The other knight swung the sword vigorously, but the tentacles were simply not cut by the sword. It was as if he was trying to cut through running water. Eventually, the knight who resisted disappeared, swallowed by the tentacles. This is a dream. This is a dream. The wizard, who laughed at Roger, collapsed and cried, saying this is not reality. He, too, was quickly absorbed by the tentacles. More than 20 guards disappeared in an instant, and only Carlone and Roger were left in the room. Carlone stared at Roger with trembling eyes. What was this man who acted naturally even after seeing the tentacles overflowing everywhere? He couldn't believe that he was fine after seeing that. No, maybe that man was already crazy. Her abilities are quite helpful because she is more familiar with the human body than anyone else. She will heal any wounds as long as the person is alive. Even if an arm is cut off, a lot of blood is lost, or one's body is rotten. As long as the person is alive, she can save it because it's the miracle of God. The only downside would be that appearance. Roger lightly shook off the tentacles that touched his palm, and the tentacles slowly approached Carlon. Ah, ah. The moment the tip of the tentacles touched Carlon's forehead, he saw something. It was a huge figure, standing still in the dark, a horrible monster that looked like a mixture of thousands and thousands of people. I love humans, but the feelings of the gods are hard for a person to understand. Roger's voice was heard over the shocking sight seen by his eyes. Because she loves humans, everything is made up of humans, but she doesn't care at all about what people call an aesthetic sense. At the same time, the vision disappeared, and Carlon came back to reality and clapped his teeth in a cold sweat. He only saw a part of the figure, but he felt nauseous. Carlon prayed to Roger, the only one who was fine here. Gee, help me. Please, please, I beg you. I was wrong. Unfortunately, I can't do that. I already made a deal. I will dedicate the people here to her. It was Roger's reward for keeping Diana alive. Carlon's face turned white at the declaration. You don't have to worry. Didn't I tell you? She cares about humans so you won't die. Ah, ah, ah. Carlon was swept away by greater despair when he was told he would not die. In other words, it meant that he would be taken alive by that monster. Perhaps he will live with the monster without dying for the rest of his life. Kill me, please, I want you to kill me. Didn't you ask me to save me a while ago? Ah, please, please kill me. Carlon immediately pulled out a knife and tried to kill himself, but it was too late. As soon as the tentacles touched the wrist holding the knife, Carlon's arm began to twist. Og, please kill me. He didn't feel pain in his hand, even when it was twisted, but that stimulated his fear even more. However, even his cries turned into silence as soon as his vocal cords were twisted. Carlon, whose everything was twisted, soon followed his tentacles into the goddess' arms. After Carlon disappeared, a bunch of black tentacles fell throughout the mansion and collected the remaining bodies. The blood splashed on the hallway, and walls were sucked into the tentacles, and so were the bodies of Silver Sun members who fell on the floor. Soon, the tentacles disappeared into a black hole in the sky, and there was nothing left in the mansion. The next day, the Leathervelk police confirmed that a missing persons case occurred at the mansion where Silver Sun members gathered. At first, it was judged to be a fight between organizations, but there were no bodies left and no traces. However, there was a sense of alienation since so many people disappeared like a mirage, and it was also the notorious Silver Sun. Eventually, the case ended without making any significant progress, and people started talking. Someone said that all the members of the Silver Sun had secretly fled the city. Another said that Silver Sun was attacked and disappeared. However, the ordinary citizens were relieved or delighted that all the bad guys had disappeared. That night, one person who happened to pass by claimed that there was a huge black hole above the mansion and something came down from the sky. It was a dark night with nothing in sight, and the man was very drunk at the time, so no one believed his words. The notorious organization that dominated one of the city's pillars disappeared in a night, leaving behind countless questions. The night Roger broke into Carlon's mansion, there was a fight between 200 people and 5 people on a dark street. One side had 40 times more members than the other, but surprisingly, the side with 5 members won. They don't even count as a warm-up. They were not disciplined. Alex was glad things were easy, but Panto seemed to be quite unhappy that the fight had ended blandly. Now we have to deal with this mess. There were signs of a fight so intense that it was hard to believe it was only a gang fight. The members who contributed the most to this were Sheridan and Violetta. Violetta's wind magic and the bombs Sheridan used had too much aftermath. Fortunately, no one lived near here because it was an area that will soon be redeveloped anyway. In case of an emergency, it was easy to destroy evidence before the police came in. It's a house that needs to be demolished after redevelopment anyway. Should we just blow it up? Sheridan was muttering scary words next to him. Alex recalled Sheridan, who had been throwing bombs at Silver Sun members a while ago while laughing wildly and driving red flames. She was simply a lunatic. Leader, you are back. Roger, who headed alone to Carlon's mansion, returned and found members of UN Owen standing on the street. Are you done? Of course, leader. There was no problem because they were all ragtags anyway. Good work. However, it must have been difficult to deal with the large numbers. How did you do it? Alex shrugged his shoulders. Instead, it was Violetta who answered. Owner, there's a saying in Leathervelk. Don't bury the dead bodies flowing through Lemsia River. It was kind of like an unwritten rule, and the police also hushed when they found the bodies flowing along the river. This is because most of the bodies drifting away from the river were related to vagrants in the back world. Since all the bodies were spilled into the river, there was virtually no reason for them to question it. That's a relief. Owner, what happened to Carlon? The fact that the owner is here like this. I've taken care of everything. Weren't his guards there too? Everyone must have been strong. That's why I said it. I've dealt with everything. Violetta was surprised to hear that Roger had dealt with them all by himself, but was soon convinced that he could do so if he came back. Oh, what? Is the leader the only one who had fun? Was there a strong man there? When Alex and Pantos asked with interest, Roger shook his head. Most of the knights neglected their training for money or retired. They weren't that great. What is this? Boring. Oh, and Violetta. Yes, owner. When Roger called her name, Violetta answered immediately. With this, Silver Sun is annihilated. The remaining ones are subcontractors. Yes, I think so. The business establishments that Silver Sun had. We can take them from here, right? Violetta nodded as if it were a matter of course. There is nothing easier to eat than an empty house without an owner. Of course, if it's as large as the Silver Sun was well need some funds to digest it. It doesn't matter how much money it costs. The funds that Silver Sun had will also be ours anyway. That's enough then. Actually, the business is progressing step by step now. On top of that, if they eat the business sites operated by Silver Sun, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, most of their businesses are in the dark, so it was a problem to swallow them as they were. How's Dion doing? He's fine. Thanks to the owner. Is there anything strange? He looks stronger than before. Is that so? Roger responded, pretending to not care, but Violetta could tell that if he wasn't worried, he wouldn't have asked about Dion in the first place. No matter what, the owner was a man of passion. It was then that a new crowd appeared in the distance. At first, he thought it was the remnants of the Silver Sun, but it wasn't. The people who showed up were men and women of all ages. It's our people. Roger recognized them right away. Everyone heard that Silver Sun was in, so they came to fight. I told you to stay away because it's dangerous. As soon as Violetta was about to say something, Roger stopped her. Aren't they all people who came forward with a proud heart? Violetta stared at Roger with an unexpected gaze while he was smiling softly at the people. Yes, they are. Violetta also smirked. She, who unknowingly smiled, was surprised and smoothed her lips with her hands. She has always pretended to be strong and lived with a mask, but now she could laugh sincerely. After playing the ideal human for so long to survive, she thought that a sincere smile was just a luxury in her dreams. It was the same for other UN Owen members. Everyone smiled proudly at the sight of the people ing forward. Owner, what's wrong? Violetta replied with a smile. On behalf of the abandoned people, I will say something to you. Thank you for everything. Roger smiled and replied, it's no big deal. At the entrance to Carlon's mansion, which was virtually closed, a black vehicle stopped, and soon the Nightcrawler knights in their black uniforms got off. Leathervelk. Finally, I am here again. One of the most notable of them is a steel woman with long silver hair up to her waist. Trina Ryanhow. I just left, and another serious incident happened. What the hell was going on in Leathervelk? Next to Trina was Enya Joiners, who remained in Leathervelk. Naya, what the hell happened here? Trina shook her head as she asked. Who are the people involved in this incident? Have you found out anything? Yes. Enya nodded with a firm face. The slum side of Leathervelk is the most likely to be related to this case. Chapter 186, Cone 186, King of the Dark Path, 1. For now, we'll hear the details after the investigation. Trina, Enya, and 3 Nightcrawler knights headed inside the mansion to begin their investigation. The Nightcrawler knights brought up the artifact they had prepared. It was an oval sphere the size of a human fist. It looked like an egg of something and had a subtle gold color on its surface. What is this? Enya showed curiosity at the sight of the object she saw for the first time. Come to think of it, you must have seen this for the first time because you lay only in Leathervelk. It is a new type of artifact that was recently introduced. Artifact. It's an item made by binning the theory of memory storming in the new tower. It's an early prototype that hasn't been named yet, but it's definitely effective. What's its effect? It allows you to read the criminal's memory related to a magical incident. The artifact reads the remaining mana and absorbs it into a special piece of paper inside it. And if someone infuses the paper with mana, they'll be able to see the wizard's fragmentary memories. It was a very innovative artifact that made it possible to analyze most magical events. Enya's eyes shone, too. That's amazing. It will solve the unsolved cases right away. There is also the limitation that it needs the remaining mana, and since spells used by wizards completely disappear after 36 hours, there is a time limit. In addition, there is a limitation that there must be a wizard who handles mana to use this artifact. Of course, it's something great enough to completely offset those shortings. Trina put the artifact on the shelf. The artifact, which looked like a golden egg, split into 4 parts, and a magic stone appeared. The magic stone, surrounded by white paper, resonated with a hum and scattered waves around it. Did it work? Yes. Now the artifact will scrape away the residual mana and turn the white paper into a different color. That way, we'll be able to immediately determine if this incident was the work of a wizard. An hour passed like that, but there was no change in the paper that covered the magic stone. Trina frowned. Captain, there is no change in the artifact. I know, don't tell me that. Trina nodded with a heavy face. Yes, this case has nothing to do with magic. That doesn't make sense. It was an incident in which people in the mansion evaporated overnight. Obviously, they could see that there were people here until last night by looking around a little bit. A typical example was the kitchen, where the ingredients that were just being trimmed remained. How many people stayed in this mansion? We estimate at least 100 people. How is it possible for 100 people to disappear overnight without magic being used? This is physically impossible unless magic is used in the first place. Yes, that's why it's a problem. That physically impossible thing happened here. Any further investigation seemed pointless. Trina recalled her conversation with Enya. Naya, you said a while ago that this has something to do with the slums. What did you find there? Do you remember the day you found a body in the back alley while investigating the death of Belbot Rickson? I remember. Trina clearly remembered it because it was unusual that a Kalsapa assassin was involved in the fight of the backstreet vagrants. After that, I couldn't care less about the looting of the Kunst auction house, but I recently had a chance to check it out. What happened to the slums? Yes. Enian nodded with a firm face. The ones fighting in the alley the other day were the remains of the Red Society. The Red Society was previously said to be the organization that ruled the back alleys of Leathervelk. They did, but just nominally. The ones behind them are right here. Silver Sun. Trina muttered as she looked at the desolate mansion. These were the mafia bastards that the mayor of Leathervelk condoned, the scum that eat away at the country. Trina, who hated the wicked, frowned, and did not hide her displeasure at the loaches that committed illegal acts and were protected by the law. Although the news that Silver Sun was destroyed in a day caused a sense of exhilaration, the problem was that the impact of this case was too great. An incident that cannot be identified, even by a magic tool used to track magic, was something major. Do you think the key to this incident in the slums? But what on earth can those abandoned by the city do to get rid of an entire mafia organization? A normal slum couldn't have done that. That means it's not normal now. Nia told Trina everything she had found out. The slums are thriving at a tremendous rate these days. They are. Until recently, the organization which had been divided into 3 came together as one and began to carry out several projects that were successful simultaneously and continue to thrive. Trina folded her arms and her eyes shined sharply. That's a strange thing. What kind of money do the abandoned people of the city have to do business? Did the city go into redevelopment as part of the relief policy? It didn't make sense otherwise, but Enya shook her head. The city of Leathervelk still doesn't care about the lower class. Rather, they want them to disappear because they hurt the beauty and image of the city. Surprisingly, it is not the city councillors or the nobles who have brought about this change, but one person. Only one person. An intriguing smile crept across Trina's lips involuntarily. It must have been because an unexpected answer came back to her as well. Who? The people are calling him owner. That can't be a name. Did you get his real name? Enia could not answer, and Trina looked at her surprised. That's surprising. You haven't figured it out yet. Does it mean that the opponent hid his identity that well? It's embarrassing, but it's true. One day, the man called Owner suddenly appeared in Leathervelk and took complete control of the dark world. He's a ghostly man, with no trace of what he's done in the past. Beyond integrating small and medium-sized organizations into one, they are continuing their aggressive moves by achieving successful projects. Because of that, the surrounding commercial districts were nervous. It's a wonder that an individual can make such a thing possible. You may not believe it, but it is true. Owner must be quite something. Trina looked around inside the luxurious mansion, also known as the home of the Mafia, which became a haunted mansion in just one day. The appearance of the owner and the collapse of Silver Sun, which was at odds with them. Was there a connection between the two? It was a hasty decision that he was the criminal, but it was clear that he was a prime suspect. I'll have to meet him. I'll prepare it right away, retrieve the artifact, and keep the no-entry guard line intact. We can't let the reporters of the newspaper run wild. Trina looked out the window. At the entrance of the mansion, there were already many reporters gathered. They're rushing in too quickly. These guys are like hyenas. At that moment, Trina pulled out her sword like lightning and aimed it at the air. Leader. Eniar and the knights panicked, but Trina stared at the empty space with a sharp gaze. Come out right now. Don't hide yourself like a rat. As expected, Trina. At the same time, a voice was heard in the air where there was nothing. The thin curtain of water, which used to distort the light, disappeared, and the person hiding inside appeared. Your intuition is very sharp. I haven't seen that in other people. Casey. Yeah, long time no see, Trina. Detective Casey. Enia, who recognized Casey, also jumped in surprise. Trina immediately put the drawn sword and strode up to Casey to ask for a handshake. I don't know how many years it's been. How have you been? I'm doing fine as usual. Ah, nice to meet you, Enia Joyner. Wasn't it the first time we met at Kunst that day? Ah, yes. Long time no see. Detective Casey. Hey, Casey, who is this person here? Trina belatedly realized that there was a blonde girl next to Casey. Ah, let me introduce you. Trina, this is my assistant, Betty. I am Betty, a great assistant who works hard to assist the unruly Casey. Betty, this is Trina Ryanhowell, the current Marquis Ryanhowell and the leader of the Nightcrawler Knights. Nice to meet you, Miss Betty. Oh, were you an aristocrat? I'm sorry, I don't know. Eniar and Casey smiled bitterly at Betty's change of attitude in an instant. Casey, what are you doing here? What do you mean? Does a detective need a reason to look into a case? I see, but you've gone too far. This place is off limits to the public, so I sneaked in. And I'm not a normal person, am I? I'm a state-approved detective. Casey winked her eye, and next to her, Betty muttered an excuse. I tried to stop her. It's all Casey's fault. It wasn't an excuse, but a statement that sold Casey. I won't expect normal behavior from you, but I'd like you to at least let me know. If you had done something wrong, I would have swung my sword. I'm sorry about that, but it was such an interesting case that I couldn't control myself. Trina let out a small sigh as she realized she couldn't hide it. Yes, I suppose so. Looking at your reaction, I see you found nothing. I wonder if I can help you with anything. The words shook Trina's heart a little. Casey Selmore is the only person she recognizes as a close friend and a person of exceptional talent. She failed to find a clue, but Casey might. It wasn't that she didn't feel like leaning into the slightest possibility, but she had to make a clear distinction between public and private life. I am sorry. Even I cannot ask for help with this matter. It's a pity. Casey didn't really want much either, since she already had a good look at the crime scene. It was clear that this was not a regular case, so Casey turned her attention away. You have something more interesting than that. Oh, you mean this artifact? That's an artifact that was recently made by the new tower, right? It is a product that binds the recent emerging memory storming phenomenon in academia. As expected, you know everything. I just heard it over my shoulder. Looks like there are a few. Can you lend me one of those? The knights opened their eyes wide when asked by Casey, but there's nothing they could say because this woman looks close to the leader. When the knights showed their displeasure, Trina held them back with a glance. So this was your purpose? Just looking at it, I got a feeling. So what do you say? One is okay, right? Well, it doesn't matter if it's one. When Trina handed over the artifact in her hand, the members shouted, "Leader, handing things over to outsiders. I don't care. She's not an ordinary outsider in the first place." When Trina, the leader of the group, said so, the members couldn't talk more. Regardless, the decision was made by their most respected leader, so there must be some reason. Casey, who actually received an artifact, also responded that it was unexpected. "Ha! I thought you turned me down, but you actually gave it to me. Y'all try to get it at all costs anyway, so it's better to just hand it over." "What? You know me too well. It's easy to understand because you're so weird. Considering what would happen because I didn't pass it over, my judgment is that it would be cheaper to give it now." Casey smiled awkwardly. Betty glanced at Casey next to her and scolded her. "How many accidents have you caused? Anyway, I'll take care of it well because you gave it to me." "Yeah. From your reaction, you must be chasing something too." "Yes. But what are you going to use that artifact for? I don't think you're just taking it because of your personality. Of course I have a place to use it. However, I will explain the details separately later." Casey's eyes were unusually serious when she said so, and Trina nodded. "If you say so, I won't ask you any more. Anyway, it's a shame that we haven't talked for a long time, even though it's been a while. Don't worry, it's always possible if you're in this city. Next time, let's set a date and solve this regret." "Okay. Then I'll go ahead." In an instant, the images of Casey and Betty disappeared like a mirage. Trina smiled at the sight while thinking that her friend was still the same. "Let's do our job." "Yes." Roger fell into a deep sleep in the hideout. It was a reaction using God's power. Hans and other members knew he was tired, so they didn't wake him up and left him alone. They had too many tasks to handle to be worried about Roger. First of all, they had to take the business run by Silver Sun as soon as possible. Analyzing the ledgers and tracing the source of the money was not an easy task. It was purely a race against time, as some individuals were already moving. At noon, after a busy morning, Roger, who thought he would sleep more, came downstairs. "Brother, are you awake?" "Wheel owner, Nari, you slept so soundly." Hans and Violetta, who were analyzing the books diligently, and Sheridan, who teased Hans, greeted him. Instead of accepting the greeting, Roger stared out the far window. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Get ready." "What? What?" "A customer is in soon." It was also a very annoying customer. The Nightcrawler Knights of the Imperial Intelligence Service that were a symbol of fear for the people in the back alley were in. Chapter 187, Cone 187. King of the Dark Path, 2. Roger was asleep, but his senses were much sharper than usual. It should be said that it is the price of borrowing the power of the goddess and a little grace. Contact with God also had some influence on Roger too. He could see the energy that a person has and could also sense the size of their souls or their power like a white fire burning in the dark. His body was asleep, but his mind was watching the flame of the soul. The flame of an ordinary man was like a small candle. In the case of those who are superior and called geniuses by the world, it's the size of a torch. And for those who are geniuses beyond, geniuses, it's like a bonfire that's much bigger than all the other flames. And in the distance, such a bonfire was approaching the slums, along with 4 torches. The moment he saw them, Roger opened his eyes. At first, the members did not immediately understand what Roger meant when he said guests are in. "What are you doing?" "Well, have visitors soon. Get ready to greet them." But when Roger urged them, they started moving. Roger immediately disguised himself. Hans, who still didn't understand the situation, soon opened his eyes to the information that a mouse approached and handed over. "Brother, how did you know the Nightcrawler Knights were in?" "I just felt it." It sounded like an excuse, but he meant it. He closed his eyes and slept deeply and opened his eyes because he felt that way vaguely. Then wouldn't it be better to hide? I think it's dangerous to do something that might get us caught for no reason. It doesn't matter if you meet them with the title owner instead of me, but Yow'll be caught immediately, so it's better if I forward myself. Tell the others to not stop them and treat them with utmost respect. Okay. Roger immediately grabbed his overcoat and put it on. This is a slum. One of the Nightcrawler Knights looked at the surrounding landscape and muttered in disbelief. The other knights, as well as Trina Ryanhowl, felt the same way. It's completely different from when we saw it that day. I'd believe it if someone told me that this is a different place. There was no place where filth overflowed anymore, and the vagrants that squatted helplessly and begged were gone too. The roads were well paved, and there were new buildings constructed too, while the smell of delicious food was felt from all over the place, and the kids were playing happily. It was much more colorful than the general Mercial area, to the point where it could even be called a busy street. Enya, who saw the process, opened her mouth. As you can see, the slums are changing rapidly. It's still happening in real time. This is all the result of the owner. Yes. At this point, she wanted to meet that unusual person and needed to know what kind of ideas he had and what his tendencies were. There is nothing more dangerous to the nation than a villain with great ability, and the Nightcrawler Knights exist to prevent that. As she was walking down the street like that, someone blocked Trina's way from the front. Trina and other knights stopped. It's an honor to meet the Nightcrawler Knights of the Empire. I am Violetta, your guide. Violetta, dressed in neat clothes, greeted them politely. Trina stared at Violetta, intrigued by the fact that she already knew they were Ing. You know us. The owner told me to serve you with all my heart. When the name came out, the knights exchanged eyes and Enya whispered carefully to Trina. Leader, isn't it a trap? I think he knew in advance that we're Ing. No, Trina replied sternly. If this was a trap, they wouldn't have sent a guide. Rather, it was more of a challenge. The Nightcrawler Knights, notorious in the Empire. So what? The owner proudly declared that they could if they wanted to because he had nothing to hide. All right, I'll follow you. Violetta took the lead with Trina's permission, followed by other Nightcrawler Knights. At first, the Knights were suspicious, but when Trina, the leader, showed posture and followed her calmly, of course, they still kept their guard up because they didn't know when an incident would suddenly happen. More than that, is this a slum? Trina was in awe of the new street. This place was abandoned by the city, so it won't be strange, no matter what happens, but miraculously, in just a few months, it became unrecognizable. I can't believe this is possible. Eventually, Trina couldn't help but open her mouth. The owner must be quite a man of ability. Yes, he is. Violetta replied with a gentle smile. It's all thanks to the owner's grace that we were able to change like this. If it weren't for him, we'd still have to live abandoned by the city and country. Violetta's words had thorns. She said in a roundabout way, you abandoned us, but he didn't forsake and led us all the way here. In a way, it was more of an insult to the state, but Trina wasn't as angry as other tight-knit bureaucrats and aristocrats. Such a provocation could only be seen as cute in her line of work. Even so, Trina responded lightly because she didn't intend to just accept the provocation. That's fascinating. We're here to catch a man who's a danger to the state. At that moment, Violetta, who was at the forefront, stopped walking and slowly looked back. Of course, there must be a reason why Nightcrawler Knights came all the way to this edge. I just want you to know this. Violetta was still smiling, but her eyes shone faintly. The moment you try to touch the owner, we'll all fight with our lives. It was not a mere verbal warning, and silence fell on the noisy street. Captain, well, the store owner preparing to open the store, the woman drying the blanket outside the window, and the children playing with toys were staring at them with a dry and hostile gaze. What is felt in their eyes is a determined will. If anything happened to the owner, they were determined to attack them even if they died. It's like I'm in the mouth of a giant beast. Trina decided to step back for now. I'll take a closer look. If she had been a proud, ordinary knight, she would have drawn her sword in a fit of rage, but Trina was different. On the contrary, she even had a bit of respect for the one who brought the abandoned area to this point on his own. I'm glad you understand. I'll guide you again. Violetta started moving again. The people who were watching them also went back to their daily lives as if nothing happened. That subtle sense of disparity gave the Nightcrawler Knight goosebumps. Here it is. They arrived at an ordinary three-story mansion that was not much different from other houses. The owner of the back world is staying in a place like this. Unlike the suspicious knights, Trina followed Violetta inside without hesitation. Violetta knocked on the door of the reception room on the first floor to announce the arrival of the guests. Owner, I brought our guests. Come in. Violetta opened the door and entered when permission was given from the inside, as Trina immediately examined the structure of the room. There is no place for someone to hide and launch a surprise attack, and there is no secret space. Is it literally a place to greet guests? Her eyes were last directed at the owner waiting for them in the center of the room. That's him. The owner was sitting on the sofa. He was wearing a suit that didn't look expensive, but wasn't cheap either, and a big hat on his head, along with a white mask worn on his face. It's nice to meet the Nightcrawler Knights. I am an undeservedly called owner. Trina Ryanhowl. Oh, you are a noble. Have a seat. I will. Trina did not refuse and sat across from Ona. Her action was relentless and even imposing. The four knights, including Enya, lined up behind Trina. Violetta. Yes, owner. You did a great job bringing the guests. You can go out now. Yes, sir. When Violetta closed the door and left, there was silence in the guest room. The first person to speak was Trina. You don't need your subordinates. Our people are very busy. The slums have changed a lot paired to before, but there are still many things to be fixed. We can't waste our time doing this. He doesn't mean to bow down unlike others. Against the Nightcrawler Knights, also called the Empire Nightmare. What a man of great ambition, even his polite way of speaking in a subtle twist. This man is extraordinary. If I let my guard down, I will be swayed. Trina immediately raised her assessment of the owner. Knights, you should go out too. What, leader? It's an order. Rest in moderation nearby. The members couldn't refuse Trina's order and the members left the room, but Enya remained adamant. Enya, I'm sorry, but I can't get out of here because I am your aide. I see. Yow'll gladly allow at least one person, right? The owner nodded at Trina's playful question. I don't care. Is that so? I'd like to ask you one more question. Do you have to keep wearing that mask? Trina's gaze shone sharply. It was like trying to recognize the face hidden in the mask. Or is there a reason why you have to hide your face? You must have been offended that I faced you with a mask on. That's not how you should treat your guests. Well, this is a mask to be considerate of you. Owner said so, and only slightly lifted up the bottom of the mask. A hideous burn was seen inside. He immediately put the mask back, but Enya and Trina, who have good eyes, saw it. Please understand that I have to wear a mask like this because of severe burns. Of course, Roger's burned skin was a fake made by Sheridan, but it was so sophisticated that they wouldn't notice it was fake unless they touched it. Trina felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't argue anymore. First of all, let me ask you a question. What's your name? You're a too patent to suddenly appear out of thin air. You mean my name? I can't just call you owner forever. I see. Owner, no, Roger naturally spoke the pre-prepared name. I am Oliver, who was born here in the past. Anything to prove your identity? Sadly, there isn't. There is no way that a person born in a slum would have such a thing. Were you from here? My mother died soon after I was born, and I have been living in a workhouse since I was a child. Then, when I got older, I went abroad to earn money, and my business was successful to some extent, so I came back to my hometown. I had a twisted life, but now I am living well. Are your questions answered? Not yet. Trina opened her eyes sharply at the words. Let's get down to business for now. Yes. Silver Sun disappeared last night. Trina said so and looked at Roger's reaction. Did you here because of something related to Silver Sun? Roger, who had guessed the reason, naturally replied. Yes, we know the news that Silver Sun has disappeared. By the way, did you to see me because I am the most likely suspect? I heard that Silver Sun recently played a trick against your slum. Yeah, that hurt many people and caused quite a lot of damage. They came openly, so he didn't hide it. Don't tell me you think we did that right. People from the slums like us. I have a hunch. It's just a hunch. You don't even know how many people have grudges against Silver Sun in the first place. In fact, Trina has found the culprit, but Roger was confident he wouldn't be caught. Trina knew there was nothing more she could get from asking, but it's strangely frustrating. She kept having the feeling that the man named the owner in front of her eyes was suspicious. She's still a sharp woman. Come to think of it, it was the same then. Even when he robbed a noble's house to raise funds, Trina followed him without a clue. She is a nuisance with a sense of a beast. And to that extent, it must mean that my actions in this area were unusual. It is doubtful that the dying streets have been completely transformed into new ones, but Trina couldn't stop. Silver Sun are bad guys anyway. It's nice if they disappeared, but I don't know why the Nightcrawler Knights came all this way to persecute me. When Roger poked her sore spot, Trina wrinkled her nose. The Nightcrawler Knights are called nightmares by criminals, but the basis of all that action is based on the belief that justice is enforced. Silver Sun is an evil organization that persecutes people, extorts money from them, and bribes politicians. They are loach-like people who turn puddles into muddy water. This is what Roger asked. Why do those who enforce justice protect the wicked? It touched Trina Ryan-Howell's pride. That's definitely true. I can't deny that. Surprisingly, Trina neatly accepted Roger's point. But I hope you know that. If we had really suspected you, there would have already been blood on the sword. At the same time, the inside of the drawing room was filled with muddy flesh. Trina Ryan-Howell is the Nightcrawler's Knight Commander and one of the few masterclass knights in the Empire. Her life was enough to make even average knights suffer a nervous breakdown or pass out with bubbles the moment they encounter it. She would be considerate of him, but it was also a warning to him not to cross the line any further. He's a suspicious man, but he's from the underworld. It will be necessary to properly imprint who is above, but wasn't the man named owner naturally nodding his head even after receiving that? At that action, Trina's eyes shook slightly. It was the same for Enya, who was watching the situation from behind. My life he endured it. Chapter 188 Cone 188. King of the Dark Path 3. Thanks for pointing out my mistake at the end of Cone 187 in the Ments. After double-checking, I discovered one more mistake a few rows before it, and after fixing them both the text makes way more sense. At the same time Trina was talking to Roger in the slums, Casey, who received an artifact from Trina, returned to her rented house. She wanted to talk to Trina if she could, but Casey had something to do. Ah, Casey, please clean up your room. It's like a pig pen. The house they lived in this time was too large for just two people, Casey and Betty, but it was only a few weeks. Her room was so messy that it was hard to find a place to step thanks to Casey, who collected all sorts of things paranoidly. It wouldn't matter if it was organized well because there were things anywhere. Okay, you said you do it every day, but you don't. Betty finally couldn't stand it and started cleaning. Of course, even if she organized the room, it would be restored to its original state after a week, but she couldn't quit even though she knew it. Casey should thank me. If it wasn't for a great partner like me, there would be no one to take care of Casey. Betty grumbles and starts organizing while Casey ignores Betty's words and approaches one wall. There was a map of Leathervelk on it. Above the map, a newspaper article cutout was pinned to the tack, and there were countless threads that followed the tack. Casey clipped an article about Silver Sun from today's paper and pinned it to one side of the map. After connecting the thread related to the slum, she bounced it once with her fingertips. Looking at the trembling thread, she folded her arms. The map of Leathervelk was filled with a web of threads, and Casey stared at the map as if she had fallen into her own world. Recently, there have been strange incidents in Leathervelk. Until just last year, Leathervelk had no major problems, but many things have happened this year. The werewolf incident, an abandoned factory was burned, the attack on the Kunst auction house, the resurrection of the beast of Gvorden, the appearance of the Black Dawn Society, and the disappearance of Silver Sun. As for the suspect, the slum side was the most likely. It is said that the slums are undergoing tremendous changes recently, but Casey didn't check it herself because she only heard it, but the rumors are going around for no reason. I'm sure Trina went there to check. Casey carefully placed the artifact she had brought on one desk, recalling Trina. The artifact cracked with a squeak, revealing the mana stone that was inside. Casey glanced at the mana stone and took a separate white sheet of paper that surrounded it. Key item that is related to memory storming. The name hasn't been decided yet, but she knew it wasn't an ordinary thing. To think of making something like this out of the bark of an elven tree that can only be found in the elves' forest. Should she say that the magicians of the new tower are great or reckless by thinking of getting trees from the elves who love nature more than anyone else? But that kind of challenging spirit created a new artifact. According to the rumors, there was no problem as it was said that they made a deal with the elves who accepted the new culture. Ill be able to read it using this. Casey, who had been looking at the white paper for a while, folded it up and put it in her pocket. Let's clean up first. Casey's top goal is to track the Black Dawn Society. She visited the site where Silver Sun disappeared because she thought it might be related to the Black Dawn Society, but she found nothing there. Casey realized the moment she saw the mansion that literally had nothing left, let alone a trace. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find a clue. Something close to a miracle that surpassed magic happened, and even Casey couldn't do anything about it. In terms of the results alone, no connection could be found with the Black Dawn Society. Then all that remains is information from the men questioned that day. The members of the Black Dawn Society captured the last day of Theon's magic festival. Through the deal made with Alyssa, Casey had the opportunity to question them in person. Of course, the result of the interrogation is not always the answer. In reality, it would be right to say that there wasn't much gained. Should I say that the secret association's members are hard-willed or crazy, even if they are low ranks? They don't open their mouths easily, and even if they open their mouths, they say only false information. Besides, physical torture is not my way. But Casey drew information from those guys. Her way was very simple, she just had to ask a question. The element that delivers information to people is not limited to language. Eye tremors, breathing, subtle reactions, and other little acts could have been a sufficient answer. Unless they had special training in preparation for this situation, they had no choice but to be obvious. In fact, the third orders of the Black Dawn Society showed the various reactions she wanted, and that was enough for Casey. Casey put a new map on the empty wall next to the map of Leathervelk. Boltonung, a neighboring city of medium size, though lacking in person to the big city of Leathervelk related to the Black Dawn Society, Casey was suddenly worried. I'm not very happy to fight with a crazy dog. Casey, who was a little shaken, recalled James Moriarty, the man wearing a neat suit and flying a black cape behind his back. But he'll have to do it. Didn't she all the way here with the determination to chase James Moriarty? On the contrary, she should work harder since she knows that the Black Dawn Society is related to him. Sooner or later, she'll have to visit Boltonung. Trina had a high opinion of the man named Ona. He is a man who has made great progress in the barren land with nothing known as the slums. Ona was great, not just in a business-related sense. Knowing that Silver Sun disappeared, and knowing in advance that she sent a guide. He must know all the little information in the city, and it was clear that he was a person to be wary of. That's why I used my intent to scare him. The man in front of her was indifferent to her murderous intent. Looking at the naturalness felt in his actions, it was clear that he was not acting. She wanted to open her mouth right away and ask what his identity is. However, asking such a question here was tantamount to admitting that she lost the war of nerves. Having talked to each other so far, Ona knows the intention of her questions, but he will avoid them or roughly surround them. I can't believe it, though. When regular knights receive my intent, they are frozen and unable to move. But Ona endured it. He's not an ordinary guy either. It was not for nothing that he reigned as a master in this back world. Is he the king of the dark path? It would have been easier if he was a villain who illegally accumulated wealth or a criminal who did anything wrong. She could have just pulled out her sword and attacked. However, according to information from Enya, the man's business was surprisingly clean, so the Nightcrawler Knights couldn't just appear and use violence against him. Even though the Nightcrawler Knights do dirtier things than regular knights, this was tantamount to undermining the reputation of their order. In addition, he has a strong popularity, so if we touch him, everyone around here will turn into an enemy. If they touch Ona here, all the people in the slums will fight with their lives on the line. They are people who have lived without hope until now, and if someone would get in the way of their hope, one side would have to completely disappear. Are you done with your questions? Yes, thank you for your cooperation. Trina rose from her seat with a nod. She didn't have to stay here anymore because she had nothing to do. I won't send you back. I was going to say I don't need it anyway. It was the moment when they tried to back down after exchanging their eyes with each other. Leader, are you here? I'd like to ask you a question. Alex came in as the door of the reception room, which had been firmly closed, rattled open. His appearance was unexpected even for Roger. Alex. Enya, who recognized Alex, called his name. Alex, who opened the door without thinking, froze when he saw Enya. Roger realized he didn't warn Alex in advance because the Nightcrawler Knights came so suddenly. Alex, right. Why are you here? Roger sighed quietly behind his mask at the fact that Alex met his former lover, whom he broke up with on bad terms. Alex tried to escape, but Enya had no intention of letting him go and blocked his way out. Let's talk. I have nothing to say. Why are you here? You said you were going back to your hometown. Alex closed his mouth at Enya's words, staring at him. Obviously, he remembered saying that before he broke up with her a long time ago. Of course, it was a lie to force Enya off. There's nothing for you to know. For Alex, it was best to speak coldly. Didn't our relationship ended a while ago anyway? Enya bit her lip. Her eyes staring at Alex were moist. Alex's heart ached at the sight. You are Alex was shaken by the appearance of Enya, who was about to shed tears. There's no way he doesn't know the emotion in that gaze. You still haven't forgot me. Enya still had feelings for him. He still remembered hurting her and leaving. It made him happy and unbearably sad at the same time, because now, in this place, he had to hurt her again. If I could raise my hand and wipe the tears from her eyes. Could we go back to that time? To those days when we laughed and dreamed of the future? No. He stopped his hand because Enya's gaze at him overlapped with her crying in the past. Alex laughed to himself. There's no way I am qualified to do that. It is not anyone but himself who hurt Enya and left her first, so he couldn't beg for forgiveness or be forgiven. Why don't you go now that you're done? Alex was surprised at himself that he could speak in such a cold tone. Enya trembled and then nodded. You haven't changed at all. Enya's suppressed voice pierces Alex's heart. However, Alex desperately endured and did not show it. At first glance, Enya showed disappointment when she saw Alex like that. Maybe she wanted this guy to be sorry at least a little bit. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Take care. Enya left those words and turned her back. Alex remembered this look. It was a scene from the old times, but the difference is that she didn't shed tears this time. You've gotten stronger. Unable to resist, Alex tried to reach for her back, but in the end, he didn't. As Enya disappeared from view, Alex slid down against the wall of the building. Ha ha, I'm so ugly. How could he reach out his hand while looking at her back as she was about to leave? He couldn't face her with such a half-hearted determination. Even now, he wanted to run to Enya and catch her to tell her that everything he said that day was a lie and that he still had her in his heart. There's no way I can say it. She is a noble, and he is a Mona. Even though they were from the same night center, it wasn't enough for them to reach the end in this kind of world. So he had to change it. He still remembered how that person came to him and reached out to him who was covered in mud. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he turned his head to find Roger taking off his mask. As he finished talking with the leader of the night crawlers. Leader, what are you doing here? I'm sorry, Alex. I should have told you in advance. I apologize. It was me who came in without checking. Did you eat or fought me? What's with the people behind you? At those words, he could feel that the presence that was secretly hiding waver, and soon the members of UN Owen appeared, coughing awkwardly. Alex smiled at the sight. How many people are there? Rumors must have spread all over the neighborhood. Well, there's no way they don't know. After all, this happened when the Nightcrawler Knights visited. Alex was also convinced of that, so he lowered his head. Oh, I can't keep it a secret since it came this far. Alex raised his head with a self-helpful smile and Sheridan asked after a glance. Was the Nightcrawler Knight your ex-lover? That's right. She was my colleague, Raid, and my first love. If she was your colleague then, you too. Violetta noticed something and Alex shrugged his shoulders. Yes, I used to be an aspiring knight, more exactly a cadet of the Empire. Hans opened his eyes wide as if he had noticed something. Wait a minute. If you were a cadet of the Empire. Yes, I was a cadet at the Imperial Military Academy, Noble Knights. Then he added bitterly, more exactly a dishonorable former cadet. Chapter 189, Cone 189. Lanterns for the Abandoned, 1. Enya walked away at a quick pace. She held on to her breath, and her legs were about to loosen. Facing the past that she had barely forgotten here felt like the wounds which were deeply engraved in her heart were opening up again. I wanted you to at least apologize. Alex looked at her coldly, and she couldn't feel any emotion from him. You've forgotten everything. She hated Alex so much, so she desperately held back her tears. She didn't want to show her weakness in front of him. Enya, leader. Enya found Trina waiting for her and immediately lowered her head. I'm sorry I'm late, sir. I guess you're done talking. Yes. Did you know each other? Trina asked, glancing at Enya's figure. Enya wouldn't have tried to make it obvious, but Trina noticed at once that her deputy was in a worse mood than usual. Yes, once upon a time, very briefly. Wasn't that Alex just now? One of the Nightcrawler Knights who came with them opened his mouth. Enya tried to stop him, but Trina reacted first. Alex, oh yes, sir. He was once one of the most talented Noble Knights cadets. Oh, while Theon Academy is the Empire's #1 educational institution for training good wizards, Noble Knights is a training center for nurturing knights. Almost all of the famous knight families came from these Noble Knights graduates, and the competition to enter here was tough. However, since Alex, who seems to have been in a relationship with Nia, was from the Noble Knights, Trina couldn't help but be interested. Then, Nia, he must have been your colleague. Yes. Nia didn't want to think about it much, but when the leader asked, she had no choice but to answer. Why is such a person in this back alley? As Nia couldn't respond to Trina's question, one of the knights did. Oh, the one named Alex. What happened? He was dishonorably discharged. Nia bit her lip at the word of discharge, but no one noticed her reaction. Why? A few days before the commission ceremony, he assaulted a fellow cadet and instructor. After assaulting 5 classmates and 2 instructors, Alex became a disgrace and was expelled from the academy. Is that true that you beat up your colleagues? Alex opened his eyes wide and shook his head as if he could not stop Oppa from asking innocently. Yeah, I beat them. Not only did I beat my colleagues, I also beat the instructor. Why did you beat him? Because I was the problem. That can't be true. Alex isn't a bad guy, is he? Alex was speechless at Oppa's words. You were doing illegal things right now, but I'm not bad. Do you know what that means? But that's how I felt. Alex tried to rebuke Oppa. However, the moment he saw his transparent eyes, those thoughts disappeared. I had a problem with them. Those guys. The people I beat up on. Well, it was actually a 5-1 fair fight, and I was so strong that I was a one-sided beatdown. They were jealous because I, a commoner, was doing well even though they were aristocrats. The competition in the noble knights was fierce, and it was unbearable that a commoner was better than them, so the aristocrats couldn't let it go. At his words, Roger recalled the situation of Theon. The discrimination between aristocratic and commoner students, and the indelible huge crack carved between the two groups. I may seem to be pretending, but I was the best cadet even if I look like this. In fact, Alex was close to the top spot in terms of grades and skills. Without the unsavory incident that day, Alex would surely have been a great knight, and a commoner may have been given a title as an emerging noble. But why are you here? If you held it in, you would have lived your life without a fuss. Alex laughed bitterly at Violetta's criticism. I wonder if it was because I was tired. Actually, I didn't do it out of anger. The anger that had accumulated and accumulated for a long time exploded. He didn't make a mistake at that time simply because he was overwhelmed by anger. Their sabotage actually started from the moment he entered the Noble Knights. The same goes for the instructors. It must have been unpleasant for them to have a commoner show off in a place where aristocrats should be doing well. They were determined and kept interrupting me. Whatever he did, they punished him. Even when others rested in their accommodation in the evening, Alex ran through the training ground, sweating under the pretext of guidance. He couldn't sleep well, and even though he showed excellent results and didn't receive a word of praise, Alex has endured the inequality with his teeth clenched for 3 years. Oh my God, for 3 years. You managed to endure it. In the end, I couldn't stand it. The lump in his heart that had accumulated over the past 3 years exploded shortly after the appointment ceremony, so he got involved in cadet violence. In the end, he was expelled in disgrace without completing the appointment ceremony. But she didn't seem angry simply because you were discharged. Wasn't there something else? Pantos, who had been listening silently with his arms folded, opened his mouth. He pointed out Enia's appearance and attitude. He's surprisingly quick to sense. Violetta, Sheridan, Hans and other members were silently shocked by Panto's question, which they thought was muscle brain that only wanted to compete with the strong. What's wrong with everyone? Pantos asked if he felt something from the gaze of his colleagues, but instead of answering, they looked away since they couldn't say I didn't expect a muscle brain like you would say that. Pantos is right. Alex agreed with Pantos, because she and I were lovers. She was the one I saw at the auction house at the time. How did you meet her? No matter how she appeared here, Enia is a very high-ranking person. Enia is a woman and is smaller than others. And since knights use their bodies, Enia was naturally full of disadvantages. It was purely the result of effort that Enia had better results among other knight cadets. Alex and Enia, of course, competed with each other. Since they had a reason to do their best, it was natural for the two to get close in a way. She was a rival at first. I thought I could never lose to her, so I fought with my teeth clenched. Alex still vividly remembered the time when his blood was boiling. They were the few good memories of his life. Then, from some point on, I felt strongly that I wanted to be with her rather than beat her. Oh my. At the love story, Violetta covered her mouth with her hands and made a fuss. And Eniar thought the same thing as me. It was a time when we were young. They also promised each other's future. But the happiness didn't last that long. As Alex stayed close to Eniar and Eniar had high grades in the military academy, public interference toward Alex continued to come in. You don't fit in with her. How can it be fair for a commoner to go out with an aristocrat? Not only the cadets blinded by jealousy, but also the instructors said so. Did Lady Eniar not know that? She didn't know. Why? Because I hid it. She didn't want to let her know. If he had been honest with her, the stubborn Eniar would have been arguing with them. Eniar rose to that position through her own efforts, and I can't make her go back to the past just because of me. Eniar, an aristocrat, immediately changed the opinion when she proved her ability in contrast to Alex, who was a commoner. Nevertheless, he was jealous of Eniar. He wanted her to congratulate him. Maybe that's why I couldn't deny the words of those bloody cadets and instructors. There was a real reason why Alex kept everything secret from Eniar. It was because Alex himself, no one else, was agreeing with them. There is a big difference in status. No matter how well I finish the commission ceremony, the label of commoner will continue to follow me even if I become a knight. Eniar, on the other hand, was a noble, and thanks to her skills and hard work, Alex was sure that she would be more successful than him. I was nothing more than a stumbling block in her life. No one could console him when they heard his words, so I pushed Eniar away. You pushed her away. Yeah, I intentionally dumped her pretending to be dating someone else. If I had just said that we should break up, she wouldn't have listened. He still can't forget Eniar's shocked face and how tears flowed down her cheeks when he told her that. He repeated to himself that it was okay several times, but his thoughts and the reality he actually faced were different. Alex, who broke up with Eniar like that, felt an endless emptiness. I thought it would be okay if we broke up, but it wasn't. Rather, I felt like a fool after enduring it for the past 3 years. At that time, aristocratic cadets approached Alex, mentioning Eniar, and as soon as he saw their blatant ridicule, Alex burst into laughter and beat them up. They were 5 and even had swords, but they were no match for the bare-handed Alex. The instructor who came to stop it also favored the aristocracy, so he beat him as well. Being banished from the noble knights was simply a fitting end for a commoner. I was being too arrogant. The commoner looked up at the high place without knowing his place. He hurt the person he loved and was kicked out of the place where he could achieve his dreams. There was nothing left for Alex. He has talent, but he was discharged in the end. Trina listened to her men and ran her gloved hand over her chin once and shook her head. It's a pity. She doesn't know exactly what happened between Eniar and the man. However, when Alex first entered the room, Trina could feel it through her night intuition that he was well trained. Why is such a man working for Ona? Even though he was expelled, he was still from the noble knights, so he could found a better place instead of being a subordinate of the backstreet ruler. Well, it's because he's a commoner after all, because that's the only thing he could do. At the words of the Nightcrawler knights who were chatting among them, Eniar bit her lips softly. Trina asked, looking at Eniar's reaction. Are you okay, Naya? I am all right, but I have nothing to do with him in the first place. Trina didn't ask any more questions at Eniar's words. I've been wandering ever since. Alex wandered around like a bum. He drank and gambled every day. After a quarrel with the gang that was manipulating gambling, Alex could have beaten all of these guys, but he didn't. Rather, he was beaten and chased by them, and even rolled in the mud. It was a rainy day, and Alex, stretching out of the mud, looked up at the sky. He knew his life was miserable, but it didn't matter because trash like him deserved that. It was then that someone appeared in his field of vision. Why are you being bullied by someone weaker than you? Even the people passing by the street pretended not to see it on purpose, but a man who spoke to him. Who are you? I just happened to see you in the bar. You knew they cheated, but you lost. Is getting hit a hobby? Don't talk nonsense. Then I'll ask you another question. Is it satisfying to live like that? The words touched Alex's nerves, and he raised his upper body. If you tell me, then will you back off, noble? It depends on what you say. Even though he was sarcastic, the only thing that came back was a blunt answer. Alex gritted his teeth because he knew that the other person only came to him with pure intentions. If he wasn't really interested, he would have ignored him like everyone else, but he couldn't control this anger even though he knew it. Self-loathing. Are you releasing your anger on yourself? So what do you know? Aren't you angry? What? Bowing down to guys who are worse than you? You have skills, but you are not treated well. Don't bullshit. But why are you blaming yourself for that anger? Stop talking bullshit. It was a sudden outstretched hand that came back to Alex's cry. Let's do it together. Why would I believe you? Do you really need to believe me? What? Then would I go with you? The man laughed and said, At least you don't think I'm a commoner. He thought it might have been just lip service. No, actually, maybe that's what he wanted to believe, but Alex knew that while everyone ignored him, there's no way this guy, who was the only one who talked to him and held out his hand, would lie. You can hold my hand or push me away. I don't mind if you borrow money from me. I'll lend it to you if you want. I have a lot of money even though I look like this. But can you do this one thing? What is it? At least don't do anything that hurts yourself. Isn't that painful? It was the first time that someone truly comforted him. No, it wasn't actually the first time because even though he couldn't see her anymore, she kept worrying about him. Nevertheless, it was him who pushed her away and ran. At that moment, the dam that had blocked Alex's heart collapsed. Damn it. Why me? Even when he broke up after hurting his beloved lover, even when he was kicked out of the Noble Knights Cadet Academy, or even when he ran around drunk, he didn't shed any tears, but Alex burst into tears like a child for the first time that day. It's raining a lot. Roger murmured so, watching the rain pouring from the sky, but Alex, who bowed his head, could not answer. Chapter 190 Cone 190. Lantern for the Abandoned 2. How long has it been since the rain started? Alex raised his head and stared at Roger. There was a determined light in the empty eyes. Did you decide? Yes. Alex grabbed Roger's hand, and Roger lifted Alex up, not caring that his clasped hands got dirty in the mud. Now then, since it's a monumental day, let's go and punish those who robbed my subordinate's money first. Wait a minute. Why am I your subordinate? Isn't that obvious? I made the offer, so I am the captain. I didn't agree to that. Call me leader. No, you. What are you doing now? Roger and Alex walk into the bar where the gambling fraudsters were. Then, several people's screams have resonated along with the sound of something breaking. That was their first meeting. Mr. Alex also has a very unfortunate past. The other members couldn't say anything for a while about Oppa's pure appreciation, since their pasts were also placated. In the end, the first person to speak was Hans. I understand. I was treated like a monster because of this bloody constitution and ran away here and there. Well, that's the same for me. Sheridan nodded her head with her arms folded. I was treated like a weirdo in the town of dwarfs and kicked out. Oh my, I almost blew up half the town. No, you deserve it. The people gathered here were all the same. They have been abandoned in the world or turned their backs on the world. They were people who would never have met, yet here they are gathered together in the same place and at the same time, thanks to one person. It's all thanks to the leader. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have all the way here. I benefited a lot from the boss. Roger scratched his cheek awkwardly as everyone looked at him. I don't deserve your praises. It's not too much. Leader is like a lantern. Lantern. Yes, a lantern for those who were abandoned like us. Everyone nodded as if they agreed with Alex. Roger, who had hoped to refute Alex's words at least a little, felt his face heat up. No, it actually got hot. Owner, are you embarrassed now? Oh, it's true. Leader's face is a bit red, huh? I can't believe brother can react like that. The members were talking as if they found a rare sight. Brother, are you not annoyed or anything? Why? If I'm annoyed, will you stop? Maybe. To be honest, I don't feel too bad. Roger smirked. At least what I've been doing was not in vain. Roger muttered, and a small light came out of his chest. This is the relic fragment that he obtained from the Kunst auction house the other day was shining. Brother, it's shining now. I know. Everyone's eyes were on the light, but no one knew that it was Roger's most sought-after item at the Kunst auction house that day. Soon, the light disappeared, and the fragment returned to its original form. Leader, what the hell was that? What has the fragment reacted to? Reacted? What the hell? More than that, all of a sudden, that's what a relic is. Because it is an unknown thing that is difficult for us to understand, it wouldn't be strange if it suddenly did this. Alex, who had been curious since before, asked while the opportunity arose. Leader is aiming to collect the fragments, right? Yes. In the first place, the reason I traveled around the world was to find this. He wandered around the world looking for the relic fragments. That was the only thing the members knew, but they didn't know why he was looking for them. If it's not rude, may I ask why you're looking for them? Everyone waited for Roger's answer to Arpa's question. Have you ever felt that the world is stuffy? What? They thought they would get a clear answer, but it was a random question instead. Have you ever felt like the world was a huge cage that someone had built? Other people exchanged looks at Roger's question. It is true that they suffered from inequality and irrationality in the world, but what Roger said was something more prehensive than that. Leader, is this a riddle? It means as it is. Roger stared at the relic fragment on his palm. The world is a cage created by someone, and those who live in it live without knowing that they are oppressed. Roger clenched the fragment strongly. This is the key to breaking the cage. The members, who didn't initially understand, realized that Roger was not lying. Wait. As the leader said, if the world is a cage and the relic is the key to breaking it, doesn't it mean that the complete version of the relic can break the world itself? There is not a single person here who doesn't know how dangerous a relic is. Its power is enormous, and it could cause various phenomena. Perhaps it might really break the world. There will be nothing for you to worry about. However, Roger's words were calm. How can you be sure of that? Because the people who made this didn't want it. What do you mean by the people who made it? If someone made this ancient relic, he must have been a great man in the distant past. Since it was made so many years ago, how could Roger know that the creator didn't want it? But since it's Roger, they thought he might know somehow. Collecting all the pieces won't fix this broken relic. Right. Of course, restoring the relic requires a corresponding process. He couldn't imagine how much it would simply cost to restore the lost technology. Wait a minute. Hans suddenly remembered that Roger was investing somewhere after making a huge amount of money. Don't tell me that you saved so much money while walking around the world. Roger has made countless sums of money so far. When he was working as Arsène Lupin, he robbed the coffers of nobles and vicious merchants. With that money alone, Roger could go anywhere and live free of worries, but he didn't. Instead, he was busy wandering around the world. Then, what happened with all the money he stole? Hans didn't bother to care about that in the past, but now that Roger revealed a part of the truth, he could guess where he was spending the huge profits he made. It does cost a lot of money to recruit famous archaeologists who have a big mouth and create an institution to study relics. That's why. I've done business here too, so that's how it is. Even his salary as a Theon teacher is already a large sum that ordinary people cannot touch in their lives. What about Belbot Rixon's secret safe? The wealth he accumulated illegally was simply vast. Roger even created prosperous business as owner. Still, he didn't show that he had a lot of money, and he didn't spend money except when he invested in business. All for that one thing. Hans didn't understand, and it was the same for others. Roger said the world is a huge cage, and they understood it was frustrating to know it. But it's a whole different story to go around hiding your identity all your life trying to destroy it. Isn't it a waste? What do you mean? With the money you've earned so far, you can buy a house in a good land and live while playing and eating all your life. Hans' dream was to enjoy a peaceful life in his own house while looking at his endless land. So for Hans, Roger's behavior seemed imprehensible and phenomenal at the same time. I could have done that. But why? Why? I couldn't stand still. Maybe I am the same as you guys. Same as us. Didn't I tell you? Everyone here is abandoned in the world. It's the same for me. At first, he thought it would be nice for him to live quietly, but he knew he couldn't. His constitution, his destiny, and the world didn't allow it. There was always a chance to run away. This is not like a mission that must be achieved in the first place. I don't have to take responsibility, and I won't die just because I can't achieve it. Even though he knew that he couldn't stop. Why? He wouldn't have known that the road ahead was a bloody, thorny road. At the end of the day, he'll be angry, too. He was just angry. I'm trying to fight because I am angry, and I see abandoned people on the side of the road. So he gave them his hand and led them to move forward together. It's really nothing special, and it's for a nonsensical reason. No one could open their mouth. The desperate emotion felt in Roger's muttering was what everyone here was feeling. No, it's not nonsense. Alex denied Roger's words. If it weren't for Leader, we wouldn't have this far. Thank you for saying that. It was then that Pantos, who had been listening, opened his mouth. That's surprising. I thought someone as big as you would have a greater ambition. Was this not enough? There is nothing strange about collecting relics. It's just that the trigger was simpler than I thought. Simple. Roger smirked at his words. Maybe it's simpler. What does that mean? No, I just said it. Pantos had a hunch that in Roger's words there was something more that he hadn't said yet. It somehow became a place to talk candidly. Roger's trembling words made the members laugh. At first, it was a place to Fort Alex, but from some point on, it became an atmosphere where they confessed that they were the same. I have a question. Did she think he had no chance if it wasn't now? Belaruna raised her hand. What is it? Boss knows our past, but we don't know boss past. When she said that, they thought, that's right. Come to think of it, it's true. We don't know what you did in the past. Don't you know Mr. Hands? What, me? Hands broke out in a cold sweat as the arrow returned to him and looked at Roger to ask for instructions. Since Roger did not answer, Hands refused to answer. I don't know everything. It's funny that I am talking freely even though it's not my business. Honestly, I am curious. Sir, if you've all the way here, can't you tell us? Sheridan also supported Belaruna's opinion. I agree. Honestly, I do wonder what Leader has done in the past. Me too, me too. Alex and Arpa helped. Well, Pantos was convinced and nodded. No matter how hard it was, you helped us. Although only Violetta hesitated to keep her loyalty to Roger. Violetta, be honest. You're a curious like us, and we won't get a better chance. Well, a little bit. At Sheridan's point, Violetta had no choice but to raise the white flag. Naturally, the atmosphere flowed in the direction that Roger had to tell his story. This happens when a lot of people gather. Roger plained to himself. Seeing their eyes, he knew they wouldn't let him escape. He has been swept by emotions and defeated. But well, it's not polite to hide it when I've all the way here. Father, are you going to tell us? Then should I lie? I'll continue to be with you, so it's time to let you know. At Roger's words, Violetta's eyes, who pretended not to be curious, changed. Pantos, who pretended not to be interested, also pricked up his ears. I was going to tell you one day, but I'll tell you now since this has happened. The members who were waiting for those words felt like their hands were sweating. Why am I so nervous? Roger opened his mouth in the stillness that sank like dew at dawn. I was royalty. His words took everyone's breath away. Chapter 191, Cone 191. Dream Camouflage. 1. Roger introduced himself as a royal. Everyone was surprised by his words and was about to say something, but soon nodded their heads in agreement. Somehow it seems so. So am I have to say that I understand something. Me, too. Roger, who thought there would be a big reaction, felt a little weak in his shoulders when he saw the members agreeing surprisingly easily. I am not surprised. Alex replied indifferently to Roger's appearance, which looked somewhat sullen. No, that's right, because considering Leader S' usual appearance, it makes sense to say that he is a royal. As Roger's painstaking collection of people, the members of UN Owen have extraordinary abilities, unlike others, so they knew at once that Roger was no longer an ordinary man. I easily guessed that a leader would be a hidden aristocrat in the first place. That's right. I thought that even if you don't say it, you would be at least a great nobleman. Well, it was a little surprising that the boss was a royal. Roger decided to think positively about the appearance of his colleagues, who immediately agreed. Then the story will be easier. I was born into a royal family, but I was just an unwelcome being. A word flashed across everyone's mind when he said unwelcomed. Roger was the king's illegitimate child. If it was an ordinary illegitimate child, I could live as if I were dead. My only fault is that I wasn't normal. No one could refute, even though he seemed arrogant, because they knew Roger's abilities better than anyone else. People who saw me as dangerous tried to kill me all the time so as not to lose their seats. The most representative of the methods was poisoning. Belaruna murmured something bewildered. Then the reason boss was so resistant and well-versed in poison. I don't know if it's because I've eaten too much since I was young, but I'm not affected anymore. Of course, when he first took the poison, he was sick for days. No matter how talented a person is, it is one thing to endure the poison that gnaws at the inside of the body. Still, Roger survived without dying because of the power of God. The gods did not want Roger to die. When Roger was still inexperienced in dealing with power, the gods gave him protection and a curse. All the toxins in his body decomposed and disappeared during the few days he was sick, and his immune system became stronger and stronger. Since then, years of poisoning attempts have made Roger unaffected by any poison. It was a curse and a blessing at the same time, a miracle made by those who want to kill and those who want to save. Later, they tried to kill me in all sorts of ways because it wouldn't work with poison, so I ran away to live. Then the fact that you kept using aliases. Yeah, they kept trying to kill me even after I ran away because my existence itself bothers them. The reason why people in high positions keep their position is simple. They never leave any danger behind and try to get rid of anything that bothers them at all costs. Especially if the other person dies on the road, then it has nothing to do with them. One of the most memorable attempts was the attack of Calsapa assassins. Ah, at the words, Violetta realized why Roger knew so much about the Calsapa assassins. He has been fighting with the Calsapa assassins for a long time and learned with his body what they are like. Like that, I went around with my teacher, hiding my identity. As I saw it, I no longer had a pursuer. But Roger knew that the moment they find out who he is, the pursuers will move again. That's why Roger had to keep changing his name and identity. He had to give up on his real self to survive. What Roger was going through was nothing compared to simply insurmountable discrimination. Roger felt grateful for the way his colleagues looked at him with worried eyes. At least there was someone who really cared about him. So let me introduce myself again. He didn't mind telling them his real name. My name is. When Renée opened her eyes, she saw the ceiling of the dormitory. After she got up, she recalled the dream she had just had. I feel like I had a happy dream. In her dream, she was young. It was a curious thing since she couldn't remember her childhood, but had a childhood dream. In her dream, Renée played on the green meadow. On the endless horizon where the blue sky and the green land met, the stars, wind, and light were beautiful. Renée lived there for a long time, and sometimes she looked up at the night sky with stars, but she didn't feel lonely. Yes, I had a family. No, I think there was. In her dream, Renée had a family. She wasn't lonely because she had someone with her. However, she doesn't remember who it was. If it's a family, was it a mother or a dad? But she doesn't remember her parents. The first memory Renée remembered was an old man with grey hair who told her to call him teacher. She doesn't remember where she lived, what she did, and who she was with before. And there were more people. In the dream, she was an ordinary girl who laughed and cried much more than now. Sometimes when she fell while running, she shed tears, and there was a boy of her age who reached out to her. She couldn't remember his face properly because it's blurry as if it's in the fog, but she was sure they played together because she thought it was fun to play with him. And lastly, she had an older brother. She doesn't know if it's her brother or not. However, although he is old, she may have thought so because he was not an adult. Of course, she doesn't remember his face. However, she thought that the soft smile that he sometimes made while looking at her, or the touch that patted her head, was very warm. My heart aches. When she thought of him, one side of her chest hurt like a sore thumb. What's wrong with me? Renée didn't know much about herself. However, what was clear was that it was quite painful now. It's only a dream. Why? It was a confusion between dreams and reality, and maybe this was not just an ordinary dream to see the scene she wanted. What if it was all real? I don't know. Even now, she couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. Renée held her hand and opened it. The sensation felt vague in her hand, as if it was floating in the air. In fact, this was a dream, and when she fell asleep, she thought she opened her eyes again in reality. When she thought about that, I came here because I felt something strange, but this is interesting. At the sudden voice, Renée slowly turned her head. Maybe it was because she was in a dreamy mood, but Renée stared at her opponent with little surprise. Who? It was definitely her dormitory room where no one was supposed to be, but one person was there, a grey-haired girl with a subtle smile that is hard to understand. Ah, you are. What was the name again? Julia Plumhart. That's right. It was that name. She was a classmate who took Mr. Rogers' class with her. Above all, she had the highest grades in the admission exam, so there is no way Renée wouldn't know her. But how did you get here? What? Are you curious about that? I've actually been led by your dream. Dream. She was led by a dream. It's a hard word to understand. However, Renée vaguely remembered seeing something similar in the literature she had read before. Dream magic. You know it. That's cool. Usually, students don't know much about our dream school. I read it in a book. You studied hard, didn't you? Renée laughed, as if she was happy to be praised for no reason. But why did you come to see me? I told you I came here for an interesting case. Interesting case? Are you talking about me? Yeah, you had a weird dream, didn't you? I think I did. It's a secret that I am a dream wizard, but since I saw something interesting, I'll explain it to you. Julia said so and sat next to Renée, but she didn't feel heavy. Renee realized that Julia Plumhart in front of her was a kind of vision, not the real one, and felt something strange. She couldn't believe she was having a secret conversation with Julia since they never spoke to each other before, and was also a little nervous. Now you are on the boundary between dream and reality. Maybe it's because your dream is very similar to reality. Julia, who speaks softly in a pleasant voice, surprised Renee because she was so different from the image she showed in class. Why are you looking at me like that? Amazing. What's amazing? I didn't know you could talk this much. Well, I understand that. Honestly, I don't talk to other people. Why? It's not fun. Julia grumbled as if she was complaining. Even if it's Theon, the level of students is too low and I don't want to mix with them. But I kept watching quietly and there were some interesting people. The kid who can use anti-magic and now. Now, oh, you mean me. Usually people dream, but it's very far from reality. However, your dream is different. It's similar to reality, or in fact, it's closer to peeking into the past through dreams. Julia Plumhart, who uses dream magic from the dream school, evaluated people through dreams. That's why she appeared in front of Renee. She became interested in Ren's dream because it was so unique that it was rare in recent years. It's like a dream fairy coming here for a dream. Hee hee. I'm still thinking that I am talking to you because I am drunk. Julia became interested in Renee. At first, she thought she was just a commoner who wanted to stick with a powerful person since she was hanging out with the third princess. However, she felt the opposite when they talked in her dream. She was a child with some strange charm. Usually people don't like me when they see me. Why? It must be because I am always pointing out something and don't choose my words well. However, Julia is aware of that part, but won't change it, even though she knows it. It was difficult to correct because of her birth, and because she doesn't like to get involved with other people for no reason. Anyway, I am talking about your dream, but it's probably not a dream. Not a dream. Ordinary people's dreams are different from reality. You don't understand, but as a dreamwalker I can tell. The dream you had was a projection of reality rather than a dream, more specifically a projection of your past. At the words, Renee felt strange as she was about to catch something. But I don't remember very well. Let's see, Julia reached out to Ren's forehead. Renee closed her eyes softly and opened them when Julia said, "That's enough." It's weird. What? I can't see your dream. No, I can see it, but it's incredibly blurry. That was something that Renee agreed with. She knew she did something and was with someone, but she couldn't tell exactly who it was. We dreamwalkers can read the dreams that the other person has just dreamed, but if we can't see it, there's only one case. What's that? Someone intentionally erased your dream, no, your memory. Huh, but why are you suddenly? I don't know since when, but your blocked memories started leaking little by little recently. Renee could not keep up with Julia's explanation. Someone erased his memory. Why the hell? However, there were parts that made sense. Her childhood, which she doesn't remember, was somewhat strange, and it was only recently that she realized that. Come to think of it, even since I did the memory storming with Erendia. She began to dream of this. That's interesting. I can't believe it's a memory seal. Can you open it? No, I can't. It's not something I can touch. Julia declared neatly, and Renee felt depressed at her words. You don't have to be so depressed. You can't find the sealed memory right away, but knowing it is enough. How? The dream you had. I can find the key to the seal of your memory in it. Think about it. Was there anything in your dream that you remember clearly? At Julia's question, Renee thought a little and opened her mouth. Come to think of it, I don't remember the face, but there's a name that comes to mind. What name? Renee thought about whether she could say this or not, and put the name in her mouth. Heathcliff. My name is Heathcliff Van Brettis. Everyone opened their eyes wide when Roger said his name, because there was only one place in the world where the name Brettis was used. Home of the Lumensis Church, the Holy Kingdom, Brettis. Member of the royal family of the Holy Kingdom of Brettis, and blood relative of the Holy Emperor Brettis. That is me. Chapter 192, Cone 192. Dream Camouflage 2, Heathcliff. Julia, who heard the name, put her index finger on her chin as if to recall something. Not at all. Julia shook her head. It's not a Moan name, but I can't think of a person right away just by his name. It's someone in your memory in the first place, and I don't know. Oh, you're right. You have a strange, stupid side, don't you? Hee hee. Julia sighed at Ren's awkward smile. It wasn't a Plymouth. Julia got up from the bed. Oh, are you going? I have to go. Look at my condition. At Julia's words, Renair was able to notice the changes that had occurred to her. Is your body getting blurry? I guess that name was the trigger. You used to be on the border between dream and reality, but now you're trying to wake up from your dream. It was all through dream magic that they could talk like this. Now that Renair woke up from her dream, Julia could no longer maintain this state. A person who wakes up from a dream cannot have a dream conversation. I'm going to go now. It was a pretty interesting story. Although it has nothing to do with me, I hope you find your memory sometime. Oh, look, Julia Plumheart. Just call me by my name fortably. I don't really like being called with my last name. Can I talk to you again later? Julia looked a little ridiculous at the words and said with a smile, No. Why? It's purely because of my whim that we talk today. I don't really want to be close to anyone. Still, if you really want to talk to me, draw my interest with your dream. Then maybe I'll be back again like today. She didn't want Renette to talk to her in the classroom pretending to be close. Good luck, then. Julia disappeared like a mirage with the words. At the same time, Wren's vague energy disappeared, and she regained her pleat reason. Talking to Julia a little while ago seemed like a dream. No, it was not a dream. Obviously, the memory of talking to Julia remained clear along with the words Julia told her. The name in the dream, Heathcliff. Was that person related to her lost memory? But where and how do I find that person? The night went deeper and deeper while she was struggling with unattainable worries. It's turning. No matter how much Alex thought it was too much to imagine, and he grabbed his head. The blood of a prosperous family. Leader, how did you eat it? I was curious about that too. Did you have a headache because of your natural ability? The members knew that Roger had a chronic disease in his own right. At that, Roger nodded. I have a constitution that is terribly easily excited, and I've always been listening to strange voices. Not even the other blood relatives could do that. And in a God-believing country, there is no greater talent than that, but an excellent talent is sometimes too toxic. I hid it as much as I could, but I ended up getting caught. They understood why other royal family members tried to kill Roger. Sheridan asked, If you get discovered, what will happen? They'll send assassins again or use other means. Other means. Bretta's Holy Land has closed its borders for nearly 20 years. What do you think the reason is? What's wrong with your family? My biological father and the emperor of the time was not very healthy. Since then, there has been an internal struggle over the right to inherit the throne. But they didn't want to make it known, so they locked up the country and took care of it with the intention of avoiding damaging the nation's image. But the Holy Land of Bretis is back in action. The door that has been locked for the past 20 years has been opened, and that means one thing. The battle for succession ended, and the next success has been decided. When Roger's real identity is discovered one day, what will happen to him depends purely on the choice of the next success. That's why he had to prepare. The weekend has passed, and the weekdays have returned. Theon's morning started early, and employees came out from dawn to sweep fallen leaves, clean the streets, and organize their luggage. It was the time when early summer passed, and summer pleatly started, so sweat flowed down the working people's foreheads. As soon as the morning sun rises, Theon's day begins. Students sleeping in the dormitory wake up, and teachers prepare to go to work. It was the same for Roger. Roger, who went to work early in the morning in his office, even though there was no class, was diligently reading a paper on magic with rimless glasses. One of the privileges granted to Theon's teacher was the right to read magic papers from the old tower, the new tower, and academic societies more quickly. It's nice to be able to subscribe to magic papers quickly every month. The Tower and the Magic Society have been widely known to the world for their research through journals published every month. Previously, journals' papers were only intended to boast of their knowledge, but recently, the pattern has changed a lot. These days, they try to compete with each other. That pattern began after the tower was divided into the old tower and the new tower. The new tower has published numerous papers with the discovery and development of new magic. On the contrary, the old tower was so intoxicated with the glory of the past that it laughed at the actions of the new tower. No matter what anyone says, the old tower is still an object of envy to the wizards, and they thought that the new tower was not even close to their feet. But that's an old saying now. The actions of the new tower quickly became popular, and newspapers in each county were busy praising their actions while criticizing the old tower. especially from the moment when most of the artifacts and magic development articles blew up. Most of the countries started to support the new tower. The old tower was treated like the setting sun, not the great legacy of the past. Like that, it became a chicken race of wizards that even the old tower had to take part in. An unexpected participant in the petition that was expected to take place just between the two organizations emerged. It was the small and medium-sized schools that responded to the petition between the old and new towers. Originally, the schools were like in the magic world. Because they were sharpening and polishing their own magic, they had little interaction and sometimes treated each other as if they were enemies. Then the schools formed a coalition because they didn't want to be affected by the tower progress. As a result, the School Association was born. The magic world was divided into three large organizations: the Old Tower, the New Tower, and the School Association. It's nice to see petition and improvement, unlike when the tower almost monopolized everything in the past. That's why all kinds of novel papers out through the journal. In the past, they would have been busy hiding them, but now that they're a petting, they can't do that anymore. Of course, most of the papers seem difficult to apply to reality, but it's okay to have something like this. Challenges start with not being afraid of failure. That's probably why letters keep piling up on my desk. One side of the desk in his office was full of letters, especially since at the festival many people saw the source code, magic used by Roger. It's annoying to read all of this. Just then, the door opened and Sedna, his assistant, entered. "Teacher, here are today's letters." Sedna puts a bunch of letters from her arms on the desk. As the amount of letters piled up nearly tripled, Roger took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead. Sedna Rosen. "Yes. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you to filter out all the rest, except for the letters that seemed important?" "Yes, I did. But what the hell is this?" "That's about it, because it's filtered out." Roger skimmed through the letters that were only visible on the surface. The seals enclosed in the letter stood out, not only the nobles of the empire, but also the invitations from other kingdoms. "It's starting." I guess it was very impressive to see him during the duel that day. Most of the contents of the invitations were like, "Please visit this side, because there will be a party," and such contents written in the aristocratic style. "Oh, here are some letters that you have to pay special attention to." "I see." Roger examined the seal enclosed in the letter, an invitation to the tower. Even the invitations of the old and new towers came at the same time. This is another headache. Is it an invitation to Mysterious Night? Yes. Mysterious Night, Jaheimni's nagged. It is an annual event where wizards from all over the world gather together. It's a kind of festival, but it's hard to think of it like Theon's magic festival. Even though the wizards are much better than they used to be, there are still many freaks like those who have gone beyond the desire for magic to madness. And since such people eat together in one place, there will be many fights in the dark in order to obtain magic. It seems that my name value has risen as well. The invitations are ing. That's not true. If they didn't invite teacher, who would they invite? Sedna spoke defensively, but for Roger it was just a nuisance. It's true that I like magic, although his job as a magic teacher is just a superficial job on the surface of his status. Roger is actually an authentic wizard who explores magic deeply. Of course, he had been steadily reading the magic papers for a long time, and he was also very interested in the groundbreaking magic developed by other wizards. But this invitation is a problem. The invitations came from the old tower, the new tower, and the school association, respectively. This was the problem, because the result differs depending on what invitation I accept. In a situation where there are currently three separate organizations, the old tower, the new tower, and the school association, it would be a fool's errand to choose one. The moment you choose one, you'll be treated as a VIP. At the same time, the other side will turn into an enemy and try to bite me. Sending an invitation so early was to somehow occupy a person in advance and to quickly recognize who were their enemies. Sedna said to Roger, who was agonizing, "Oh, by the way, there's a letter and a gift." "A gift?" Simply sending an invitation letter would make people disappointed. That's why those who have great power will do their best to recruit talented people. Sedna entered her office and soon brought the gifts. The first thing Roger checked was a gift from the old tower. Oh my. In the small book was a bracelet, but Roger could tell what the bracelet was like at once. It's an artifact created by Gehenna, a Meister from the tower. Gehenna's golden bracelet. He remembered it because it was so famous in the artifact industry. Meisters do their best to engrave one imprint, so the speed of making artifacts is remarkably slow, and the same was true for Gehenna's golden bracelet. It was a special artifact that the Meister spent a month working on, and a special piece, since only 12 would be made in a year. Even if it were released on the market, it would boast a considerable price. They gave him a big present. It's authentic, considering it even has its own number. The effects of the golden bracelet are various. First of all, defense magic and attack magic are basically embedded, and in the absence of a cane, mana cohesion is increased to help use magic more easily. However, the biggest effect would be that location tracking is also possible in case of an unexpected situation. Roger smirked. I can see clearly what's inside. Trying to tie the leash on the pretext of a gift. He knew they were already on bad terms, but he still didn't expect them to send him such a blatant gift. It's like a gift from the old tower that symbolizes oppression. On the contrary, the gift from the new tower was a little unique. They sent prototypes of various artifacts they newly developed. Rather than a gift for him, it was clearly conveyed that they wanted to be evaluated for the things they made. It's a place full of freedom, and this gift fits the new tower style. Roger looked at several artifacts. Of course, instructions for each artifact were enclosed, so there was no need to worry about what kind of artifact it was. Among them, there was one artifact that caught Roger's attention. Is this an artifact with the memory storming effect? One of the interesting papers Roger recently encountered was about mana and memory. Mana has a memory, and by reading that mana, you can even find out the wizard's past. It was a really interesting article. It's amazing that it didn't just stop at nonsense, but they raised it to the level where it can actually be mercialized. Since ancient times, there has been great difficulty in finding out the culprits because there is no clear evidence left in cases caused by magic. However, this artifact would be of great help in dealing with such unsolved cases. This is going to be a little dangerous for me, too. There were also quite a few useful artifacts, such as artifacts that peel fruit well and artifacts that made steel soft. They really made all sorts of things. He didn't know what the nerds thought. Roger shook his head and checked the gift from the school association. The school association was formed by binning large and small groups of magic schools that do not belong to the tower. The gifts they sent were very simple paired to the ones before, but they were effective. Is it an elixir? The translucent tablet in a small box that looked like a beautiful bead was definitely an elixir. Unlike mana drugs that restore depleted mana, this item increases the total amount of mana. Roger gave up halfway because elixirs were not something he could get just because he had money. I never thought he'd get it at a place like this. It's nice to be famous. At that time, Sedna, who was still watching the situation, carefully opened her mouth. Sir, what are you going to do? What do you mean? The gifts? Oh. Sedna was now asking Roger which one to choose. He received invitations and gifts from 3 organizations that have equal power to each other, so he had to think carefully about which to choose. Sedna, what do you think? Well, do you mean me? How could I? I can hear your opinion. You also listen to your subordinates' opinions, as expected of Sir First Order. Sedna got emotional at his words, but since he saw it so many times, he just waited for her to answer. I think the old tower would be better. They still have great authority, so they would be useful. Roger nodded as if Sedna's opinion was convincing. But that's not enough. What, then, is the gift of the new tower better? Looking at the recent growth trend, there is definitely a possibility that it will surpass the old tower in the future. No, that's not what I am talking about. Why do I think you should choose only one gift? For a moment, Sedna opened her eyes wide, as if she heard something wrong but she didn't misheard. Can't I just get everything? Chapter 193, Cone 193, Rosen's Secret 1. What? Sedna looked stunned when she heard that he would receive all of them. Normally, Sedna would have shouted as expected of Sir First Order, "You have great aspirations." But now she just looked at him in a way that asked why. Oh no, that's... Is it all right to accept all the gifts? I don't care. There might be a problem. Were you worried about that? Roger nodded as if he fully understood. Sedna, why do you think they sent me a present? They gave it in order to attract you to their side. That's not the reason, Roger said flatly. There is still a lot of time left before the mysterious night starts in the first place. Nevertheless, they argued with each other and sent me an invitation. Why do you think they did so? It's a way to preoccupy people in advance. The invitation was enough. They didn't even have to send a gift, but they did. Why do you think so? I think it's to attract Sir First Order. The author knows that the rhetoric written in the letter cannot lead people's hearts. Therefore, it was necessary to show more material compensation than that. The gift they sent doesn't mean I can get this if you hold hands with them, but it is more of a tribute to me to be with them. Ah, Sedna opened her mouth as if she had realized something. What Roger said seemed similar, but completely different. Sedna thought that the giver and the receiver were on equal terms with each other, but Roger said that he was in a superior position. It wouldn't matter if it came from only one place. Rather, it's a relief that it came from three places at the same time. Who are you going to choose after you get it all? I won't choose anyone. What? I won't choose anyone. He said it twice because she didn't seem to understand. Sedna's head tilted slightly to the side. Anyway, the gifts were given to make them look good. It is my right to receive them all. In addition, it is also my right to decide whether to make a choice or not after receiving the gift. Then should I send a reply first? No, you don't have to reply. If I don't say anything, they'll be nervous on their own. What? Then? If they have ears to listen and eyes to see, they will know I haven't chosen anything yet. What do you think will happen? If he chooses either side neatly, they can shake off their lingering feelings without hesitation, but if he can't reach a conclusion here and put his choice on hold, the tower and the association will naturally be impatient. Yes, their impatience will soar as the mysterious night approaches. Of course, they wouldn't be very sad that they didn't have Roger. They'll pretend. He could guess what they think of him since they have already sent him gifts. I must have looked like an attractive prey. His source code and coordinate designation magic were bound to turn the eyes of those exploring magic upside down. Roger has no choice but to hold it in and not be impatient. Since they sent him an invitation, it meant that they valued his special magic. So we just have to take the gifts from them and shut up. I didn't recognize that kind of wisdom. I am sorry. Sedna bowed her head guiltily. In the past, he would have told her to do it appropriately, but now that he has known her for a long time, even this behavior has been accepted as a daily routine. More than that, she is still loyal to me. Roger had a plan since he made Sedna Rosen his assistant and put her close to him. Sedna Rosen is a superficial presence within the Black Dawn Society. Nevertheless, she is loyal to the organization and has excellent ability. If I could turn that loyalty to myself, not to the Black Dawn Society. Sedna will be a great double agent who can get the information of the Black Dawn Society better than anyone else. The problem is that I don't know what she's thinking at all. He couldn't tell what the source of the respect he was receiving now was. Was it the respect given by the First Order position? Or was it the respect she felt purely as an individual? I can't rule out the possibility that if I reveal my cards she might turn on me. Actually, I'm not the First Order, you know. If he said this, there is a possibility that Sedna would fight me to death while shouting, "You've deceived me." It hasn't been long since Zero Order appeared in Theon, and I can't take a risk when I don't know the outcome. Still, looking at Sedna's behavior these days, her excited behavior has decreased compared to before. Before she tried hard to keep looking good to me, but now she doesn't. It's probably because she's mentally stable. Until recently, she was not recognized within the organization and was being ostracized, but that alone is not enough. Unless I know and solve the fundamental problem of Sedna, Rose and our current relationship cannot develop any further. I need to know the fundamental problem of Sedna Rosen. While thinking about it for a while, someone knocked on the door of the office. There won't be any students coming to his office at this early hour, so Roger opened his mouth in wonder. Come in. The door opened when permission was given, and the person that entered surprised Roger. Teacher Vierano. Vierano Dentes, an elf teacher in charge of Theon's fourth-grade spiritual studies. Although he has the appearance of a young boy, his unique calm and pessimistic atmosphere shows that he has considerable experience. Oh, you are here, Mr. Roger. What are you doing here? After the attack at the banquet hall that day, they didn't see each other in particular. Vierano answered Roger's question. I'm here because I want to see your assistant, not exactly Mr. Roger. You mean Assistant Sedna? Roger stared at Sedna with a curious stare. Sedna, on the other hand, seemed a little embarrassed to have experienced a similar situation before. What's wrong with my assistant? No, it's not because of work. I just came because of personal reasons. What did he mean by personal reasons? Even if Vierano looks like this, he is an elf with considerable knowledge, so it was a little strange that he would visit Sedna, who is a freshman. If you don't mind, may I talk to Sedna? Yes, by all means. Miss Sedna, have you answered what I asked before? Vierano asked, but Sedna hesitated to answer his question. Is it a confession of love? Roger thought so unknowingly, but immediately denied it. In terms of appearance alone, Sedna, who is small, and Vierano, with his young boy's appearance, are a good pair, but their age difference is huge. It was then that Sedna opened her mouth. I'm sorry, but I'm fine as I am. I see. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have bothered you. Oh, no. Sedna bowed her head and showed a rare courtesy. She rushed into the assistant office under the pretext that she had not finished organizing the data, as if she was uncomfortable. Oh, no. I'm afraid I'm hated. As Sedna left as if she were running away, Vierano muttered in a sad voice. I don't think she hates you, but she's probably doing that because she's shy. I'm glad to hear that. It's more surprising than that. Teacher Vierano was interested in Assistant Sedna. Are you amazed at my behavior? To be honest, yes. Vierano scratched his cheek in embarrassment. It is not unreasonable to think so because I am fully aware of what kind of elf I am, but I would rather ask Mr. Roger. What do you mean? Sedna Rosen. Didn't you really know she was unusual? Roger had to think about what the intention behind the question was. He was not asking because he knew she was a member of the Black Dawn Society. Rather, he pointed out that Sedna was hiding something. Come to think of it, Sedna seemed to have a lot to hide. She hated her family and even seemed to be associated with Julia Plumhart, the first-year top student. He didn't ask because he didn't think it was necessary, but was there anything else? Looking at the reaction, I guess you didn't know. I thought Mr. Roger recognized Miss Sedna's peculiarity and hired her as his assistant. I chose her purely based on ability. I see. Besides, looking at Miss Sedna's reaction, I think it's fun to work with Mr. Roger. She's having fun. Roger wanted to refute that it was not to that extent, but he was going to listen to Vierano's story for now. So what is the peculiarity of Assistant Sedna? It's weird to say this where she's not present. Vierano, who had hesitated a little, sighed slightly. It doesn't matter if you know Mr. Roger. There must be a good reason for her to trust and follow you. When he said that, Roger got interested and listened to Vierano without saying a word. Didn't you ever feel that it's strange? Why weren't there any rumors about such an outstanding child so far? It's just, didn't she hide on purpose because she was a member of the Black Dawn Society? Then I'll ask you something else. Why do you think Miss Sedna is hiding her ears while growing her hair like that? An act of deliberately concealing oneself, a hostile disposition against her family, and the contact with Vierano, an elf. He felt like the pieces of the puzzle scattered in his head were being put together in an instant. Don't tell me. Vierano nodded. Yes, Sedna Rosen has the blood of an elf. More exactly, she's half-elf. Roger nodded slowly at Vierano's explanation. That's amazing. I don't think you're very surprised. Did you happen to know that? What are you talking about? I was really surprised. To be honest, he thought he was confident that he could accept anything. But he was a little surprised that Sedna was a half-elf, although Vierano didn't seem to believe him. But if she really has elf blood, then her behavior makes sense. Her hairstyle that covers her ears and her unusual magic derived from plant attributes like paper magic makes sense now. Half-elf. A half-elf is literally a mixture of humans and elves. Considering that Rosen is her last name, her father is human and her mother is an elf. However, if Sedna would be asked if she was born because her parents loved each other, her answer would be no. In this day and age, it's hard to accept the existence of mixed race in a positive way. Is that why Mr. Vierano asked Assistant Sedna to work for him? Yes. She has elf blood like me, and if she were caught and brought somewhere, I would come forward and help her. What do you mean? I was going to get her out of the Rosen family and show her where our elves live. It was amazing that he considered bringing a half-elf to the elves' village. You look surprised. It's been a long time since the war ended, but not for a long-lived race like the elves and the Suins. Roger nodded, too. It was almost half a century ago that science developed and many things appeared in this world. In fact, from the perspective of modern people in the 21st century, there were still many human rights issues. It's still like that now, but it was worse in the past. The race war that took place during the days humans were enslaving and capturing other races was a long time ago. Now, a long time after the war, people don't remember that time. and the main culprits of the war were gone, but will it be the same for other races? There are still many races who hate humans because they cannot forget the scars of war. As a result, a mixed race being cannot naturally be seen as good because it reminded them of the war. Considering that the Rosen family is not a place where good rumors are heard, the birth of Sedna could be from a slave and the human's desire to make a better bloodline. This is difficult. He just discovered that his assistant was a half-elf. I'm sure Mr. Roger knows about the persecution of mixed blood in history. Yes. So I'll ask Mr. Roger for help, shamelessly. Would you please persuade Miss Sedna? Vierano seriously asked for help, and Roger felt his pure goodwill towards Sedna. He agonized over the answer, but in the end he said, I am sorry, but that's not possible. Chapter 194, Cone 194. Rosen's Secret 2. Teacher Vierano thought my rejection was unexpected and couldn't resist asking. May I ask why? Out of pure kindness, I calmed down. I'm not saying I completely disagree with Teacher Vierano's opinion. I took a step back to reassure Teacher Vierano for now. Just because I refused him, it didn't mean that I would unconditionally deny his will. Assistant Sedna is a great student. She has excellent grades and ability. I found out that she had been living in a bad environment, but that doesn't mean I can decide and do whatever I want. Howie, you're not the teacher in charge. Yes, I am in charge. But Mr. Vierano, you should know that someone's choice is ultimately up to him. Of course, this is just a good excuse. To be honest, I didn't want to let Sedna go. Sedna is not just an assistant, but an excellent source of information from the Black Dawn Society. Sedna's absence will be a considerable gap for me. The work as a teacher can be handled somehow, but it is different for the First Order of the Black Dawn Society. Sedna will be my eyes in the Black Dawn. If Sedna leaves for the Elves' Village, there will be a big setback in my future work, but I can't tell Vierano that. But Mr. Roger, this is for Miss Sedna. I do not doubt Mr. Vierano's idea. However, Assistant Sedna rejected that opinion once. What if it's not her will? You decided that if you persuaded me, I would change her mind. Did you know that Miss Sedna is not close to anyone else, but only works as an assistant for Mr. Roger? Even when I talked to her, she replied that Mr. Roger should give his opinion. Did she? I didn't know that either. I told her to make friends, but he must have been alone the whole time. Because it is Mr. Roger, I am asking you. You can change Miss Sedna's mind. If I persuade her to break her thoughts, that's not Assistant Sedna's will. How can the actions made by others be considered yours? Teacher Vierano is not sure what real happiness is for Assistant Sedna. That's undeniable. I also fully sympathize with Mr. Vierano's feelings for the same kind. But so do you really think Assistant Sedna would be happy to go to Elves' Village? I fully understand that Mr. Vierano cares about Sedna, but will other elves think the same? I don't think so. I've also heard about elves. They have a strong sense of kinship. But on the contrary, even if others have elf blood, they are rejected if they are different from them. That was Belaruna case. As an elf and interested in medicine and alchemy research, she has been rejected by the elves and being treated as a freak. Eventually, Belaruna, who was kicked out of the forest where she stayed, had no choice but to the human world. Elves are obviously a beautiful and noble race. At the same time, they have a tight mindset because they value tradition too much and do not make changes. Will such people accept mixed blood as their members? But Miss Sedna has half the blood of the elves. It's only half. Teacher Vierano must have had a fairly high position in the forest. How do you do that? I only got a clue from what he said, so I patted the table with my fingertips and said, From your confidence. You have the power to incorporate Assistant Sedna into the elves' village, and Yowl take good care of her. An ordinary elf would never have thought of that. Vierano, an elf who came out to the human world and worked as a teacher, was enough to be called a freak among other elves. If he didn't, Vierano would not have said he would take Sedna carelessly. If you persuade Sedna, I am confident that I can take her to the elves' village. That means Vierano has enough power to dismiss the opinions of other elves. Mr. Vierano, are you an elder in the forest? Yes, that's right. Ha! I asked just in case, but I didn't expect this to be the right answer. There is a distinction among elves like how noble and Mona is for humans called High House, and I thought he was only part of them. You already knew about me. It's just, I nodded in moderation as I tried to make an excuse. As one of the 7 roots of the world tree, we, the Dentes family, have been in charge of protecting the forest beyond the boundary since ancient times, and I am the head of the Dentes family. Is it okay for someone like that to be a teacher in Theon? I can't help it because of past promises, and being here doesn't mean I am neglecting my original mission. In fact, I used to return the wandering members of my family to the forest and in the arms of their patriots. Protecting the outside of the forest prevents foreign enemies from entering the forest. Does he have the purpose of protecting the people who are far away from the forest? My family can help Miss Sedna adapt well. The thick roots of Dentes are tough enough to beat anyone, but other elves wouldn't do that. The Dentes family is not the only high house of the elves. Once you hear the story, the Dentes family is a very enterprising place, helping elves wandering in the outside world and extending a helping hand to mixed races without discrimination. This is a rare trait among elves, but other elves wouldn't do that, especially the other high houses. Anyway, I listened to Mr. Vierano's words, but since you ask for help yourself, let's ask for Sedna's opinion. Yes, that's enough. I don't mean to bother Miss Sedna anymore. I know that this ideal is nothing but self-righteousness. He's very considerate in this regard, even though he's an elder. I thought he'd just act his way, but it's quite unexpected. Come to think of it, Teacher Selina said that Teacher Vierano is popular among the students. Usually, teachers in Theon have no choice but to get close to people of the same lineage. Miss Selina, who is in charge of spiritual studies in the 1st grade, naturally knows the spiritual teachers who are in charge of the other grades above her. Of course I am not. In the first place, all the teachers in my lineage are Hugo's aristocrats, so we don't get along. Miss Selina said that Teacher Vierano looks like a younger brother, but he behaves like a grandfather. She also said that he has a charm that makes her lean on him mentally. After that, she said, students said it. It's not me. She made a desperate excuse, but I don't know why. Yes, rumors are rumors, so I thought he would be different in reality. However, after meeting with Teacher Vierano and talking for a long time, I think I know the reason for sure. He has a strangely caring personality, even if he pretends not to be. I think I would feel like this if I had a close grandfather. However, the strange point is that he is trying to pretend not to be. What a dishonest elf. Thank you for your time, Mr. Roger. It's fine. I have to leave, but I'll return soon. Bye. Teacher Vierano left the office with those words. The guest left, but I had a new problem. Standing quietly from my seat, I knocked on the door of the assistant office. Sedna, can we talk? Yes. Sedna replied in a low voice. May I in? What? Now, hold on. After about a minute of noises, the door has been carefully opened. Seeing that her cheeks are slightly red and breathing is rough, she seems to have cleaned up in a hurry. Come in. The view through the open door was unexpected. I thought Sedna must have piled up all kinds of papers all over the room since she can use origami magic and gathering information is her job, but my prediction was off the mark. There are a lot of plants. The assistant office itself is not that narrow since it's supposed to be used by at least 7 people. Considering that Sedna uses it alone, it can be seen as wide, but it was filled with plants. Even though it is the same space, the air itself feels much clearer. Sorry, I am sorry from decorating the room as I pleased. Sedna, who thought I was mad, hurriedly bowed her head. You don't have to be sorry. It's just because it's fascinating. Looking at the leaf conditions of most plants visible, there was no defect. You must have raised them hard. Yes, yes. Is it a hobby? Yes, I have raised them since I was young. Since you were young, it must be because of the elf blood. I glanced around inside the assistant classroom and asked Sedna. Sedna Rosen. Yes, sir. Let me ask you a question. It's an extension of what I just talked about with Teacher Vierano. Do you really want help? Sedna hesitated to answer my question, but when she hesitated, she made a big mistake. She had to firmly shake her head to say that she didn't. Conversely, I would have had a chance to show my sincerity, saying that I don't doubt her loyalty, but Sedna didn't. Her heart has been weak. Her loyalty to the Black Dawn Society was a little shaky, and this was a big boon for me. Sedna, I regard you as a very good person even if you are like this, so you can be honest. Mr. Roger, I also know that you can't get along with other people, and yet you are here. You must have entered Theon thanks to your ability. I can see that she came to the Black Dawn Society out of revenge because she hated her family. But will her future be bright? After all, the Black Dawn Society must disappear, and I'm going to make it happen. So what will happen to Sedna who belongs there? If you say you want to leave, that's fine. What do you mean? If you say you'll give up everything to live a quiet and peaceful life, it'll help you. Sedna, it's an excellent talent in my service, but I won't force her to follow my will. A person's will is important. I know that more than anyone else. What you say here is a secret between you and me. You don't have to worry about it leaking somewhere. Sedna hesitated between the path of vengeance and the path of serenity, wiggling her hand. She was given an opportunity to go either way, and a smart kid could see which way was better for him. At that time, Sedna raised her head and made eye contact with me. Unlike before when she always avoided my eyes, her eyes are very straight. First of all, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Roger. The moment I heard it, I realized it. Like a smart kid, she will make the right choice. I haven't been able to properly assist Mr. Roger. What? Even on the last day of the festival, Mr. Roger was swept up in that, and I didn't realize it. I didn't go to visit you, and in addition, I even hid my identity. Saying that, Sedna lifted her brown hair. It was smaller than the ears of the elf, but still pointed mixed-race ears could be seen. Her disgrace, which has been hidden so far. Her ears were red just by showing them to me. She must have been shy and wanted to hide it. I may not, obviously, be qualified because I received an undeserved grace to be with teacher like this. Sedna tried to say that she was okay, but her expression showed her pain that she could not hide. Still, there is someone who has told me that he needs me. There is someone who has plimented me on how great I am. Whether it's future peace or revenge, honestly, I'm not sure right now. Sedna, but this one thing is for sure. Sir, I really want to follow you for acknowledging me. So please don't say that it's okay for me to leave. It was a firm attitude that Sedna doesn't show since she usually bows her head. As I stared at her, Sedna belatedly realized what she had said and returned to her usual state. Sorry, I am sorry. How could I know? Don't be. Sedna Rosen, I've heard your opinion. Teacher, I said, putting my hands on Sedna's shoulders, I have something to confess to you. What? What? Confession. Did she realize that I was serious? Sedna's face flushed even more red than before. Yes, it's a confession. I'm making a serious confession here. Sedna, I'm not actually a First Order. What? Chapter 195, Cone 195. Rosen's Secret. 3. Sedna's eyes quickly turned into S at my shocking confession, and her mouth also became an inverted triangle. It must have been quite a shock. I fully understand. If the boss at work, whom you sincerely believe in and follow, suddenly says, actually, I am not your boss, but I am an industrial spy, everyone will do that. Thinking rationally, it was right to keep hiding this fact. After spending more time with Sedna, and knowing that she wouldn't betray me, I would have told her the truth. However, as we talked a little while ago, I realized one thing. There is an irreparable crack in Sedna's infinite trust in the Black Dawn Society, and the moment I realized that, I decided to move the plan forward. Now that Zero Order has suddenly eaten Theon, I can't just move so easily. This gamble was made by judging the moment, but it was a successful gamble. What do you mean? Sir, you're joking too much. I'm not kidding. I'm not the First Order, you know. Sedna tried to turn a blind eye to reality, but she couldn't, perhaps because of my hand holding her shoulder. I am not John Doe, nor a member of the Black Dawn Society. My status that you've trusted so far is nothing more than a fake. Sedna's face turned pale when she realized the reality. Well, then did you lie to me until now? I didn't mean it. She moved roughly, shook my hand, and soon tried to run away from the assistant office. I watched the scene in silence without following her. Sigh. Sedna put her hand on the doorknob, but she didn't go outside even though she knew that I was a fake and could run away. Sedna, how-e? Sedna shouted loudly, unlike her usual self. If I hadn't used sound-blocking magic in advance, people would have been able to hear it in the hallway even if the soundproofing was good. How-e, you've been fooling me so far. Then, until now, for whom the hell have I been? Sedna, you haven't answered my question yet. What question? Sedna turned towards me with tears in her eyes. Who wouldn't be sad if the person they respected and believed in so much was a fake? Even a country would tremble at the betrayal of a high-ranked person. To be honest, it would be a lie if I said I didn't feel sorry. It might have been better to stay in this false relationship, but I made a choice. I choose the brutal truth over the good lies. Sedna, is it me in front of you who you really want to follow? Or is it the First Order of the Black Dawn Society? Of course. Sedna, who said that, bit her lip. Of course she couldn't answer. Once carved, the cracks never return to their original state, rather they create a bigger rift. Then I'll ask you a question. Was your entire attitude when you served me so far false? That's Sedna. You were definitely thinking I was a First Order a while ago. Nevertheless, you showed hesitation in front of the opportunity to turn your back on the Black Dawn Society. Sedna shuddered at my criticism. You know what happens to those who betray the Black Dawn, don't you? The day I first took office in Theon, Sedna came to me and told me all the news. Yet you hesitated in a situation where you might be called a traitor. You know that, too, that your actions so far were not sincere loyalty to the organization. Sedna could not answer that since I must have hit the nail on the head. That's why I also gave you the right answer and told you the truth. Do you still think I'm deceiving you? What do you want from me? Sedna, who managed to regain her reason, asked. Having told the truth like this, did she think I might make a new request to her? It's simple. All you have to do is give their information to me. And if you receive something, you have to give something. If you do, it'll help you get revenge. My revenge will be achieved by the Black Dawn Society. Will they really help you take revenge? If I'm helping you take revenge, why are you abandoning the ability to do so? Sedna knows the treatment she has received so far in the Black Dawn Society. Sedna, I appreciate your ability. I'm sure you've put a lot of effort into getting where you are even though no one acknowledged it. Sedna's eyes swayed at my words. Her greatest desire wasn't revenge after all. So as someone who recognizes you, I will say. She wanted to be recognized. That's why she tried so hard and came this far on her own. You worked hard. At my words, Sedna couldn't hold back and shed tears. She was trying to act mature and strong, but in the end she was like the students I've taught. Sedna's tears stopped after a while, and Roger held out a handkerchief to Sedna. As a teacher and an adult, I will fulfill your goal. Will you join me? Sedna looked down at the handkerchief she received from Roger and quickly wiped away her tears. Her red eyes were straight and steady. Yes. Her little hand held Roger's hand. I will follow you. Good. This adds another secret between us. What should I do now? Act as usual. I am nominally a First Order of the Black Dawn Society. Mr. Roger, what happened to the real John Doe? What happened? It was this part that she was really curious about. At least as far as Sedna knows, First Order John Doe was supposed to be as a teacher at Theon under the name Roger Chelisai. It happened during the train attack. Yes. Sedna needed to know this part, so Roger explained the whole story to her. When the Liberation Army attacked the train John Doe was in, he fell in a canyon and Roger used his identity. That's ridiculous. Sedna, who had her own fantasy about the First Order, stumbled as if her head was dizzy when she heard it. He was careless and unlucky. Of all things, the Liberation Army attacked the train. The Liberation Army's suicide bombing threw John Doe in a canyon in the Arit Mountains. He was practically dead. Then what is your goal, Mr. Roger? Why are you a teacher at Theon? My purpose is to get rid of the Black Dawn Society. Although Roger's actual purpose is to collect pieces of the relic, he was going to introduce the other members and tell her later. What is your real identity? Sedna asked in a trembling voice. It's Roger Chelisai now. You won't tell me. You'll find out over time. Compared to other UNON executives, Roger's relationship with Sedna wasn't so deep. Unlike them, who were united by their bond, Sedna and Roger joined hands, knowing each other's weaknesses. However, there was no trust between them. All right, then I will act as usual for now. Sedna answered straight away. After all, she joined hands with Roger and got on the same boat, so she had no choice but to do her best. He's amazing. Sedna used to look at Roger with awe. His ability, his insight, and his charisma, there wasn't anything that wasn't right. So I thought he was the First Order. But in reality he wasn't. If so, it means that he has pretended to be a First Order without being caught by anyone. That doesn't make any sense. She knew he was great from the start, but after seeing the truth, Roger looked even greater. She even felt a kind of fear, but he recognized me. He recognized how hard it was for her and held out his hand to her. It was thanks to Roger's sincerity that Sedna was able to calm down her anger and despair despite the shock of betrayal. He must care about me a lot for telling me the truth without considering the damage. She was deeply touched by the warmth she had never felt in her life. At this moment, Sedna's goal has changed. Her original purpose was to follow the Black Dawn Society and support the First Order, but not anymore. She decided to respect and follow the man named Roger Chelisai from now on. Then I'll introduce myself again to redefine our relationship. My name is Roger Chelisai, a teacher at Theon. Sedna Rosen, no. My name is Sedna Plant. Is that your mother's last name? Yes. No one knows that. It's my late mother's last name. It was a token of her sincere confidence in Roger. Vierano, who left Roger's teacher's office, recalled the conversation he had with him a while ago. Still, he said he would deliver my words, but the expected results probably won't he out. Vierano knows that Sedna is wary of him, and on the contrary, she has great faith in Roger. Nevertheless, he couldn't leave her alone. Miss Sedna must be her blood relative. Elven Forest. In the kingdom of the elf that exists there, there are 7 elders who serve the world's tree, and one of them was the Dentes family to which Vierano belonged. And another family that exists in Vierano's memory was the plant family, the largest and thickest of the 7 roots. It is said that she of the plant family has been missing since the War of the Races. I never thought I'd find her blood here. She was also under the name Rosen. Maybe Rosen paid a fortune to buy her as a slave from the black market. He was ashamed of the atrocities committed by the Rosen family, but that was not the important thing. The fact that he found the blood of the plant family and that she was in Theon was important. However, Sedna did not trust her patriot Vierano. It's not that she hated him. However, she seemed to be reluctant. Since you've been a mixed blood, she was discriminated against and persecuted for a long time. Even if I am an elf, it's natural for her to be wary. It was surprising that she followed Roger sincerely. As expected, he's an amazing person. I can't believe he's trusted by such a vigilant child. In addition, while talking to him in person, Vierano had no choice but to realize that Roger really cared about Sedna, but he doesn't know what kind of power Sedna has. He doesn't even know what her real name, Plant, means. Should I have told him? Vierano wondered if he should have tipped off Roger. But when he learned that, he was worried that Roger's attitude towards Sedna might change. I don't think a man like that would change his attitude easily. Because Sedna's hidden surname was Plant, things were different, and if Roger knew the truth, even he, a man who seemed like an impregnable fortress, would be shaken. Rather, if I say it now, Mr. Roger might be surprised. It would be difficult to say too many things at once. He decided to bury the truth for now so that Roger wouldn't be surprised. It won't be too late to talk after they get familiar with each other. Should I give him a special tea leaf grown in Elf's forest as a gift next time I visit? He thought it wouldn't be bad to have a tea party and drink tea together, although his taste was old enough to be liked by Roger's grandfather. Without knowing that, Vierano even had expectations that Roger and Sedna would be happy. Chapter 196 Cone 196 Returning to the starting point. 1. Roger brought Sedna out to Leathervelk while he was telling her the truth. Others thought that he was going to procure books and materials needed for research with his assistant, but of course he wasn't. So this is our new member. Yes, in one of the secret hideouts of UN. Owen, in the slums, the members there looked at Sedna Rosen sitting in the middle of the room with interested gazes. Sedna's body was shaking, as it was hard to withstand the intense gazes of the members. The kid that leader brought. She looks cute. Wow, she's young. Most of them had a favorable view of Sedna because it was Roger who brought her in, but that didn't mean that everyone was welling, and Hans was one of them. What can you do when you're so young? For Hans, Sedna was too young to be trusted. Of course, she is a talented member of the Black Dawn Society, and she has the characteristic of knowing the information better than anyone else. That was why. He felt threatened by her since their specialties overlapped. I agree. Sheridan, who was wandering around Sedna and looking at her calmly, raised her hand and shouted, "She looks cute, and if you brought her, there must be a reason. I am against it." Violetta, who opened her mouth to refute her. She's a member of the Black Dawn Society. What if the fact that she betrayed them is a lie? Whatever. I think it'll be fine. Alex agreed with Roger. The leader brought her in the first place. Doesn't that mean that she's proven to be safe? And I wheel a new cute kid like this. Wait, Alex. The cute one is here. No, Sheridan, you're a little. The members did not hesitate to express their opinions, while Sedna looked up at Roger with anxious eyes in a space full of pros and cons. In the end, Roger was forced to step up. Everyone, stop. When Roger opened his mouth, the conversation suddenly stopped. The sight seemed strange for Sedna. They were so loud until a while ago, but they stopped in an instant. She thought they were out of control, but their attitude was full of courtesy and respect for the head of the organization. And all of this is probably because of Roger Chelisai and his exceptional abilities, natural charisma, and insight that elicit the respect of others naturally. I've heard everyone's opinions. I also understand what you guys are worried about. However, the recruitment of Sedna Rosen has already been decided. Can we really trust her? Asked Violetta. Although she was the last member to join, Violetta, who was more in awe of Roger than anyone else, did not want to pass on the unnecessary danger. I can believe her. Roger spoke with conviction, and Sedna was moved to tears by his words. The fact that he believed in her washed away the fear she just felt, if brother says so. Well, I agreed with Leader S' opinion from the beginning. By the way, boss, this kid feels familiar. Belaruna raised her hand and said if she felt something from Sedna. I was actually going to introduce you properly. Sedna Rosen is a member of the Rosen family and at the same time a half-elf. When Roger called her name, Sedna moved her brown hair and revealed hidden ears. Admiring eyes flew in from all over the place, and Sedna was shy, because she seemed to reveal her disgrace was trying hard not to show it for Roger. Belaruna, you felt that way because she has elf blood. No, there's something more. Anyway, I guarantee Sedna's ability. She's a great wizard and a great informant. Her special magic will help us. Sedna raised her palm as if she had been waiting, and on her hand, the folded paper was alive and moving. Her magic is versatile, and it's quite specialized in gathering information. She's like Hans except that he uses mice, but is it better to use cute paper? Hey! Hans was furious at Sheridan's words. However, he, who couldn't do anything more than that, glanced at Sedna, who was staring at him, and soon turned his head. Roger smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't understand Hans' position. You don't have to worry too much. Sedna is only a temporary member. She also agreed not to be an official member immediately. Hans seemed a little convinced, and it meant he was above her in the hierarchy. Please take good care of me from now on. As soon as Sedna's welling ceremony was over, Sheridan, Belaruna, and Oppa approached her. It was a natural result because there were three curious people. What have you been up to? She smells unique. It's like looking at an old forest. Wow, I can't believe you're a half-blood. Can I touch you? Yes. Sedna seemed embarrassed in many ways and couldn't adapt to such interest. I don't have to worry about her because they seem to get along well. When Roger was thinking so, Hans sneaked up on him. Brother, what's wrong with you? What are you going to do now? Hans' question was quite prehensive. He brought a new member, but what's going to happen was even more important. There must be a lot to report since the Silver Sun disappeared. Say it. First of all, we ate most of the Silver Sun business. The remaining sugar is easy to absorb, so it wasn't a big deal. Thanks to that, the businesses have grown to nearly twice the size of before. That's a good thing. Anything else? Hans pulled out the list he had been organizing and recited it as if he had been waiting. The business is booming. The investment was big, but the profit is also great, so I think we can recover the cost quickly. And all that's left is to make a bunch of money. What is the Merchant Association doing? Since Silver Sun disappeared, they're scared to death. Well, if they are smart, they won't fight with us anymore. All that remains is to slowly nibble at their Mercial district. Good news. Making a lot of money alone was good news. That way he could spend more money on researching the relic. Don't press them too hard. Cooperation is important. I know that. Oh, by the way, about the relic fragment. Yes, say it. How many did you say you needed to find? There were 4, but now that I found one at the Kunst auction house, there are 3 left, and one of them might be in Lindabanu, the Empire's capital. It was for that reason that he tried to head from the northern kingdom of Utor to the capital of the Empire. To say it now. Yes, Hans nodded. I found it. No, I'm sure it's in that place. You must have been searching even before I came to Leathervelk. But if the results only came out now, it must have been quite hard to find. Roger was supposed to meet Hans at Lindabanu. That's why Hans went to the capital in advance to find the relic fragments, but things went wrong in the middle, and he was delayed for a while. But now things were back on track. So what's the reason you haven't found it for so long? It's in the only place I can't reach. If you can't reach it, there is only one place in the capital, the imperial castle of the Exilian Empire. A place so clean and well guarded that not even a rat can enter, and also the only place Hans couldn't reach. I couldn't find it anywhere else, so it must be there. So you used the method of elimination. That's why it took so long. Hans let out a murmur of shame. He was the one who boasted that he could find it faster than anyone else before. I couldn't enter the palace. It's a place where not even a rat hole exists. It's good enough that you found its location. Well, think about how to obtain it in the future. It's going to take a lot of time again. I guess so, but we still don't have any clues about the other two fragments. But what are you going to do now? At Hans' words, Roger replied as if he was asking what he was talking about. Hans, did you forget what kind of identity I have now? Oh, I did. I have to prepare classes, new assignments, and even the next exam, so there's a lot to do, but for now I have to visit Boltonung. Roger's eyes shone. Because I have to root out the Black Dawn Society. He must do so in order to live. Besides, he couldn't leave them alone. Hans, who was watching the scene silently, carefully opened his mouth. But will you be okay? What do you mean? No, the question is wrong. Are you sure you're a-okay? Brother, your behavior is too inconspicuous these days. This was what Hans was worried about. Roger has to hide his identity, but he is revealing his talent. Of course, in some cases, it can only be revealed in a force majeure situation. Even though you didn't have to, it was too dangerous to take risks on your own. As in Esmeralda's case, Roger didn't have to act conspicuously, and when things go wrong, he just had to pretend that he didn't know anything and step down, but he didn't. Instead, he took risks. I don't mean to blame brother's behavior because of your personality. It has to be like this. But if there's a problem, how are you going to deal with what's going to happen? The Nightcrawler Knights were lurking around. The famous detective Casey Selmore came to Leathervelk, and Zero Order visited him once at Theon. We might be caught someday, and when that happens, you have to make a choice. Yes. Actually, I am sure brother knows the best, but I said it just in case. Sedna, Seridan, and Balaruna's laughter tickled their ears. It seems they were enjoying their talk in the distance. Hans, it's not that I didn't think of that either. I don't have to take these risks if I purposely bend down quietly and stay low. Why did you do that since you knew? It's a whim. Hans gasped at Roger's words. He seriously doubted if this was what the brother he knew was saying. Did you hurt your head? No, I am kidding. Why are you staring at me like that? Anyway, Roger looked out the window. Although it was said to be a secret hideout, the view outside was ordinary because it was a general house similar to the surrounding buildings. To others, it looked like a peaceful and quiet street, but to Roger, this world was a stuffy cage. Hans, I've changed my identity several times so far. For me, the real thing was my status as a prince who had already been abandoned in the past. He thought that having to live a fake life was inevitable for his future journey. But was that so? To be honest, aren't you resentful? He made several relationships with his false identities, but he had to forsake them when he changed his identity because of other people's intentions rather than by his own will. He lived half of his life running away, hiding and lying. Even if lies and deceit were ingrained in life, he didn't do it because he really liked it. I realized it since I was caught up in the train attack and had to use this unwanted identity. Maybe I was hoping for this. Will he live his whole life as a fake? But did you risk dying? Of course, I don't really intend to die because I have work to do and I want to do it, so I turned around and formed an organization, even if I will be caught for who I am in the future. Roger's gaze toward the window changed sharply. I want to be able to say no one can touch me. To shout so, Roger built up his power. In the end, UN Owen is a haven for each of us, and it is brother's anger toward the world. It's our anger. Those abandoned in the world, and those who want to get something but can't even hold it in their hands. Who will listen to their desperate voices? Who can bring their condemnation and resentment together and spread it to the world? Before he knew it, all the other members who were talking were listening to Roger with their mouths closed. Be aware, I'm not your teacher nor your captain, boss, leader, or savior. Roger said emphatically. I am just a mouthpiece, a messenger who shouts the anger of the weak toward this world, including myself. So feel free to shout. Spread your voices. The slums of Leathervelk, where no one ease, will be our starting point and our fortress. Chapter 197, Cone 197. Returning to the starting point, 2. Hans and other members felt Roger's true feelings again. The true image of the leader who they always thought was cool-headed and rational. He had feelings too, and a spark that ignited after he formed the current organization. The Empire won't move. What we have to worry about is Theon and the Black Dawn Society. If you get caught, won't they hang you? Not necessarily. The law is not always right and noble, but a patent for the possessor. If we have a position and money, the law would always be on our side. If we're strong enough, they'll try to compromise with us, just like they did with Silver Sun. Why was an organization like Silver Sun present in Leathervelk? It was because the city agreed to their existence. A nation is formed from countless elements, big and small, that interlock like pieces in a machine. However, this machine known as the Empire won't move sometimes because it's blocked by certain pieces. Let's say the Empire is trying to get rid of us because we bother them. Who's going to act against us? Sedna replied. The most basic thing would be to use the police. But the police can't touch me anymore. What's next? It must be Nightcrawler Knights of the Intelligence Service. Roger nodded at Hant's words. But Nightcrawler Knights stopped by the slums and went back without doing anything since they felt that they couldn't touch us carelessly. Now, who's next? The Imperial family. Even if they try to move the Imperial family, the nobles will not just accept it because they make noise around them every time they move. If the world was just, they would all gather together and try to kill Roger. Unfortunately, however, there were far more unjust people in the world. Someone wants to keep the Imperial family in check, someone just hates them, and someone gets something from us. There were all sorts of reasons. Giant cogwheels will not try to mesh with each other, and naturally, there is a space in that gap. It's the same with Theon. Theon's most powerful man is President Alyssa Willow, but that doesn't mean that she wields unbridled power within Theon, because the area of politics is also intervening. Politics means to hold hands with a person you hate if it's beneficial to you, and the president is well aware of that. She didn't rise to her current position with magic prowess alone. At that moment, Oppa, who had been listening quietly, raised his hand. Say it, Oppa. If you say so, it sounds like Theon is suspicious of Leader. Am I mistaken? Oh, come to think of it. Everyone recalled what they were missing when they heard Oppa's question. Yes, that's right. The president is suspicious of me. Hans asked embarrassedly at Roger's shocking remarks. Oh no, wait a minute. What's wrong with the president? Hans realized that he had asked a silly question after saying so. It would be strange if Roger didn't know what he did so far. In fact, he was sure the president stopped doubting him after what happened on the last day of Theon's magic festival. Then even though she knows. Hans, didn't I tell you? That's what politics is about. Alyssa received a new report while she was working in her office. It was about Roger's frequent appearances in Leathervelk recently. You're going around a lot these days. She was going to use this knife herself, but she couldn't believe he was walking around like that. Therefore, there she had no choice but to be suspicious and keep him by her side. Of course, I'm not sure if this will be okay. On the last day of the festival, there were many issues with the fight in the logistics warehouse. No. To be exact, the flow was weirdly natural, and from there her suspicions rose again after her talk with Casey Selmore. Crollo Fabius, the great fire of Roteng, a fire giant, and the sudden appearance of the Black Dawn Society. And Roger Chelisai, who stands at the center of the case. It would be a lie to say that he has nothing to do with the case. And there was another key piece of evidence. Casey Selmore did not seem to have gained anything from questioning the remnants of the Black Dawn Society, but Alyssa was different. No matter how strong the mental power of the remnants of the Black Dawn Society, everything becomes meaningless the moment they face her eyes. But they were all disposable pieces, so I wasn't able to get much. But one thing is for sure, there are still members of the Black Dawn Society in Theon, and maybe Roger has something to do with them. Maybe he was her enemy. No, that's not it. What was the reason for first doubting Roger, and then giving up the doubt? Teacher Roger is too competent. If he had acted like a regular teacher without showing his skills, he would not have been easily doubted, but Roger's track record was the opposite. He revealed his new magic, and sincerely taught his students. He still had hidden cards, but he didn't completely hide his skills, so it wouldn't make sense for him to be a spy, but she couldn't rule out the possibility. I'm not sure about the other issues, but I would never come forward to protect a student. The most memorable situation would be when he faced Duke Lumos and his figure standing in front of the frightened Flora like a strong barrier. As soon as she saw the scene, Alyssa realized that Roger hid his identity. Under Imperial law, he is a sinner, but what's wrong with that? He was a good man like she judged him to be, and his skills were excellent. He was such a useful person. If I don't handle him properly, it would be my loss. Roger said, looking out the window in the direction of Theon. In the end, we use each other. Don't tell me you're aiming for this so on purpose. If Roger had tried to hide his skills and hide his identity, he would have been shackled without any mercy if he was later found out. However, if he shows his skills and is seen as attractive by the other person, the fact that he hid his identity can be dismissed. Moral flaws. A man of ability is free from such a thing because he's accomplished too much to arrest him for simply hiding his identity. Actually, I have no intention of being hostile to Theon, so if you look at her intentions, I am on the same page with the president. It is true that the president is holding a sword. His false identity is definitely a weakness, but even so the president can't swing the sword because she is restrained by Hugo Bertag and his subordinates. They are Roger's enemies, and at the same time a breakwater that suppresses the power of the president. Then what about the Black Dawn Society? Are they okay? No way. Even if I squeezed out a lie on the spot, Zero Order would have felt a sense of alienation unless he was a fool. But why? Why did he leave without saying anything? Roger took out the ring handed over by Zero Order and rolled it with his finger. I don't know why. In the first place, he is a man whose identity is not certain. Roger didn't know what he was trying to do because he didn't feel his purpose or will properly, so he couldn't understand why he backed down so easily. He may also have felt something from me, or maybe decided that he could get something from me. It's a total mess. This is why everything gets tiresome when politics are involved. Everyone is out of their minds. Hans shook his head in disgust. He doesn't have a one-dimensional idea that if you don't like it, you don't like it. He realized that he has to force himself to laugh sometimes, even if he doesn't want to, but this is not the case. Yes, I am out of my mind. You can't do this if you're not out of your mind. Of course, Roger said this, but he felt great anxiety since Zero Order behavior was unpredictable. He could understand the president's intentions, but Zero Order was a man whose everything was shrouded in mystery. What was his purpose, and why did he hand him an invitation to the executive meeting? This is the end of today's talk. Roger said so and left, saying he was away for a while. Sedna opened her mouth when Roger left, and everyone was quiet. Well, by the way, sir, who exactly is he? Ha, Nari didn't tell you. Yes, he said I would find out on my own. Why are you raising your voice? Do it comfortably. Comfortably. You and I look about the same age. You're over 30 years old. What do you mean? Hans said to get revenge for being beaten, and Sheridan back shouted in a fit of rage. My human age is half of my dwarf age. Oh, I see. Do you want to fight? Belaruna said while the two were bickering. The boss is from a great family. However, he is hiding like this because his life is threatened. I see. A person born into a good family but not recognized. Wasn't he just like her? Sedna even felt a strange gratitude that they were in similar situations. Maybe Roger helped her because of that. What are you talking about? And you there, don't be so curious about brother. You shouldn't just dig into other people's secrets. He said that, but there was a thick nuance of someone like you shouldn't dare to be curious. At those words, Sedna's shoulders shrank, but Sheridan stepped up. Hans, aren't you being too mean? Can't you give a warm welcome? What am I? Tell me honestly. Are you insecure because you think your position is threatened? You're jealous. That's right. You are jealous. What? Since Sheridan hit the nail on the head, Hans shouted. Who's jealous of such a kid? You're lying. You're jealous. No way, that's right. Don't fight like kids. Violetta, who saw the fight between the two, looked tired. Then Sedna opened her mouth. Excuse me. You said Mr. Hans, didn't you? The code name is. Brother gave it to me. Seeing Hans introduce his code name out of the blue at Sedna's words, the members looked like him with eyes that were saying, do you want to win against that girl that much? But Hans didn't mind the looks at all. Why did you come all the way here since you were born in a good family and had the talent to enter Theon? Sedna couldn't bear to contradict that. From an external point of view, Sedna was born in a blessed environment. What's with her? She said she's from the Rosen family. Ha! What's with the kid from a big family? In the Black Dawn Society, she received looks of contempt and hostility from those who are different from her, but Sedna was even used to the situation. I am sorry. Sedna apologized frankly. If she did so in the Black Dawn Society, the other members would just ignore her, but that was the only thing she could do. I didn't know. Hans was rather embarrassed when her voice became watery. I didn't mean to say that much. Hans, what are you going to do? She's about to cry. Ah, no, I was just asking because I was really curious. A kid appeared next to his brother and threatened his position, but Hans didn't think it would turn out like this and hurriedly consoled Sedna. That don't be sad. You'll be able to get a code name someday. You call that consolation, you idiot. Sheridan landed a double-side kick in Hans' face, and Sedna's tight heart seemed to be loosened at the sight. It's amazing. It was quite different from the Black Dawn Society. Even if she made a small mistake, there would be a huge amount of abusive language and swear words, but there was nothing like that here. The executives even get along comfortably like friends that have known each other for a long time. She was envious of that, but she was strangely relieved that she was able to be with the people here. Sedna, you're all right, right. Do you want me to hit Hans a little more? Thank you for your concern, but I'm really fine. Hans, I'm sure you don't trust me, but I'll do my best not to cause any trouble. Oh, yes. Hans scratched the back of his head awkwardly, as if he was ashamed of himself for being angry and asked to change the subject. You said you handle paper, didn't you? Yes, I use magic to handle paper, and I can fly the pieces of paper around. Then you collect data by scattering the paper all at once. Oh no, that's not it. To be exact, I am scouting by assimilating my consciousness on the paper I sent, but right now, I can only use one. Really? Hans was relieved at her words. He thought that Sedna's ability was superior to his own, but it clearly had its limits. I think I can let it slide since that's all. Ha! Well, do your best. Yes. For your information, I can even talk to mice. Sedna didn't know how to react to his words, so she had no choice but to nod. Oh, yes. The colleagues watching the scene sighed and shook their heads. I am excited that a new member joined us. Chapter 198, Cone 198. The one who doesn't dream, one. In Roger's classroom, Aidan was smiling awkwardly as he scratched his head. I got scolded again. At the height of the fireworks display on the last day of the festival, they fought against the members of the Black Dawn Society, and won. No one was hurt, and the worst was prevented, but what came back to Aidan and his friends was a penalty. That's true, I was too reckless this time. Aidan was confident that he would do well, but what he knows and what others see is different. He had no choice but to come to terms with being penalized. The only thing he was sorry about is that he even got his friends involved. Sorry, it happened because I made you go along with it. That's enough. Leo, who was listening next to him, said, "It's me who agreed to that anyway, and I am the one who asked to do it together." He was thankful just for the fact that no one was hurt. Tracy nodded as if she sympathized with the words. Ona was not interested because it was just a penalty point in the first place. But it was bad luck. Of all things, we were caught by Chris Benimore. That's right. Chris, a teacher who favors aristocratic students, naturally did not like the commoner students. Aidan said, stretching the back of his head. That's right. If it was Mr. Roger, we would have escaped with just a warning. I remember that he scolded us badly the last time. Isn't that better than penalty points? You think that because you haven't heard the teacher's abusive language. I think it was okay, you know, Aidan. I sometimes envy your skin-thick innocence. Thank you. It's not a compliment. When Leo was grumbling, someone approached them. Leo looked at the person approaching him and opened his eyes wide. You are hello. She had dazzling white hair like the morning sun, but it was her beauty that attracted more attention than her hair color. An ordinary male student would have been tempted by her appearance, but Leo called her name with a lot of vigilance. Julia Plumhart. You know me. Of course. You're the top student of our year. She was the freshman who entered Theon as the top student, and the tower had great expectations from her. But she was also one of the targets that the Liberation Army ordered Leo to pay particular attention to. Of course, he had no intention of following such an order. What happened to her, who usually moves alone without talking to anyone? At the beginning of the semester, several students approached her to become friends. Of course, there were students from noble families among them, but Julia ignored them all since for her it didn't matter if they were noble or commoners. There were people who were dissatisfied with it, but after being stared at by Julia for a few seconds, they immediately avoided eye contact and lowered their tails. Perhaps because of that, no one approached Julia since then. Her seat was also in the back of the classroom, and Leo forgot about her because she was always alone. It's quite surprising that she talked to him first, and right now the students inside the classroom were looking at him as if they were amazed. Besides, looking at her gaze, Leo thought she was interested in Aidan. She's suspicious. From the standpoint of collecting and analyzing information, an eye for people is essential, but Leo couldn't figure out what Julia Plumhart was like. It was hard to understand her since she was good at hiding her feelings. Even if it's known that she's good at studying and that she entered the school as the top student, that can't be all. What's your business with us? Leo asked first because he would be mentally exhausted if he kept confronting her, and Julia said with a mysterious smile, "You guys. No, I'm only interested in that kid." She pointed at Aiden while she spoke. "Me." Aiden reacted naturally. "Yes, you're Aiden, aren't you?" "Yes, you are well. Don't you know me?" When Aiden blurted out the end of his words, Julia opened her eyes as if she were surprised. She didn't mean to brag, but at least she thought that there were no freshmen who didn't know her. "Oh, right. I remember, Julia. I wondered where I saw it, and it was the name that was always in the first place in the test score. What a funny kid you are." Aiden didn't act like that to get her attention. His reaction was full of purity, and Julia thought it was funny, even though it hurt her pride a little. He's a kid with interesting dreams, and this is only natural. Julia, a newcomer to dream school, where dream wizards exist, and their best talent can see the other person's dreams. Dreams are the unconsciousness of a person and the embodiment of desire. If you want to know the inside of a person, nothing is more effective than seeing his dream. That's why Julia Plumhart judged people for their dreams. All the other guys are boring, but this kid is different. All the dreams Aiden had were related to magic. How could he have such a firm and upright belief? Usually, dreams would be as murky and comprehensive as clouds and fog, but Aiden's dream was like looking at a straight stick. However, he even used unique magic that others didn't use. "Anyway, I'm interested in you." "Wait a minute." Tracy Fried stepped up. "What are you? You cut in out of nowhere and say whatever you want." Her eyes toward Julia were full of vigilance and hostility. "Well, who are you?" Tracy Fried. "Tracy. Oh, the one ranked below me." That remark touched Tracy's nerves since she was ranked second in the admission exam, and the fact that she heard it from the person in the first place made it even worse. Julia stared at Tessie with a smile. This kid's dream isn't great." Tracy's dream felt very passionate, just like her personality. It burned red like a hot flame, but what was contained in it was a weakness that could easily be extinguished at any time. Obviously, the concentration of purity and passion was high, but that was all. She was little better than others, but was far from attracting Julia's interest. "I think your tenacity to catch up with others through desperate efforts is high, but it's not to my taste." At least she was much better than the ones approaching her with a mask and a black lump on their mind. It just didn't attract her. But there was something fundamentally different about Tracy being wary of Julia. "Anyway, I don't know what you're thinking about approaching Aiden, but I want you to know that it's a little inconvenient." "Oh, I don't think so. It's good to have more friends, right?" "You be quiet." Julia immediately noticed. She got a feeling from Tracy glancing at Aiden while she was talking. "We're busy right now because we have something to talk about. So why don't you step aside?" Am I not allowed to hear?" "Yes, it's our issue." Tracy purposely emphasized and drew a line as she looked into Julia's eyes. "Hmm. Well, I was just going to show my face in moderation today, so I'll stop here. Besides, it's time for class to start soon. If you know, go away." "Shoo, shoo." Julia responded with a smile to Tracy's gesture, and Tracy felt defeated by her mature response. "See you later, then." Julia returned to her seat while waving to Aiden while Aiden looked at her, smiled innocently, and said, "She's a very pretty girl, right?" "Ah, wait, Tracy, why are you hitting me?" "I don't know. It may have been a pure compliment without any self-interest, but that was even worse." Tracy punched Aiden in the shoulder, and Iona was watching the scene with an expressionless face, and Leo sighed, saying, "I think something annoying will happen again." When Julia returned to her seat, her eyes shone as she watched Aiden's group chattering. It's fun. Their dreams were also quite unique compared to those of other students. That short boy is hiding something, and that suing girl seems to have some purpose. Obviously not at the beginning of the semester, but at some point their dreams changed, and that change happened after they got close to Aiden. That's Julia was curious about Aiden. Although Julia deals with unusual magic that is different from others and has a unique personality, she was also a wizard, and naturally, as a wizard, if something related to her field occurs, she will be interested. Other than that, there's another interesting dream. It was, of course, Wren's dream. While everyone dreams of ideals, she dreams of reality. At that moment, there was silence in the classroom. Everyone heard the slow echo of footsteps from the entrance of the classroom. The closed door opened, and the teacher Roger Chelisai appeared. He was wearing a frock coat, even though it was summer now. Of course, the coat was magical, so it will be cool during the summer and warm during the winter. Even considering that, it was not the case for the viewers. In a sense, he was a very consistent person. However, Julia's attention was focused on the person who followed Roger like a chick. Sedna. Sedna Rosen, the first assistant professor chosen by Mr. Roger Chelisai, and the wizard named Julia Plumhart. Childhood friend. Julia felt uncomfortable whenever she saw Sedna. If she's being honest, she'd be right to say she was angry. Sedna the liar. As a child, Sedna met Julia, and then the two became friends. It was then when Julia first opened her heart to others, but Sedna subsequently rejected her offer to be with her afterward, and even reneged on her promise. Now they meet again at Theon, but Sedna's dream was completely black, as if it were ted with darkness. The bright appearance and dream of her innocent childhood friend in the past were no longer there. I can't believe she let go of that beauty. Julia couldn't stand it. Nevertheless, Sedna's appearance of lowering her head as if she were scared without pretending to know her was beyond disappointment and even contempt. She was definitely like that. Something was different today, though. Her steps were light and strangely lively, unlike her usual self. The biggest change would be her dream. At the beginning of the semester, Sedna's dream was clearly bad enough to receive the worst evaluation from Julia's point of view. It was dark and dirty, and just looking at it made her feel bad, so she was in a bad condition that day. Although it has improved gradually recently, its essence has not changed, but today it was completely different. I can't believe the color of her dream changed in a few days. It felt like the contaminated water was purified, and the change was completely unimaginable for Julia. What the hell happened? Since her dream has changed, it meant that something has changed inside Sedna, something very fundamental, and there was only one person that could have that effect on Sedna, Mr. Roger Chelisai. He was a new teacher at Theon and a much more capable person than any other teachers. The source code, magic he showed was beyond interest, and even Julia, who was not interested in anything other than dreams, was mesmerized for a moment. I thought that special abilities and having a good influence on others are completely different areas. But Julia had a hard time believing that Roger had an influence on Sedna. Yes, that's how Roger is. The only person who can influence a dream is someone who has another dream. A prime example was Aidan, whom he has been eyeing since before. The straightness and goodness of his heart could be seen through his dream, and Aidan's friends who were affected by it also changed. It was like a beautiful, virtuous circle. A dream that was clearer than anyone else's was needed. That's why Mr. Roger is a person who can never influence others. The reason was simple. Roger Chelisai had no dreams. Come to think of it, I've heard of it before. There were very few examples, but it was said that such people existed in the past. The wizards in Dream School call those people like this the one who doesn't dream. Chapter 199, Cone 199. The one who doesn't dream, too. Beasts and small creatures also have desires and hopes. Dreams are the essence of life. Therefore, all human beings, who can be called desire itself, dream. There is only a difference between clear and cloudy, light and heavy in the shape of the dream. Having no dream is not allowed according to the laws of the world, but sometimes there are those who deviate from the laws of the world. They have been called the ones who don't dream. Although he was her senior, he was almost twice as old as Julia, and he was close to an uncle in his 30s. What is it all of a sudden, old man? I told you to call me your senior, considering that most of the wizards belonging to the dream school were over 50s. The mid-30s were very young, but for Julia, even that was just an old man, because she was a genius who entered the dream school in her early teens. All right, anyway, would you mind not talking to me? You should get rid of the habit of judging people at will. But your dream is not cool. You're so mean. Her unsuspecting senior coughed while shouting. Julia, keep this in mind. You can't judge people by their dreams forever. Why? Dreams are the essence of a person, because there are people who don't have dreams. Julia laughed at his words then. You're joking. Who in the world is like that? There are, surprisingly, I've seen one in person once. Who? It's a secret. Anyway, there are people like that. If you say so, at least it's not a lie. What did you think of me? Unreliable uncle. Have I done anything wrong to you? The senior, who drooped his shoulders, immediately recovered. He had a great mentality and quickly recovered from any vicious remarks. Maybe it was because he had to survive in the dream school, which was full of geeks. Anyway, if you stay in our dream school, you will meet a unique person someday. For example, the dreamless one I talked about earlier. What is the one who doesn't dream? Can a person not have a dream? It's called that because it exists. I don't know why. However, there are several hypotheses. The word hypotheses intrigued Julia. Questions in their field always made wizards feel hungry. What are those hypotheses? Not sleeping or being blocked by something else. There are many hypotheses, but most of them are nonsense. However, the most likely theory is that. What? Self-confidence. Does self-confidence refer to an upright belief in oneself? Yes, those who don't dream have confidence, the certainty that they can achieve dreams that other people just wish for. People dream to chase their ideals that are impossible to achieve in reality. They don't have desires of others, but a firm belief they can achieve it. An ideal that can be achieved can no longer be a dream because it's an extension of reality. Yeah, I mean, he's the ultimate superhuman who can achieve his ideals. Julia returned from her past recollections and stared at Roger. Is he the ultimate superhuman? What an interesting expression. She even thought that what her senior said was not just nonsense. It was fascinating since I saw you at the beginning of the semester. In the past, her senior earnestly asked her to let him know if she ever met someone like that, but Julia didn't want to. For now, she wanted to watch. The one who doesn't dream changed Sedna's dream, and in a very positive way too. The only thing that can affect a dream is a stronger dream, staining good dreams with evil or dyeing bad dreams with good. But the one who doesn't dream changed Sedna's dream. This was a great discovery and change in the dream magic academia. Should I ask how on earth that happened? But she didn't think Mr. Roger would say it easily because of his personality, and she had limited methods to find out by herself. In the end, Julia had no choice but to reach out to other possibilities. The wizards of the dream school. They have strange personalities, but their skills are real, and they thirst for mysterious things more than anyone else. Maybe if she asked them indirectly, they might give her an answer. Still, it hurts my pride a little to ask for help from them. But it was related to Sedna, who was her childhood friend, so a little bit of damage won't matter. The class started. The amount of magic that each wizard releases varies widely. This is because the innate elements of the body play a big role. The students concentrated on writing and moved their pens quickly. Some papers argue that healthy and disciplined bodies can release more magic, but the effect has been found to be insignificant. It means that even if you make your body strong as a wizard, the efficiency you can see is less than that. How to increase the amount of mana emission is a challenge for all wizards. So far, many wizards have been preoccupied with finding a better way, but they don't have any significant results. Some said that by increasing the total mana in one's body, the amount of mana emitted will increase proportionally to that, but increasing the total amount of mana is very difficult. The most effective method currently known is to master the process of depleting your mana and restoring it quickly. It was a slang term among wizards called mana muscle. Of course, it was not a real muscle, but more of a roundabout expression. In order for muscles to grow, they have to be worked to the limit, then torn and regenerated, and it was the same with the mana muscle. However, this method also has limitations, and some people reach out to the forbidden paths to seek a better way. The Black Wizards. Yes, they touched the taboos and experimented on humans. The Black Wizards were crazy and used people as test subjects. In the end, they even experimented on themselves. In fact, one of the Bug brothers whom Roger fought against previously combined his body with a bug. There are research materials of some black magicians obtained through the Empire's large-scale subjugation. The tower revealed only a part of it in the past, but if you look at the outline that was revealed, the black magicians tried to make a circuit in the human body. What circuit? A mana circuit. A part of it was similar to magic engineering, which has recently emerged, and the most common example was the golem. In the past, golems were made of soil and stone, but now that science has developed, the bodies of the golems are made from steel and brass, and their components contain high-compression steam and mechanical springs. Although the mana stone drives the golem, not everything works because of the mana stone. Sophisticated mechanical parts must be engaged, while pipes and cylinders must be moved. The circuit which moves the mana stone energy into the golem's parts plays the most important role. It was also the circuit that black wizards were interested in. They forcefully engraved the circuits that exist only in machines in human bodies. The students made a fuss. The human body is made up of skin and has a fixed form from birth. No one knew how dangerous it was to add a new circuit that was not originally present in such a body. The body might reject the circuit, and even in the best case, there was a high possibility that it couldn't adapt to it. The probability of success is extremely low, and even if it is successful, enormous pain will appear whenever mana is used, but black wizards did such a thing without hesitation. Of course, that is strictly prohibited under national law. What the black wizards are trying to do is forcefully undermine reason and harmony. That kind of development is not worth it. Is there any way to increase mana emission other than endless training? Right now there isn't. The students seemed to be disappointed by his words because they thought Roger might know a way. Roger smiled inwardly at the obvious students. Increasing mana emission will be the discovery of the century. Something like the source code was incomparable to it. It's not that there's no way. Roger decided to give them some advice. You don't have to feel sad. Maybe one day there will be a better way. Do you really think there will be a better way? Yes, Roger replied without a shadow of doubt. You may not know, but in the past, magic was less sophisticated than it is now, but the wizards of that time were more powerful. They could drop lightning from the sky, cause snowstorms, and shake the ground. Although such great magic is treated like a legend, wizards of the past could use it. Isn't that just an exaggeration? Someone asked. In fact, most students thought so. Magic has evolved over time, and it never occurred to them that the magic of the present era would be weaker than the magic of the past. Maybe it is. Perhaps, even if such a thing was actually possible, it could have been caused by an out-of-standard being with an amount of magical power equivalent to that of an archmage. What? If a being had an enormous amount of mana, then even when they released a little, they could create a gigantic phenomenon. But there is definitely something to learn from the magic of the past. In fact, the research direction of the method of increasing mana emission in the tower has recently been changed. They now tried to get clues from the ancestors, and Roger knew that was the correct answer. Sometimes, rather than the possibility of the future, looking at the past calmly and paying attention to the wisdom of ancestors can also help development. Of course, students won't understand even if he says this, but it didn't matter. There were definitely a few people who took it seriously. Soon the bell that ended the class rang out. That's all for today's class. Your task is to review today's content. Summarize and submit your review and exploration of the old literature related to mana emission in a report. The time limit is next week. That's it. Thank you for your hard work. The class was over and Roger organized his files. At that time, some students showed signs of hesitation and were wondering whether to approach Roger or not. Tell me if you have something to say. Don't stand there. When permission was granted, the students approached. He was wondering what it was, but they asked about the contents of the class. Recently, students seemed to be asking a lot of questions. Before, they were overwhelmed by Roger's atmosphere, and no one wanted to approach him after class. But the starting point of change was after Theon, Magic Festival. The fact that Roger ran into the fire to save Selena spread among the students. After that, the students thought of him like a teacher who's usually cold and aloof, but does the right thing when it's important. His appearance was also handsome, so at that moment his good points that were not normally seen were suddenly highlighted. Roger, who didn't know that, was not able to easily adapt to the attitude of the students who have changed recently. Teacher, do you have a girlfriend or someone you like? If it's not a question about school, refrain from it. When he answered in that way, the girls laughed. He hoped that the students would approach him, but he felt that the distance suddenly decreased. Sir, I have a question. Renee, I don't understand this part of the formula. Can you explain it to me again? Questions like this were always welcome, so Roger glanced over the notes Renee had brought. The skeletal lines are tangled with each other. On the surface, it may not seem like much, but this will inevitably reduce the flow of mana. I see. You can find out more about this by reading Introduction to the Structure of Spells III. It's an old book, but it's probably what you need the most right now. He pointed out what was wrong and even recommended books necessary to supplement her knowledge. Unlike his blunt tone, his explanation was very helpful. Renee peeped at Roger's figure. His face was calm as he looked at her notes. He was cold and rational, but she felt something familiar when she saw Roger, like she often met him somewhere. It was something she forgot, something very distant and nostalgic. She didn't know why, but Renee unknowingly said a name. Heathcliff. She was surprised that she said it, and Renee opened her eyes wide, as if she didn't understand her behavior, but what surprised her even more was Roger's reaction. What did you just say? Because Roger was staring at her with a stiff face. Chapter 200, Seat Woe 100, Memory 1. I want to thank everyone who supported this novel. Without you all, I wouldn't have reached this milestone so quickly. Renee, what did you say? What? What did I just say? Renee asked back vaguely, and Roger stared at her silently. She shrugged her shoulders and mumbled her lips at the intense, cold, steel-like gaze. Oh no, teacher must be angry because I asked a question and then said something weird. At least as far as Renee knows, Roger abides by his principles. I am crazy. Renee, sorry, I am sorry. I'm very tired these days, so my mind goes back and forth. I think I said that because I didn't sleep well. It was really lame to call it an excuse, but there was nothing else she could say. Fortunately, Roger didn't ask any more questions. You need enough sleep. It's good to concentrate on studying, but don't try to reduce your sleep to the limit. Yes, sir. Renee was relieved and was about to leave, but Roger called her. Renee, yes. Renee was afraid that Roger would find fault with what she said before, and her face was red. The reason why I haven't been able to sleep lately. When Roger was about to ask something, his assistant Sedna approached him. Mr. Roger, what's wrong, Sedna? The president is calling you. Roger turned his eyes to the outside of the classroom, and through the open door, he saw that a person was staring at him with soft eyes. Wilford, an aide of the president and an employee of Theon, but his real identity was that of a retired knight of considerable skill. Why is the president calling me all of a sudden? Such a question occurred to him. In fact, there were so many things that he couldn't choose one. I see. Roger nodded his head and collected the class materials. Renee breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Roger leaving the classroom. She would have been scolded a lot if she said, I said that because I thought of a name from my dream. She would have been criticized by Roger for being distracted by her dream. But what is this subtle feeling? She felt relieved with her head, but not with her heart, and her chest felt stuffy. I heard you wanted to see me. Roger's visit this time was not in the president's office, but in a high-rise terrace in the main building. Welcome, Mr. Roger. Please sit here. On the terrace, there was a table with refreshments and a guest chair. Roger sat down in an empty seat without hesitation. As he turned his eyes, he could see Theon's large campus over the beautifully embossed marble railing. Nevertheless, it was so vast and unobstructed that it could not be seen at a glance. He turned his head again and stared at the president, who had been looking at him in an upright posture for a while with a subtle smile on her face as usual. It was the president's usual face, but Roger felt uncomfortable. The problem was that the president was the same as usual. Do you like tea? I don't hate it. As Alyssa gestured, the teacup and kettle flew in from afar, and the kettle poured the tea gently. Drink. Roger didn't refuse, but picked it up and savored the aroma. It's white lavender petals. You know it. It only grows in places where it is neither cold nor hot, like Senderil, a small valley town in Quioden Kingdom. The area is small, and cultivation is not easy, so it is quite precious. I didn't know Mr. Roger was so knowledgeable about tea. It's difficult to find even if someone has money, and I think it's too precious to give it to a guest. Why, Mr. Roger deserves it. Is that so? It was a kind of compliment to hand over a rare, hard-to-find tea. Saying that he deserves it is tantamount to saying that she admired Roger. But she couldn't have called me this far simply to compliment me. Even Wilford, who always accompanies her, was not present today. Since it was only the two of them, it meant that the president had something to say. Roger took a sip of lavender tea. The pungent yet soft scent lingered on the tip of his tongue, and the level of sweetness was just right for him. President, you wouldn't have called me just to treat me to a cup of tea, so I'll ask you directly. Why did you call me? Are you so curious about that, Mr. Roger? Roger remained silent. Nothing good would happen to him if he makes it obvious here. The president laughed at his appearance and immediately brought up the main topic. The reason why I called Mr. Roger separately is to make a suggestion. A suggestion? Mr. Roger, since you came here, you have been working hard for our Theon. You eliminated werewolves, caught bad people, and protected the students. He understood her meaning. However, Alyssa did not directly say, "I know your identity." It was the same with Roger. "I just did what I had to do." He just said the obvious thing a teacher would say, but also had the hidden meaning he wouldn't reveal his identity. There are a lot of people who didn't even do that, but Mr. Roger did. "I don't know why you did that, but isn't it a good thing that everything went well?" The president took a sip of tea, saying so, and her dazzling golden pupils showing the appearance of a teacup. "So I thought about it. No matter how new he is, he works so well, so he needs some kind of compensation. I didn't do it for compensation. Still, giving is my duty, so I thought about what kind of reward would satisfy me as well as Mr. Roger." The president clapped her hands and said, "I had a good idea, and it wouldn't be a bad suggestion for Mr. Roger either. It's a rather good thing." "What is it?" "Mr. Roger is the teacher in charge of the second grade, right? It's unusual among new teachers." Roger nodded. "Even so, there are more students in the first grade." "Oh, that doesn't matter. Anyway, Mr. Roger hasn't even worked for a year, and although you adapted quickly, you still lack experience. That's why." The president was finally getting to the point, so Roger focused on her. "Would you like to go to the planning department?" President Alyssa's proposal was very unexpected. She wasn't asking him to reveal his identity, but was giving him a new position. "If it's the planning department. To be exact, you will be one of the evaluators belonging to the planning department." "Me, an evaluator?" "Yes. You know that there are several affiliated organizations in Theon, right?" Roger nodded. Theon was equivalent to a city, so there's not just the space for the students to study. Residential facilities, living facilities, and rest facilities all exist. There were even laboratories, administrative offices, central libraries, and training centers. Although it couldn't compare to Leathervelk, Theon could be considered a small city, but when it came to internal infrastructure, Theon was comparable to a large city. As a result, there were departments that shared various tasks. One of them was the planning and evaluation department where Alyssa wanted to send Roger. Although the name might sound like nothing, its power was enormous. It was in charge of performance management, self-audit, external exchange, and department evaluation. However, their biggest authority would be budget management. It takes a lot of money to do research and conduct classes, and the planning office distributed those funds. Roger was suspicious, since the president said she was going to let him into the planning office. "May I ask why you made this proposal?" "Actually, that seat in the planning office has been vacant for a long time." The president spoke in a casual tone, but it didn't make sense to simply give him a seat. The planning office is not an easy place to enter, and even among teachers, only a person with experience and excellent performance would be admitted. "You're going to put me in that important position that I can't obtain even if I want to." Besides, from what she said, she didn't seem to have consulted with others. There are many things that must be done in the planning office, but they also had a huge amount of power within Theon. "Even if I am in charge of school administration, all I have to do is approve important documents, and I can hire personnel to do the rest." Several teachers aimed for that position, since they could gain strength in Theon, but the president said she would give it to him under her authority. "You're suspicious of my identity, but you're giving me authority. It was something impossible to do unless a person was quite crazy. You're saying that Yael purposely give me greater authority and watch me closely." Roger had no choice but to admire the president. "'Cause that's how you reduce variables." She evaluated his track record and ability shown so far higher than his uncertain identity, so she chose to give him more power and keep a closer eye on him than to limit his power and isolate him. Was she so confident that she could control everything? "What do you think?" Alyssa asked with a smile. "If you just say you want to do it, I can push through with the president's authority." "Does the president gain anything by doing that?" "Me. No, I don't, but Mr. Roger will. People have to sit in the seats that match their abilities." "I see," replied Roger calmly. The president's actions are nothing more than gnawing at her own flesh. How could she force a new teacher to sit in a position that others coveted for almost a year? There is bound to be a backlash, and the first thing he thought of was Hugo Berteg. The man would try to denounce the president as a tyrant, and the same would go for the other teachers who supported the president. Among them, there will surely be people who are skeptical of the president's decision and jealous of Roger. Nevertheless, the president suggested it, and she is not a fool that would make losing deals. It's because even considering all that, her gains are greater. since she will get the talent named Roger Chelisai. The president smiled on the outside, and her eyes shone on the inside. The better you are, the more I want to keep you close. Dangerous. That's why I'm keeping him by my side. If she puts him near her, he won't do anything dangerous. She knows what others will say, but so what? It is true that they have the ability to enter Theon, but they have also overestimated their abilities. In particular, the aristocratic faction led by Hugo has been present for too long. She couldn't let those people flourish anymore when she was tired due to outside intervention, so she needed a knife to cut them out, and the most suitable one was Roger. He was a sharp sword that could cut anything, and she would cut out the internal problems with it. Roger understood the president's meaning as well. The president said, "I won't ask your origin or identity. Instead, let's work hand in hand." She was a great woman and made a choice that he wouldn't make unless he would be out of his mind. That's why he liked her. After all, the two knew each other's situation well, but they wouldn't bother to say it out loud. Because they were better than anyone else, they know even if they don't talk to each other. Theon's president, one of my greatest treats, will protect me voluntarily. This is an excellent development. Since the president reached out to him, he had one less thing to worry about. Roger, who finished the judgment, calmly opened his mouth. Your suggestion is very fascinating. I'm even grateful that you made this offer. Oh, really? I'm glad you liked it. Yes, so in addition to your suggestion, I will give you a better opinion. What is that? Tell me, the president's golden eyes were saying so. It is not enough for me to be an ordinary member of the planning department. If you give me the position of head of the planning department, I will accept it. Alyssa's smiling face cracked for the first time.